я буду хилиться, понял? Инст.
Все, он там же, он на
Бежит.
оранжевый.
Он
Он
там
на
же.
оранжевый. У него яма, бежит вас, бежит по правой бежит.
Я хилюсь, все нормально. Не пикай, не пикай, не пикай, не пикай. Давай, на раз, два, три, давай, на раз, два, три. Гоу.
Найс, блядь.
Легенда.
Ебаный деть шлюх.
Ты ставил на нас, ублюдок?
Ben de Deadbox'tayım şu an. Ama birazcık sağlı daha gitti. Ridge'in diğer tarafına doğru gitti.
Bana koyayım.
South compound.
One guy in my compound. Okay. What the fuck? Two guys came from my compound. I might be dead. What the fuck? The shots he hit. Oh!
Coming full towards you.
Yeah.
Four cars. One in each.
I'm looking for a space.
Nice. One in each.
You as low.
You as low?
Yes. They can stop me.
And two cars going straight.
You as low.
I tagged him one time.
I saw your powder.
Tagged him one more time. Knocked him.
Nice.
Use the big one.
People on us.
Two guys green. One more. Low. Very low. Still there.
Two orange.
Don't go into it, I'm nading it.
It flies on green.
I'm nading
One
it.
HP.
Pushing on the
He's
car,
big
orange. What? Running full open, middle of the field. 1 HP running orange.
Nice. Drive to me.
I'm taking the X.
There's a guy in the car. There's a guy in the car. Kill him. Green.
Bomb man.
Go on the tip, yellow, go on the tip.
On me.
Full team.
Knocked one.
3 man.
Two active.
Yes,
Both to me. You need to kill them.
Yeah, I'm.
They're both on me. They have a giga dip. You cannot do anything.
I have double blows on. I can try
I'm getting
double
nailed.
blows on it.
I'm trying to nade them as well.
Are you
I'm
fucked?
trying.
Roger, I'm healing. Watch out.
Shoot BRDM.
Lock the guy. BRDM still on me.
Up on.
Shoot BRDM.
I'm dead now.
Fuck. I fucked up.
За забором.
Ну нокнули, лаз у тебя сзади.
Ну, можешь ног добить вот тут. Point под забором.
Тихо.
Ползет под камень.
Мама,
Пошмел надо еще порвать риск.
Смок на меня надо.
Ну, первый ног.
Не, второй. Все, забей.
Пикает меня. Можем кинуть его?
выезжает. Я ему ебало дал тело, я хаэту кидаю.
Давай.
Желтый 140 даже.
Он туда же подъехал.
Лучший.
Хорош.
Бля, залутайтесь не хватил, парни, маркируйте.
Что нам убивать? Нам либо тройку убивать, где-то дуо сидит.
Нокнул метку слика. Двойка. Дохавать под машиной.
Их ластап.
Ви на ліву бушу, ну.
Возьми споку і з тебе звук.
Не можу пронати.
Прона на другу я місць.
А марш!
Он за камнем ресает. Он за камнем. Ластап. Нет зоны, Сань, нет зоны.
Верхний камень дал.
Дал Нави.
Я
Нет
смотрю
зоны,
справа.
Просто лежи.
Сейчас, что мне Он за зоной, Сань. Он влево пробежал, за левый камень. Метка за камнем.
Мне нечего сделать.
Бля, да что он мне поставил, сука?
One's low as fuck. They're gonna turn in now. Yeah, they're gonna come in now. On me. 2 guys on me.
I need to turn.
Just driving it.
This to the regroup from south.
Kill, 2 south.
Take pickaxes and make hold.
Knocked on yellow. Maybe you can get the flash, guys. Nice.
Nice.
Живи.
Он за пикап переводит.
За тачку отбежал, за тачку. Пушьте. Еще один дальше пикапа на кактусе.
Ног.
Кактус, там хие. Мне хи дали отпикнуть.
Не могу.
Хае греет.
Меня в спине ластовый, тут меня нокнул. Меня можно взять на руки.
Ресет.
9 аптек дал. Не добивай, ничего не делай. Просто ляг.
Чил выходит, будто парня.
Еще одного нокнул. Есть блюшка?
Там один по тачкой лежит.
Нету.
Его видно.
Я туда хая дам.
Shack is overpeaking. One knocked on Jet. Nice.
Strike guy is alive still.
I'm just running on him.
He's full of you.
Knocked him.
Bomb man.
Come kill these guys.
I'm flying
I have
in
to
on a
back up and
2-story.
heal.
I'm flying to the 2-story.
Knocked him.
Nice, one up.
Where are the other knocks
Down the
though?
wall, dude.
We could be getting flushes here.
No, there's no flashes.
They're outside in the smokes.
I just molly on the
Nice. One
Watch
extra,
out,
one
watch out, don't go
extra.
to my doors. Don't go to my doors. There's a molly.
Dead.
Nice, all that, all that.
Dead, bullet.
Good shit.
Coming road. 2 guys.
Yeah, 50 somewhere in front
one.
towards yellow.
One active.
One more there. Exactly same outside.
Now slow down. Just wanna instant these guys. Yo, just wanna instant.
I have 2 nades.
He also has Panzer, by the way.
Nice, up and in, bro. He's on stairs. He's on stairs. Top. He's top now. Top.
One
Nice.
active.
Semi close that. I'm getting smokes out, guys.
I don't have.
Okay, we gotta run.
No,
together.
insta left. Nade on me, nade on me, care guys, nade on me. Run.
Esin yapıyor Mark. Esin tutacağım ben. Sen yılanla ilgilen. İşten koşuyor. Öldü Mark onu.
Eğitimde bakacağım. Buradan eğitimde oynayacağım ben.
Hayır smoke bittiğinde ölecekler ondan bahsediyorum. Bir tane daha aynı yer. Çok iyi nice. Helalle Mark'ı. Tamam süpersin Mark'ı.
İyiyim Kurat, güzel yere geçtim.
Adam çatıda.
Хай дал на зеленую.
Взорвал.
Смоки, еще смоки.
Нет смоков, нету смоков.
3 сольника.
Git dönsene git dön. Bir tur git dön. Acele etme. Yo basamazsın. Gitmen lazım. Gitmen lazım bros gitmen lazım.
Gel.
Still on the right somewhere. I think in blue.
Oh shit.
Nice try, bro.
Я синий скорее всего. Падает на крыша, Тёма!
Хорошо, бля.
Take the 1-story, Keta.
He's green.
Yeah, I can't play it. I don't see him. He's big with
Behind green
Yeah,
somewhere.
he's next to his car. Can you mark it?
Cars are
Yeah,
green.
in a sec. He's here. Second car.
Guys, can we kill them on green?
Just chill for now. Wait for everyone else to move first.
I'm safe.
Up on.
Beam is low.
I don't know where
What
Chris
is
is.
it?
I'm fucking pissed.
I don't know who's looking. It's fucking. I'm safe.
Nice.
It's a fire tree.
Yeah.
Focus out.
In front of me, Proning. Let's go green.
Get him free. Skip 3 times. 4 times.
He's burning. Nice, good job, guys.
Outside check on green. Knocked him on green. I knocked him on green. He's gonna die.
They're running below us.
Running.
Knock.
What?
Nice.
Too active.
I'm nading. Don't try back.
One HP.
Nading.
One HP on me.
I'm gonna be good. Different team orange one.
Still JB guy.
Oli vielä äijä. Siellä juoksi sinisessä. Yksi jäi siniseen puoli. Yksi nokki. Yksi siellä lovi.
On Ferrys sisällä vielä hakaa torjuntaa. Toinen nokki.
Jep.
Tulla plus.
Asendi kuoli.
Nice, vitu iso.
Taken. Метка хорошая.
Что ты, норм? Да.
Tek patlayarız ya.
C4'le cover yaptı. Gözükmüyor bana. Bir can. Bir can kaldı o. Beni sıkıyor sağdan.
Нет, лохнул. Да, ко мне.
Парни, ко мне.
Не вижу. Выебут.
Он лох хп. Бля.
Hej, killnij снова, убьешь. Клинок не столько. Nice. Insta.
Käy tää. Joo, ihan vaseen järkeä.
Jäi
Vika
kiltoni jäi.
Vika sininen puu. Ollu.
Räjähtää kovaa sulla.
Edelleen.
Желтая, право бежит, дерево. Точно.
Пробуй ног справа, Джейми. Пока смог есть, попробуй.
Я еще не вытек, да, после?
Vitun nättiä.
Mark exactly.
Orange.
Let's fight, don't press please, don't press yet, let's fight them first.
I have to carry Alex.
They're gonna run back, I think.
Nice. Good shit.
You dropped me nades out of 0.
I have
Left side garage, you see him? Can we knock him?
Yeah, shooting.
Nice, they're 2 up now.
There's one Yoga Bonito now.
Away. He's driving away. The guy landed.
Guy landed on you without loot.
I'm out.
He landed on you. Like he's on you. Still knock. That guy.
He's above me.
Pick him up, Bimmy.
Guys,
Okay, stop on the blue, stop on the blue. Nice. Same spot.
We're gonna go in front
Behind
of
the
them.
tree, both of them. Behind the tree, both of them.
Knocked on the car.
On the car.
You need to play with me. One
He's
HP.
dropped by his ass. Okay.
We're going left around.
Yes, you need to go.
Stop them blow.
Okay, you cannot carry me. Just take meds.
One active view.
On the cars.
Knocked. I'm on blue.
I
Blue
got
mark
knocked
rock.
from
Blue mark
somewhere.
rock.
Roger.
One ran
I
right.
think we did one more knocked.
One active.
Listen,
all
we-
dead.
Headshot.
It's probably bad.
Nice. You can go.
Nading again.
I'm nading
Running closer.
They're far. Far.
I'm blue zoning, just take.
Nice, good shit.
I blue zoned there, one shot.
Knocked on me. One backside.
Warehouse.
Headshot at backside. I'm blue zoning backside. Flash him.
Nade on me, maybe.
I have no flash. Full outside. Two on me.
Kanka right.
Stop, 3 kişi oynayalım. Hitli. Gazda kalıyorum kanka, cross demiyorum şu an Medo.
Bir can.
Eğer sola cross koyun.
Sağ tarafta tutuyor ama, sağ tutuyor.
Banak.
Running out.
Knock one.
One more. One more on the wall still.
One active. We go right side.
We go play the
Yeah,
blue.
go towards them. Yeah.
Нокнули одного.
Хава.
Блять, одно хп. В смоке нокнули, все, ластап. У холов ластап.
Бля.
Кидает.
Я слышу так вот. Смотри, прожимать хотят. Прожимает меня, помощь надо. Трое.
Убил.
Убили. Итак.
Bir tane kaldı. Resetten.
Kuzey alsana, Semih. Gerek yok.
Aldığımız res.
Я на инфу попал.
Тихо.
Я буду хилиться, понял? Инст.
Все, он там же,
Если
он на
побежит,
оранжевый.
он
Он
там
на
же,
оранжевый. У него яма. Бежит вас, бежит по правой бежит.
Я хилюсь, всё. Не пикай. Давай, на раз, два, три. Гоу.
Найс, легенда.
Ебаный дети шлюх.
Ты ставил на нас, ублюдок?
Ben de Deadbox'tayım şu an. Ama birazcık sağlı daha gitti. Ridge'in diğer tarafına doğru gitti.
South compound.
One guy in my compound, okay. What the fuck? 2 guys came from my compound. I might be dead. What the fuck? The shots he hit. Oh!
Come full towards you. Four cars. One in each.
I'm looking for a space.
Nice. One in each.
You as low.
You as low?
Yes. They can stop me.
And 2 cars going straight.
You as low.
Attack them one time.
I took your photo.
Attack them one more time. Knock them.
Nice.
People
on us.
Two guys green. One more. Low. Very low. Still there.
Two orange.
Don't go into it. I'm nading it.
It flies on green.
I'm nading
One
it.
HP.
Pushing on the car on orange. Running full open, middle of the field. 1 HP, running orange.
Nice. Drive to me.
I'm taking Nick's.
There's a guy in the car. Kill him. Green.
Contact yellow, contact.
On me.
Full team.
Knocked one.
3 man.
Two
Three man.
active.
Yes,
Go to me. You need to kill them.
Yeah,
They're both on me. They have a giga dip. You cannot do
I
anything.
have double blows on. I can.
I'm getting
double
native.
blows on it.
I'm trying to nade them as well.
I'm trying.
Roger, I'm healing. Watch out. Shoot BRDM, shoot BRDM.
Okay, guy. Dead.
BRDM still on me.
Up on.
I'm dead to
BRDM.
now. I'm dead to now.
Fuck. I fucked up.
За забором.
Тихо.
Ну нокнули, лаз у тебя сзади. Ну можешь ног добить, вот тут, point под забором.
Тихо.
Ползет под камень.
Мама,
Может, надо еще пробовать риск. Смог на меня надо. Ну, первый ног. Не, второй. Все, забей.
Пикает меня. Хае, можем кинуть?
Желтый выезжает.
Я ему ебало дал тело, я хай туда кидаю.
Давай.
Желтый едет туда же.
Он туда же
Туда
поехал. Лучший.
Хорош.
Бля, залутайте с них хватил, парни, маркируйте.
Что нам убивать? Нам либо троих убивать, где-то босс.
Нокнул метку слика. Двойка. Дохавать под машиной.
Их ластап.
Захавать.
Вы на левую бушу, ну.
Возьми сколько і з тебе смог.
Не можу пронати.
Прона на кругу я міс.
А марш!
Он за камнем ресает. Он за камнем. Ластап. Нет зоны, Сань, нет зоны.
Верхний камень дал.
Дал Нави. Я
Нет
смотрю
зоны,
справа.
Просто лежи.
Бля, что мне... Он за зоной, Сань. Он влево пробежал, за левый камень. Метка за камнем.
Мне нечего сделать.
Бля, да что он мне поставил, сука?
One's low as fuck. They're gonna turn in now. Yeah, they're gonna come in now. On me. 2 guys on me.
I need to turn.
Just driving it.
This to the regroup from south.
Kill, 2 south.
Take pickaxes and make hold. Knocked on yellow. Maybe you can get the flash, guys. Nice.
Nice.
Живи.
Он за пикап
За
переводит.
тачку отбежал, за тачку. Пушьте.
Еще один дальше пикапа на кактусе.
Нок.
Кактус, там хие. Мне хи дали отпикнуть.
Не могу. Хае греет.
Меня
Нок его.
в спине ластовый, тут меня нокнул. Меня можно взять на руки.
Ресет. 9 аптек дал. Не добивай, ничего не делай. Просто ляг.
Чего выходит? Видно. Парня.
Еще одного нокнул. Есть блюшка?
Там один по тачкой лежит.
Нету.
Его видно.
туда хая дам.
Shack is overpeaking. 1 knock on Shed. Nice.
Sorry, guys,
One more knock
alive
there.
still.
I'm just running on him.
He's full of you.
Knocked him.
Comment.
Come kill these guys.
I'm
flying in on the 2-story.
I'm flying to the 2-story.
Knocked him.
Nice, one up.
Where are the other knocks though? We could be getting flashes here.
No, there's no flashes.
They're outside in the smokes.
I just mollied on the
Nice. One active.
Watch out, don't go to my doors. There's a molly.
Nice.
Full dead.
Good shit.
Coming road. 2 guys. Yeah, somewhere in front towards yellow.
1 active.
One more there. Exactly same outside.
Now slow down. Just wanna int these guys. Yo, just wanna int them.
I have 2 nades.
Yellow side Spencer, by the way.
Nice, I'm doing, bro.
He's on stairs, top. He's top now, top.
One active.
Can we close that?
I'm getting smokes out, guys.
I don't have.
Okay, we gotta run.
No, insta left.
Nade on me, care guys, nade on me. Run.
Esin ton yapıyor Marco, Esin tutacağım ben seni yılanla ilgilen. İşte koşuyor, öldü Marco.
Esin'de bakacağım. Buradan Esin'de oynayacağım ben.
Hayır smoke bittiğinde ölecekler ondan bahsediyorum. Bir tane aynı yer. Çok iyi nice. Helalle Marco. Tamam süpersin Marco.
İyiyim Kuras, güzel yere geçtim.
Adam çattı.
я дал на зеленую.
Взорвал,
Смоки,
взорвал.
смоки, еще смоки.
Нет смоков, нету смоков.
Три сольника.
Git dönsene, git dön. Bir tur git dön. Acele etme. Yo, basamazsın. Gitmen lazım. Gitmen lazım bros, gitmen lazım.
Still on the right somewhere. I think in blue.
Dog shit.
Nice try, bro.
Я умер с синьки, скорее всего. Падает на крыша, Тёма!
Хорошо, бля!
Take the one side, Keta.
He's green.
Yeah, I can't play it. I don't see him. He's big red.
Behind green somewhere.
He's next to his car. Can you mark it?
Cars are
Yeah,
green
in a sec.
somewhere.
He's here. Second car.
Guys, can we kill them on green?
Just chill for now. Wait for everyone else to move first.
I'm safe.
Up on.
We miss now.
I don't know where Chris is. I'm fucking just...
I don't know who's looking. It's fucking. I'm safe.
Nice.
It's a fire tree. Focus down.
In front of me, proning. Let's go green.
Moving free. Tick 3 times. 4 times.
He's burning. Nice, good job, guys.
Outside check on green. Knocked him on green. I knocked him on green. He's gonna die.
They're running below us.
Box. Running.
Knock.
What?
Nice.
Too active.
I'm
Big
nading.
one to car.
Don't cry back.
Punish me.
Nading.
Punish me.
I'm gonna be good. Different team orange line.
Still JB guy.
Oli vielä äijä. Siellä juoksi sinisessä. Yksi jäi siniseen ja kuoli. Yksi nokki. Yksi ja lovi.
On Ferrys sisällä vielä hakatori, mutta... Toinen nokki.
Jep.
Oli flussa.
Asendi kuoli.
Nice, vitu iso.
Taljam. Метка хорошая.
Что ты, норм? Да. Tek patlayacak. Tek.
C4'le cover yaptı. Gözükmüyor bana.
Bir can. Bir can kaldı o.
Beni sıkıyor sağdan.
Нет, нокнул. Да, он ко мне.
Парни, ко мне.
Не вижу. Уебут.
Он лох хп. Хай кинь снова, убьешь. Не нокни, сука. Nice. Инсти.
Käy. Joo, ihan vasen jätkä.
Jäi Keltonen jäi.
Vika sininen puu. Ollu. Räjästää kovaa sua. Edes.
Желтая, право бежит, дерево. Точно.
Попробуй ног справа, Джеймс. Пока смог есть, попробуй.
Блять, еще не вытек, да?
Vitun nättiä.
Mark exactly.
Orange.
Let's fight, don't rest yet, let's fight them first.
I have to carry Alex.
They're gonna run back, I think.
Nice. Good shit.
You dropped me nades out of zero.
I have a...
Left side garage, you see him? Can we knock him?
Yeah, shooting.
Nice, they're two up now.
There's one Yoga Bonito now.
He's driving away. The guy landed.
Guy landed on you without loot.
I'm out.
He landed on you. Like he's on you. Still knock.
Knock the guy landed. He's above me.
Pick him up, be me.
Guys,
Stop on the blue, Nice,
let's kill
same spot.
We're gonna confront
Behind the
them.
tree, both of them. Behind the tree, both of them.
Knocked on the car.
On the car.
You need to play with me. One
His
HP.
job
One
is
HP.
okay.
We're going left around.
Yes, you need to go.
Stop them low.
Look, you cannot carry me. Just take meds.
Close to peek. One active view.
Yeah. On the cars, on the cars.
No, and one blue.
I
Blue
got
mark
shot
rock.
from
Blue mark
somewhere.
rock.
Roger.
One ran right.
I think we did
One more knocked, one more knocked,
okay?
one more knocked.
One active.
Listen,
all
we-
dead.
Headshot. You just
Probably bad.
Nice. Okay. You keep it.
Nading again. I'm nading
Running
close.
closer.
They're far. Far.
Okay. I'm blue zoning, just take.
Nice, good shit.
I'm blue zoning there, watch out.
Come here. Knock on me.
One backside.
Warehouse.
Warehouse.
Headshot at backside.
I'm blue zoning backside.
Flash him.
Nade on me maybe.
I have no flash.
So fine. Can't see
Full
it.
outside. Two on me.
Kanka right.
Stop 3 kişi oynayalım.
Hitli. Gazda kalıyorum kanka. Cross'tayım şu an Medo.
Biri bir can.
Eğer sola cross koyun.
Biri bir can. Sağ tarafta tutuyor ama. Sağ tutuyor.
Banak.
Running out.
Knock one.
Knock. One more. One more on the wall still.
One active, one
know.
active. We go right side.
We go by the
Yeah,
blue.
go towards him. Yeah.
Нокнули одного.
Хава.
Блять, одно хп. В смоке нокнули, все, ластап. У холов ластап.
Бля.
Кидает.
Я скажу так вот. Мои прожимать хотят. Прожимает меня. Помощь надо. Трое.
Убил. Всё.
Убили. Так.
Bir tane kaldı resetten.
Zırh alsana Semih.
Bitteyim. Aldığımız zırh.
Я на инфу пополз.
Тихо.
Я буду хилиться, понял? Инст.
Все, он там,
Если
он
он
на
бежит,
оранжевый.
он
Он
там
на
же.
оранжевый. У него яма. Бежит вас, бежит по правой бежит.
Я хилюсь. Всё нормально. Не пикай. Давай, на раз, два, три. Гоу.
Найс, блядь.
Ебаный деть шлюх.
Ты ставил на нас, ублюдок?
Ben Deadbox'tayım şu an. Ama birazcık sağlı daha gitti. Ridge'in diğer tarafına doğru gitti.
Compound.
One guy in my compound. Okay. What the fuck? Two guys came from my compound. I might be dead. What the fuck? The shots he hit. Oh!
Come full towards you. Four cars. One in each.
I'm looking for a space.
Nice. One in each.
You as well.
You as well?
Port Desire. A city that don't belong to anyone, but everyone wants a piece. No laws, no oversight. Just the jungle creeping back in. Both the vines and the people. The mayor stepped in where the government couldn't. Said the city needed order, and they'd be the ones to bring it. Keeping the peace on their terms. I walked away from it all. Kept my hands in dirt instead of blood. But desire is a fickle mistress. The city won't let me go. It won't forget my name. I asked for nothing, and they still came and took everything. The mayors and anyone that stands in my way, every last one of them. They're gonna learn something real simple. You reap what you sow.
One more time for one last day. The rip-roaring adventure of PEC to start off 2026 is upon us, and we have got one more chance for all of these teams to try and strike at the Esports World Cup. Of course, the PGS circuits that are coming up as well. Trying to stake your claim on a place at PNC. There is so much on the line today for these teams. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kalaris here, joining you for all of the festivities. And of course, we have Martin, we have Mark, good old Eminem to round things out. Mr. Martin, it's going to be a good day here for PEC.
Yeah, what a day. And what a career-defining moment and a career-defining 5 games we're about to have here. It's going to be super cool. There's some teams in the lead already, but it feels like it's actually more open than it should be.
Mr. Mark, it's going to be an exciting time. I think that it will be close towards the very top. I have to pivot. I feel like, as much as I would love to see Twisted Minds make that comeback, I feel like Vitality and Na'Vi might be clinching one of these. This is going to be spicy.
Oh, yeah, and you can add more teams into that mix. I think Vitality have been looking good, consistency across. Na'Vi started strong, which we don't normally see. They're a team that comes strong at the end. Then that worries me because we're on the last day, last 5 games. Na'Vi is good for them as well. Twisted Minds. We spoke to Batulians yesterday. Like, they're clearly trying things. I think they've got it in the tank to be able to deliver as well. And that's before we even talk about a Team Nemesis or noslack, because they are an outside bet, but they will be eager to get to the top.
Definitely potential for jumps as we take a look at the 16 teams that will be playing things out. Nemesis, of course, they're names that we're very familiar with, but they came in from the Cups as a whole across both finals, and they were a bit of a revelation Avenger. They've been able to really perform very, very well towards the very tippy top.
Yeah, it's been looking good. And again, sure, there's some consistency there, and the comeback that we kind of saw from Virtus Pro, besides no placement points, they've been looking really good on the kills, but it's still close. But there's still a 25-point lead for down to Twisted Minds for Na'Vi. Vitality 20 points. It's quite the gap here, and also for noslack to have this chance we're talking about. That's 25 points up to a tie to Team Vitality, which is the team they need to beat into Esports World Cup or PGS.
For sure, as we take a look at overall leaderboards. Here's the lay of the land for today. You're going to have to keep track of it throughout the day. We've seen some big jump ups as well, though, Mark, over yesterday especially, with some teams having a bit of a harder time in that day number 1, but definitely joining the left side of this table.
Yeah, look, let's start from the bottom. No surprise that obviously we'd want to get a kind of a VP up here, and lacking the placements, the kill points would definitely thrive in. But the big ones for me was that kind of Joga Bonito, as they've done pretty well. noslack obviously were climbing, and then the construction workers. We can't turn our eyes away from the construction workers. There's still a lot to do, but arguably they had a better day number 2. Can they keep that up going into day 3?
Good question. Good question. Of course, as we take a look at Virtus Pro to start things off, it really does feel like they've been playing a little bit differently, Avenger. Maybe I'm not sure how keen they are on going really balls to the wall for this one. It's not that many placement points and a whole lot of kills. Yeah, it's been looking a little bit rough. And Virtus Pro yesterday, 26 points. So like their consistency through the days is actually on par. They had the exact same amount, almost one less point the day before. The biggest jump yesterday was noslack, though. They had an absolute horrible day 1, and yesterday 49 points, only beaten by Na'Vi. So very, very impressed with noslack. If they can get another day like this, and Vitality does not get a good chunk of points here, they could maybe jump ahead, or well, keep the lead that they currently have to Team Vitality, because it's certain at this point that HiVE is out. Yeah, that's really important. Let's talk about those things as well here, Mark, because as you can see with these PGC points across the 2 finals, that basically determines how things are going to be going forwards towards the next tournaments, right? So there is, as Avenger says, technically a world where noslack can do this and be able to jump way up, but I don't know if Team Vitality is going to let their foot off the pedal here, Mark.
Yeah, for those that are trying to keep up to speed with what's going on, they're the 2 teams you really want to be watching today for these point systems, because if Vitality are ahead, if they don't let their foot off the gas, so to speak, then they should be claiming that place. But noslack is an outside bet. They're ahead of them. They're a great finals number 1. They just need to deliver again. And then you got to look at that kind of that Team Nemesis, Na'Vi and VP. Well, if you put Na'Vi and VP aside, based on those PGSs, then you've got to put potentially as a Team Nemesis a kind of a shoe-in, and then we're only looking for that last spot.
Yeah, very important here. Let's take a look at what Vitality's been able to put up so far, and I think that it's been an interesting road for Vitality so far. There's been some real downs, Avenger, but there's been some great ups as well. I think when you look at the downs, you kind of think to yourself, okay, yeah, but they only qualified in day 3 of that first final, and then didn't really have the most amazing of finals per se. But then the addition of Quizzy has been an interesting one to watch. I'm still undecided as to exactly how it's working out. Of course, Quizzy will fit into anything, right? But I think that there's an opportunity here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the first finals, they were in that kind of big mid-pack. We didn't really notice them too much. They had 89 points, which is obviously great how much and how deep they've gotten already so far today here. But they're just 20 points from 4th. So, like, it's not that bad of a performance here. But if they're able to keep this lead and stay ahead of noslack, which is basically the task for today here, that would mean that they would lock in the spot here. And I feel like when that is such an important factor, that's going to be such a heavy focus. So we're going to see a lot of, third-party focus, like the timings of some of the entrances to the circles, both from noslack and Vitality, because they know it's so apparent that they just need to beat each other and still stay in the top 5, top 6. Then they take that Esports World Cup spot and the PGS spots, which we're going to see further down the line.
I think we'd be remiss if we didn't talk, before we get into all of the proceedings for these 5 games as well today, about Na'Vi. Number 1 at the moment, 106 points, 20 points clear of Vitality, and Na'Vi looks like the complete package right now. I usually say that about Twisted Minds, and absolutely, they always look like the complete package, but this Na'Vi roster, with a PGS2 win under their belt, I think they're coming for the championship here, man.
It's interesting because it's going to be a real world statement. I think Ferris has been that final key, but he's been all there for ages. But the fact that he stepped up to the level he stepped up to, which is kind of why it sounds really weird, this IGL that's kind of leading from the front, especially on that first day, has done well. But I even think it goes behind the scenes. We had a little bit of a laugh yesterday. Our rating said they were going to get 60 points. They pretty much were bang on the nose, give or take, right? Today, he said they're taking 67. So I've got to look at that number and go, is it possible? He really wants the extra stress.
Get 6, 7 points. Are you trolling me here?
He wants it 6, 7, but I think that joke's now gone by. But the fact that he's pushing them from 60 yesterday, and if that is the case, that he wants an additional 7 points out of the bag from the final day, they're a force to be reckoned with. No one can get in the way of this team.
This is ridiculous. Alrain, you're 33 years old, mate. Stop this. Stop this bollocks. But, I mean, one thing's for sure is that I don't think that it's going to be too far off the mark, Avenger. I mean, even if they do start slow, we've seen as they've been able to make up the points difference later on in the days as well, as we watch them towards the end, just, doing BRDM things and doing all right for themselves, and tonight towards the end towards Twisted Minds. But I think they understand the severity of someone going up against someone like Twisted Minds, right? They know that any point will matter, because Twisted Minds could easily have a big day as well today.
I mean, that 59 points day 1 here, if Twisted Minds replicates that somehow and Na'Vi does not have a good day, then they're going to be super close. And I kind of hope that Na'Vi doesn't have a big day, just to make it exciting. If Na'Vi went out and won, 1 or 2 more games to kind of start with, it would be done. We would be like, okay, who takes second place? Then the focus is on Vitality and noslack, right? But I think it's great for Na'Vi that they're this good. This is also a parameter that they need to look at if they want to win more internationals, right? Because it's such a strong region. We have so many representatives coming out of EMEA that is also at the top at other tournaments globally, internationally. So that's one thing that I understand is like something you gotta kind of rectify too. So I like the importance of and focus and points from Alrain. But for me, yesterday there was a few games where they shouldn't have won, but they did. Hackator clutches, some of the pull-ups. Those 5, the 5 bullets, last bullets were that should have been a Vitality's game. That was kind of a crazy situation though. You're popping your last few bullets and you're getting the win off that.
I like how Poro called it the perfect game when he was I was watching PAS and he called it the perfect game down to the bullet, and it really did feel that way. But you guys at home can be perfect as well if you find the rest of this code over on social media, and then you can get yourself some lovely G-coin as well to spend on some of the hideout guns, some of the Harley Davidson collab that is coming up as well, so make sure to be able to go and claim that. I will say though, Mark, as well, before we get into proceedings, that there is a lot to be played played for all the other teams as well, right? Being able to get as high as possible, get PGC points on board, because that could set you up nicely for what will be PEC Fall later on down the line. So there's tons of stuff to play for.
Yeah, so there's a big focus, as we said, going for EWC, trying to get yourself, and there'll be obviously questions for a lot of these teams, especially when it comes down to PNC. But you're right, some of these teams are in the mid-pack, maybe a bit lower down, and they are in the finals. It's about finishing this event off strong, making sure you get as many points against your team's name, because when you do come back in the fall, actually you'll be ahead of everyone else. The big thing for them, though, is making sure they keep warm and up to speed, because they've got to, again, get ahead, get in the qualifications, and either work their way through the cup. So it's not as easy as that. Yes, they can get the points, but they have to make sure they get back into the circuit.
That's going to be the real test. Keep him warm, because there's not that many tournaments to play if you are not qualifying for EWC, the next circuits that come up, etc., and things like that. But anyway, one of our contenders, of course, is Team Vitality, trying to take that #1 spot here so far. And let's hear from good old Quizzy, the newest addition from Vitality.
Доброго FPS, меня зовут Quizzy, и сегодня я вам покажу, что такое дропшот. Сам по себе дропшот — это одна из фишек, которую используют про-игроки в невыгодных для себя ситуациях, чтобы перестрелять оппонента. Заключается он в том, что мы скипаем анимацию перед тем, как ложиться, и сразу входим в прицел. Что я имею в виду? Большинство игроков, когда в них стреляют, просто начинают ложаться при беге и пытаются по кому-то пострелять, но, как вы видите, прицел просто улетает в небо, и это невозможно сделать. Чтобы этого не было, нам нужно просто во время бега нажать CZ, и тогда мы сразу будем входить в АДС и готовы стрелять по своему оппоненту. Также это часто используется, когда мы перестреливаемся с оппонентом, и, к примеру, он уже ждет нас и будет знать, что мы будем выходить из угла, либо его распикивать, либо выходить на широком. И чтобы перехитрить его, часто многие игроки сразу делают это с дропшота, потому что человек, который смотрит с другой стороны или целит вас, обычно ожидает, что вы просто выбежите. А вы сразу ляжете, проскипав анимацию, и тем самым вы повышаете свой шанс на то, что вы выиграете в этой перестрелке. На этом все. Ставьте лайки, подписывайтесь на канал, и уже увидимся на самом беге.
Wait a minute, has Quizzy suddenly commandeered the channel, is he? Like and subscribe, guys. Cheers, Quizzy, I guess. Yeah, make sure to do that over here on the Twitch, I guess. But of course, we have 5 games coming at you for today to see how all of these teams are going to play things out. It is going to be a good one for sure. We have got ourselves Miramar, Tego, Rondo in the middle, all sandwiched by that Erangel bun from left to right here, Martin. So, as always, I think that when it comes to EMEA, it's always fierce. We're seeing even some differences in playstyle to a certain degree. Someone like Yoga Bonito has injected some aggression towards the start of some of these games, and then kind of dialed it back a little bit on some of the later games yesterday, which I was surprised about. But I think they understand that there's actually some legit points and some legit money on the line for them in 6th place currently.
Yeah, for sure. Huge possibilities for them to rock in. As we see the point system, we know that. We don't want to talk about it, but I want to point out, now that we're playing 2 Wrangles today, let's take a look at how many points the teams have gotten so far. There, Twisted Minds leading that with 35. Navi is actually down in 11. So a 24-point difference. Vitality is up there. noslack is up there. Virtus Pro is up there. So it might be a tendency, might be something to look at. But still, now that we're playing that 40% of the time today, there's a big chance for these teams to come in and grab some big points.
Twisted Mind's always good on it. They've got themselves so many podiums over the last 2 finals, but not actually that many wins for Twisted Minds, right? I mean, like, they're always able to get towards the late game stages mark, but there's only been, one win from this so far across our 10 games here for Twisted Minds, but 5 podiums overall. So I'm hoping maybe we can see a few more wins with Twisted Minds in mind to get themselves up towards that #1 spot.
Yeah, look, an early win for them would actually really set the day out, right?
Yeah.
Talking to interview yesterday, like he only thinks there's 5 other teams out there that are worth talking about. Everyone else is just cannon fodder to Twisted Minds. A victory with some cannon fodder actually really mix up the leaderboard, and that gives them the chance to get back on top. I think they would have closed out day number 1 really happy, and actually the slippage, if you can say that on day 2 for Twisted Minds, I wouldn't even call it that because Navi played so well. They will want to come back today, and as Martin, as you say, with those double Wrangles, this is their home turf. They are going to be sitting in the middle. They are going to find their way into a late game.
another team that's looked a bit more dialed in compared to like our first 2 weeks when they didn't qualify for the finals is actually construction workers, Martin. 54 points right now. It's nothing to sniff at here, considering the lobby and the scale of which of a task that they're going up against. I know that they're very well-known names before, but I feel like there's been some slippage here and there, and now they're kind of dialing some of that back in as well.
Yeah, and 39 points yesterday, a huge step up compared to the other days.
Yeah.
And, I like the approach that they had. They also have some of the engagements that, especially here, worked out really well. They're able to do some pull-ups. They're able to kind of punish some of the teams and using the terrain to their advantage. Also, what we heard from Batunis yesterday, he really likes this terrain, and especially here on Rondo, and especially the area we had here, that was actually such a huge factor in the late game. We saw so many teams using the mortars to make kind of playable space up ahead of them. So really like what they're able to do here, especially from yesterday. I'm a little bit worried for them because we have, you know, as Batunis said yesterday, we have 5 teams that's worth playing for. So to put it in a kind of more restaurant take, it's 5 main courses and 11 appetizers. And the small appetizers, they might be easier to eat for the big guys. And that's what I'm really worried for today, because there's so much on the line. These teams on the very top, they know exactly how to kind of play around that. And the nerves on the players on the smaller teams could struggle a little bit, considering that, like, as I said earlier, it's such a career-defining day, and it's basically a whole year that's made if you have a good performance today.
Yeah, I mean, the mid-pack is still quite broad, I will say, here for this, right?
Yeah.
It's not like there's too many teams that are really falling completely by the wayside. Those appetizers are suddenly getting a bit more feisty, giving you a bit more bite for your buck here, Mark. And there's definitely, if you think about like PGG, for example, who I think had a really good first finals here in PEC, currently in, 15th place, but they're really not actually that far behind. You suddenly get yourself a 20-point win or 20-plus point win, you're suddenly right up there challenging for better points.
Yeah, look, they came in week after week, right, on the qualifiers and topped that day number 2, their first day. So we know they've got it in them. But it's just a mindset, I feel like, in the finals. They're not playing like we normally see, especially in the sort of the qualifying. But you are right, one good game, and we know they can put big points on the board. That does mean actually they will try and get through. And they are one of these teams that will look out of the 5 games to do a win and a huge kill, and then work on the average. I feel like all we've been missing for the last 2 days is the win for them. If they can get a win, then they will just sort of cruise their way up that leaderboard pretty well.
How does Hakatori do it, man? Is he the best in the world right now? Is he, like, it is just monstrous what he's able to put up.
He is. It's undeniable. I want to point out, though, the way that we're kind of talking about how Ferris has really made the team come to fruition, you could say. I feel like it's the same way where the saying of, if you have great friends, you'll become a great man, right? If you have great co-players and great team players, colleagues, whatever you want to call it, you're able to also elevate your game, and that's what I really feel has been the case for Ferris. And the whole team just feels so perfect right now. Like, everything works nicely for them, and I really hope that they're able to close this one out. Also, though, they're able to go out and bang out some more international events, because this is a roster to be reckoned with for sure.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. So we are just waiting for our first game to begin. Obviously, we're going to wait patiently for all of these players to be ready and good to go. Other teams, of course, that we still need to want to talk about. A team like noslack, right? Like noslack, Mark, I think that technically what they were able to do to be able to bump up a little bit further, a very important result for them. And maybe they can make some waves today, but it's going to have to be big to try and topple some of those top teams.
Yeah, they've been a little bit underdog, unseen compared to this man here, Cristani for Joga Bonito. Wow, what a day yesterday he had. That was insane. And able to kind of compete with the likes of Beamy with a 40% headshot rate, which I think is outstanding as well. So hopefully for noslack, they continue the momentum, James, but it's okay at the moment. I like what they're doing.
All right, one last chance, one last opportunity for every single one of these squads to be able to get themselves some decent PGS points or PGC points to be able to get themselves to the big lands that are on the horizon. Thank you very much, Martin, for joining us. We'll get you back in after this. It's time for game number 11, Mark, as all of these players descend onto the battleground.
Game number 11 is match number 1, though, and it is the final day. The final 5 matches here here for these teams to decide actually who is going to be making it and changing the fate of the potential for them to get to EWC. 5 big games can make 5 big chances, and this playing path though is a southeast up towards a northwest. So arguably not too bad. Most of these teams will find a prio spot. We do have a slight contention as Ascend, though, going out quite early here, which is quite weird for me because Ascend will normally go either 2 other places, which would be Primorsk, or be going to kind of Stal, but obviously they're jumping over the top. They're taking their HiVE, who didn't qualify to this phase finals. So they'll be going over the top of Team Yooo, who would have been more happy to sort of expand out into that Milta power section. But actually, it's not too bad. And one update actually for Ascend, I spoke to T-Bone today, James, and actually they made a slight change today.
Oh my God.
T-Bone is the IGL up until late game, and there is a question about Ascend getting into late game, where actually Kiliakai is going to be taking over the calls in a late game finish.
I don't mind it. I don't mind it at all. I think it's not just the Ascend boys that rate Kiliakai very highly. It's also other teams that are currently rating Kiliakai very highly, right? So I think that the people have got quite a bit of respect for his abilities and how they're going to play things out here. That said, though, Mark, this circle is gruesome for these teams. This is not what many of these teams wanted to see. Because the thing is that, yes, there's so much military, but this could easily shift back mainland, even when so many teams will commit military on something like this, because it is more technically military leaning. So there is a terrible world where all of these teams are kicking themselves for some of the choices that they may make early game here.
Yeah, and to talk about those early choices, our VP, who obviously dropped across towards that Westbridge, they've already moved themselves over towards military as well. So they might need some big points. Be interested to see if they kind of set up shop, so to speak, and just wait out as Levante takes a quick breather before he needs to figure out how he gets into this game. Because for these guys on the other side, an emergency pickup might be the only call for them to get in.
Cristiani starts things off, taking down Lou. Not bad at all. He's been a bit of a phenom as Cristiani. As I said before yesterday, a star-making performance from this man here for PEC. Even so much so that people like Avenger were thinking to themselves, you know, where's he going to go next if Yoga Bonito doesn't somehow keep hold of him? Very impressive stuff so far. Because the thing is, if you're suddenly on constant rivals pages alongside Levante and Hakatori and all of these things, like, that's huge, honestly, Mark.
That's what I said yesterday. Like, if Joga Bonito don't continue to extend forward and like get into that sort of top spots, then they got to think of what they're going to do for this mid to late part of the year, right? And when if you're a coach, if you're an analyst staff, or if you're an owner of an org and you're looking for players, if you're looking to fill spots or make changes, especially with EWC looming, you look at a player like Cristalian and go, do you know what? That's not a bad pick. That's not a bad gamble for us to take.
Yeah, definitely. 2 emergency pickups coming in. Everybody's already kind of baiting towards the idea of heading towards that military island. Navi going for the boat. HiVE moving on the western bridge at the moment too. Yooo is hunting Ascend on the Milta power locations and kind of those edge plays. So either hunting or both of them are looking for similar boat locations. Regardless of the fact they may end up running into one another at the moment, as Cappy and BWD are waiting for the maneuver here along the coastline. I think there was already a few shots though. So I don't think Sen's going to be taking the bait here too much. What do you think, Mark?
Well, no, they can go north as well and potentially take that boat, which is higher up, which is a better play. Team Yooo actually talking to Michael, he was like, we're just going to throw some stuff at the wall and hopefully it's going to stick today. And looks like they are going for it. PWD is waiting, does get into the boat and the light goes green, but PWD doesn't find the connection for his Chris, and now he has the opportunity to take that boat round to the other side, but they do get a connection and it forces his Chris to make a turn.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I feel like, of course, I guess there wasn't shots prior, so actually committing to this makes me think that that is the case. But as soon as you have shots towards you, of course, he turned tail and left a little bit, but you're still very open to those shots. The rest of Yooo, though, is falling back from it. As soon as you see those shots as Ascend, you've got to think that Yooo has been setting that up for a while. So you've got to be very careful about your movements in that moment.
I think for me, do they know that Keta's there? And then for Keta, can he even get out of there? He's going to have to sit and wait. And lucky enough for them, they are backing off. The guys have repositioned over towards Milta Power, so they should have eyes on that. Cappy, PWD and James are now falling back. That will give potentially the opportunity now for Keta to get moving, and we can see him getting a little bit more active now on that mini map. So nice early attempt, but you've got to look at it, Ascend. You've got to look at a Team Yooo, and what else have they got to lose here apart from being aggressive? So nice start here, but it is day number 3.
No, I agree. See what you can get done, right? At the same time, in reference to those emergency pickups that we were talking about from noslack and Vitality, I think Vitality coming in slightly later on that emergency pickup has got to be very wary about where they drop, because based on the fact that there was just an emergency drop right before them coming on at exactly the same angle as them. So they're going to know that there were already teams on Military Island already, but they've especially got to be very cautious about the fact that they're coming in behind other emergency pickups.
It's going to be about timing. As these teams have moved over, construction workers being one of them. Obviously, their drop will allow them to open up this kind of east bridge. Navi obviously moved over, mentioned before. VP didn't close the gate on that west bridge, but they have moved fully in on towards that southeast corner. So everyone expecting this east shift. I do worry. You alluded to it at the very beginning, and I've seen it so many times. A zone that pulls back towards the west opens up the main island yet again.
Yeah, or even just centering straight towards the bridge, right? Like, that is something that really then causes even more problems, where you get still the 50-50 into Circle 2, into Circle 3, as now Yoga Bonito coming in here for their emergency pickup. Now, similar thing that I said about Vitality, right? They've got to be super careful. Technically speaking, if you're hitting Military Island with this emergency pickup here, you're kind of actually coming in later than you would normally be had the Circle had more landmass. So... yeah. For Yoga Bonito, they do have to be very wary about how they're going to drop. They've got to get down as fast as possible with those parachutes, I think. Yeah,
they're looking at Nova as a potential opportunity. I think they'll be looking at the high side and go, do you know what? It's taken. S2G taking the public transport now as they will just crest on past. The cars will be the giveaway, but they have positioned it to the right side of the container. I do worry. Don't get me wrong. I think we're going to go military. I can't see a world that it will go back up towards Milta. But if we lose so much of the landmass on the next shift, that could be catastrophic for these teams.
They see vehicles on that, so they know that someone's on there. There is still chasing going on for Yooo, by the way, against Descend. And as you can see here, descending very fast with Yoga Bonito to try and get into the positions over at Novo. But there's already teams lurking around here. And it was the 2 teams that were coming in from an emergency pickup. So all of these teams really don't have any vehicles at the moment to make any kind of maneuvers whenever they would actually want to, unless there was something in the garages to the west of them still left. But that would be taken by noslack right now. Levante and the boys here from Vitality very keen on trying to deny Yoga Bonito encroaching on any position of theirs. That's some lovely bunny hopping.
It was perfect as well. It was eccentric. It's going to be about time though for both these teams. Yes, they can ensure that they get their better. Yes, they've got to be a bit cautious, but PWD's fallen. Team Vitality, they want to get one up on Yoga Bonito. They've already got one up the air. If they get bogged down these fights, we've seen it so many times. So actually a team like noslack, who's already in a position out to the outside of Novo, will deny the opportunity for Vitality. And for noslack, they are the big winner from that. Let Team Vitality, let Yoga Bonito wear themselves down. If noslack can keep calm, they will be able to clear that, and that gives them a good step up for game 1.
I find losing PWD very interesting there for Yooo, because again, they just went very aggressive north on that little bit of a chase there. And the rest of Yooo are now just sat way further down with an emergency pickup. There's not going to be any recovering of any blue chips of any kind there for PWD. So he was so disconnected. I guess this is what you meant by they're going to be throwing something at the wall and seeing what sticks, because unfortunately this one just slid down. Not much more there available to them, as there's going to be lots of teams coming in late. You can. What's really interesting, if we could look at the map briefly whilst this circle's on the way, is that so many of the teams on Military Island are all positioned just in case it does actually go back to mainland. Everyone's congregated so hard towards the edge of Military Island, which is rather unusual.
Yeah, I think everyone's second guessing it. I think everyone is second guessing it. And it is like, hey, do you know what? Maybe we've seen these crazy zones. Well, we are about to see go. Okay, so it's gone heavy down towards that south side. That's really good. So we don't hold on to that craziness that could be potentially that sort of east bridge. But this does cause a problem because it's shifted so far down towards the south. It does mean that we've got a hell of a lot of water in. VP have claimed so much terrain on the south side, and everybody's going to be looking up who can be king of the hill.
Yeah, Twisted Minds is still actually on kind of a felt like a bridge camp moment there from against the position of Nemesis, but at the same time, construction workers doing a bit of damage here against PGG, and that's interesting because PGG has already got themselves the observatory here up on the hill, so losing one member is going to hurt them quite a bit, as Yooo is now coming down what feels like really way too late for an emergency pickup here. If they'd have done this with PWD a little bit earlier, this could have worked out, but there's so many teams here waiting in wait.
Everyone's on the outside. Let's Twisted Minds again. I need a good step up. Battalions, though, on the end of the pier and might be on the end of his tether as Team Nemesis. They are lurking. Maybe they're one of the 5 teams that he might have highlighted yesterday. We'll have to get those names out of him. Example, Perfectix. They are moving in towards zone and maybe cutting ties with Battalions, but talk about cutting ties. We're cutting ties with Team Yooo, and they will fall. It's 11 minutes in, 16 plays for them, and they've thrown some stuff at the wall, and it hasn't stuck for game number 1.
No, definitely not. And Send is kind of the real winner of all of that went down in terms of them coming in later after taking down PWD. At the same time, Twisted Minds going to be still camping this bridge at the moment. Nemesis coming along. Perfecting start things off. Takes down Sunset. Takes down Mailman. Brilliant shots coming on in. They could take 3 and Stayed actually knocks Perfectix during all of this. It was Example doing a bit more damage, but Diffex has been able to take him. So that is 2 for 2 at the moment. Here come the reinforcements. It might be too late though.
Might be. He has cut the engine. Zeki his way down. Will take the opportunity to have a bit of a breather. Can see Melman. Does open up the guns to get a confirmation. Diffix, though, was trying to get it. Oh, my God! Battalions the GOAT! He bags Diffix as well. Oh, Diffix indeed.
Look out, Scoob. Yes, no, unfortunately, he was knocked out of the car. Stayed now trying to deny Battalions on his angle here, as it is basically the one-on-one, unless he can make the cross on over to Diffex to try and help things out. Jeez Louise. You know, in Battalions, we always talk about his prowess when it comes to his big brain. That's what the Twisted Minds logo's for. It was made after Battalions, but he can shoot. He can shoot all right. Whoa.
You have to try and make a move. It's worth noting while we're waiting for this fight to come to an end. Steed will find high ground. He does find safety. S2G have gone back. They've kept on the public transport. They punched the ticket again. They've gone back to the mainland.
I suspect
the fighting between Vitality.
Well, considering how busy Novo was, like, did they want to be there?
This is like, yeah, we'll pass.
Get off. Yeah, that's. I am slightly surprised as well. I don't know what their opportunity is going to be here. I thought they might have actually just jumped. You know where Na'Vi was when they actually were passing them by when the boat gets really quite close to that northern edge, but even that would have been...
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Maybe they knew something we didn't. Maybe they just needed a bit more time in the blue because they're aquatic. And if you're a Send, does It's Chris go out to that little cheeky island out on the east and just park a boat? I would. He might even be in a glider, to be fair, at this point.
Yeah, maybe. I know Kirexi's definitely in a glider. He's been kind of buzzing around that south side of the circle, so this is an opportunity for Virtus.pro to get some more points on the board here. That is... I can't quite recall a circle being this east. Whoa.
I know. I can feel Martin's already putting that into AI to get us the percentage of water.
How much
versus...
water in the percentage? yeah.
We're waiting to see. Kirix has the opportunity to go airborne, but he's going to take the opportunity just to land. Get the refuel back in as he'll find safety. HiVE, on the other hand, not too far away as a neighbour. Ascend, though, receive a knock from Kidiakai from exHOWL, who are just ahead of him. For T-Bone for Keta, I'd have to apply pressure to get round to him. And it's Chris. Yeah, he's still lurking out in the water. He's still patrolling at the battleship. He is airborne. He's the RAF. He's out there. He's going to take the opportunity now to potentially give up the glider, but to get his boy back up.
I don't think... Well, okay. You know what? That's not gone well. We're going to do a little bit of jumping. It's really not working out. Oh, God. He's German. He's not the RAF. This is ridiculous. It's called the Luftwaffe.
Yeah, but whatever happened, it didn't work out. So you have to call in for reinforcements. Keta or T-Bone is going to have to go for the res for Kidiakai as it's Chris has to go down towards the waterfront and think about an avenue he can get in. Talk about avenues, everyone else has an opportunity just to go for a full send, and it is a full send as the gods from the storm came from the skies above into the loving hands of Hakatori. There's one, there's two, grenade goes down. Ferris, though, will find the second.
Yeah, all that was a lightning bolt to their face here.
Oh my
courtesy
God.
of Na'Vi. I don't know what you're going to be able to do there. Slow jacket though from the back, actually knocking Boostic here. Maybe PGG can be the savior of them for just a moment. Slow once again, another nade against Hakatori. Slow with doubles. That's really nice. Very well done by them so far, as they were able to prior get themselves all back 4 up, good to go. PP Bison. Okay, Mr. Presenti, I see you. Okay. He didn't have much, apparently, to work with after getting back up.
The weatherman has reported in that we have a 60% chance of water versus land in this one, according to Martin. So thanks for that.
Thank you.
It was at a glance, so it might be a southeasterly breeze now as these teams have to work in on the west, and there is not a lot of land. Think about the land train we've got. We've got Novo, which has got the urban, so again, safety for teams to get in there if they can get in there. Construction workers on the high ground, PGG on the high ground as well, and everyone else is fighting for a side of a hill.
I mean, it should move away from water, but I'm still scared of a potential weird circle. Okay, so we've gone over towards as much as we could have actually included, basically, which is nice here for the teams. It's a little bit of a reprieve considering the previous circles, as now all of those teams on that west side are going to be moving on, and HiVE needs to do something. Stayed for Nemesis, a bit crippled as a whole for this team, as needs to do something, and now Virtus Pro on that south side still has something to play. The construction workers, no slack, looking all right here in some of the positions that they've got.
You look around and apart from Na'Vi, Vitality, they've been the real winners so far, especially from that emergency pickup to Novo. So from the migration they've had, they just now need to try and convert this. Storm Request will fall down 2-0, get struck out at 15th place. I think this is going to be a bit more of a calm before the storm because these teams will find location and just try and lock it down.
I find it interesting that Na'Vi, after the fight with Storm Request and PGG, was able to bail as effectively as they did. Na'Vi, Team Nemesis is gone, though, completely, as that's unfortunate for Stade, really being completely stifled by Twisted Minds. And I think that they knew that, Nemesis coming in and being the one that could potentially challenge them as a podium position, I think that Twisted Minds was totally okay with that, even though they lost a lot for it, right? And it's not really going to help them too much on catching up with the Vitality and Na'Vi position.
No, but at least they've stopped their competitor. Nemesis trying to catch up with them. My logic is Ferris has seen him. Slaven is keeping a lot cooler than I would have done. I'd have been moving and throwing that grenade out the window by now. But he's kept cool. Cristani not too far away. Bushido Wildcats will divide. Let's see if they can conquer. As VP on the other side of the zone. Again, it's his side of the hill. Really interesting for me is what the pickaxe is going to do. We've had red zone already where the construction workers have taken advantage, but they will be able to fortify some kind of position.
Yeah, the downhill nature of the hillside that construction workers is on all the way down to the east is definitely a bit tricky sometimes. It can be quite open if you're going down or up, so pickaxe might be quite useful. Ferris gone, fortunately, here for Na'Vi once again. Just one member remaining here for our lobby leaders in Spiro. One of the most veteran players here, really, in the lobby. As Slafson still just holding on against any potential nades coming his way. PGG did really well to be able to shut down Na'Vi and now move on to this position. They've got a little bit of room to work with, but they're going to be trading things off against HiVE here in the distance, seeing what they can get done.
To Bushido Wildcats, maybe take a bite of that as well, not too far. Sloy looking to try and take a bite. Vard does get Dante. So again, farming information for PGG. We've said they just want to win, and a handful of kills will be a game changer. Emergency pickups coming back in from Twisted Minds, so they did get the recall in. Means they're going to get bodies back up, but where do you go is my $1 million question, because you'd look at this and go, actually, Novo might be the only option that you can compete now.
How did Twisted Minds get Example and Perfectix back up? Batulin's you madman. I cannot believe it, but they are now coming down on parachutes here and seeing what they can get done. And the circle goes the way of Ascend.
I did not expect
teams.
I was Novo. We're going Novo. We're going to get an urban ending. Surely it's northwest shift. The fact that it's come down and kind of descended right onto that corner of the road, that's big decision making now for Twisted Minds. Example, Perfectix. They must be airborne. They must be trying to delay and try and scout. Right, they've got no other option. But back towards the fight though, Bushido Wildcats, they have taken a bite out of this one. Cristani does find one, but the other will fall down. And back to PGG. Now with them losing the zone, they have to go loud as they open up on HiVE.
Yes. Not bad here from PGG at all, but at the same time now HiVE is still putting in a bit of damage against them as well. They need to reposition at the moment. They're actually moving forwards. There is a Panzerfaust in hand, though, here for Dante. Goes for the shot against the BRDM. Not really connecting with too much. That's a great nade, though, on the backside of it, and it does actually knock Dante. Schengen down as well here PGG doing some work from the bottom of the tables, but as I said before in the pre-show, that just a 20-point game could easily jump you up all the way.
We need that 20-point gain. On 4 at the moment. HiVE trying to get a fight, but VP getting involved. Correxy does the damage. Sensei has to jump back in towards that BRDM, but not for much longer. That's cooking. Sensei is out. Lucky enough, he has popped the smoke, so it gives you the opportunity just to kind of wiggle himself to safety, and more importantly, joystick the team to maybe keep Roxto at bay.
Perfectix is now swimming, and example has been spotted in the air by some of these teams, but so he's slowly descending, but he is still up there, waiting for an opportunity. Okay, now he's landed, and now he's gone. Sorry, mate. That was as quick as that. Keta 98 with the M24. Unfortunately, no Car 98 for him just yet, but he does get actually that steal. So even more points for Ascent potentially. And again, this feels like their game to win from that kind of spot. Nobody's really going to be challenging them. There's going to be huge fights in the north, huge fights in the west, and then that will boil down to Ascent probably picking up some of the scraps.
Yeah, they're in the middle. Everyone else on the outside, if not in the zone. Example is playing an interesting game. Sorry, Perfectix is playing an interesting game. Example should have taken a leaf out of his book and gone for that island. As maybe no one looks back that way, and it would be Ascend that would catch it. HiVE there he is.
Could be a hardship.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, as long as he's not spotted, he can swim back underneath Ascend, and then it's a question of how long can he eke out as second place.
Yeah, it definitely could be a hardship here, but at the same time, it's going to be hard for all of these teams coming in from this side. Zabila presenting down, Sloy Jacket down, trying to run over everything going on here. Salik is going to make a big dash towards whatever could be in the middle of this circle, but I think wherever he goes now, phantom cars abound as well. And also, actually, Ascend was keeping an eye on the water there, but Salik's gone. That's PGG down in 10th, despite having Observatory early in this game.
Look at the amount of zone control Ascend have got. And because the hill just comes off, Keta just double-checking. Spidey senses are tingling that someone could be out there, and it is a smart play. Grenade comes through. S2G, though, to detect the public transport twice over. Eventually find himself now in Novo, fighting their way out. Ahead of my bad, though, launches the blue zone. That's going to cause him some damage, but gives him the opportunity to get out the area that he's backed into.
I think Ascend with 3 kills at the moment. T-Bone is also trying to maybe move a little north to see if he can see anything coming in from Novo. I don't mind the idea of that. I think that it could be, you know, they've got prime position. Nobody's really pressuring at them at the moment. I think they might be concerned by the potential of, like, a Virtus Pro pressuring, right? Because I think Kiliakai just took shots in that direction. So they know eventually a team has to move in from there. Now, there's at the same time, Novo still getting a bit spicy here. Flashes forwards. Let's ignore that flash from Bushido Wildcats there for a second, as that's a nice nade. 33 damage against Quetpa. They know that they're in this building, but everything's smoked off, so it's different. Oh, okay, well, I loved that nade, but he's still downstairs, I think.
Yeah, they're just checking off, aren't they? They're going one at a time. Eventually, they find one, but they find themselves. Hell of my bad, 2 for the price of 1, but 50% of his team has now gone. He has to try and charge. Hell of my bad does get that confirmation. Now we see Bushido Wildcats coming involved. He sees one. He goes for the steal, potentially. And hell of my bad picks up at the very, very end.
Yeah, those kinds of smokes are going to make everything quite messy here, as Levante is just a little bit disjointed from the plans of Hello My Bad. But that being said, 4 kills for him so far, coming in and trying to win out that fight on Novo, and indeed he has done. Honestly, I feel like that's as much as you possibly could have got done, considering you're having to come out of Novo. And Perfectix is found. But hey, that's a placement point or two.
You take it. Yeah, he got caught. Nice play. I'm worried about actually T-Bone. Obviously, he has to keep very focused on that top spot, because if he does get exposed in the angle, it's not going to be great. VP that have been kept at bay by Ascend is forced him into exHOWL. They're digging the trenches. Now comes the drive-by, and it's one and done. exHOWL will fall. The cars are now safe, though. And for VP, they find yet and then another edge of zone.
Yes, they do. I still feel like the west side eventually, though, will continue these fights. We'll see, because I don't think anybody really wants to have to go towards Ascend and the position of power that they currently have. noslack has been able to survive quite nicely on that northwest side, but it's Chris, geez Louise, finishing off Beamy as quickly as that.
What's Ascend doing? Like bolty training camps at the moment. Keta comes in and now everyone's leveled up. Keta whistles a view in towards the smokes of noslack here. Construction workers make the dash. Pixel takes a bit of damage though, and Fexo trying to keep Chris at bay and forces him at least to put a reds back on.
Yeah, a lot of smokes down to try and deny this. We're top 4 now with Hello My Bad denying to Blue. Understandably so. Again, there was only so much he could have done from that spot, and I think he did enough. There's now Keta with the M24, still just laying in some of these shots against these teams. realistically, as much as like I know that these Western teams will probably have to shoot at one another soon, I feel like everybody should be trying to shoot Ascend because it's too strong a position for them unless they get a hard shift west.
Got a confirmation on Pixel. Pixel took a tumble. He got his toe stubbed by that car. For Ascend's able to find the pedicure that was needed. So 4 versus 4 versus 3 versus 2, and Ascend's zonal control is just insane.
Really important game for noslack here. If they can somehow make things work, that could be a potential catch-up for them alongside, well, technically Ascend as well, trying to catch up to the Twisted Minds position, which I think would really be the next checkpoint for these teams in this middle pack, or pseudo-middle pack. As T-Bone here, still looking towards construction workers. Only 2 alive for them. I think that their run of it here is going to be coming to an end pretty soon, as they're kind of the first team that really needs to move out of those smokes as well. Vard down to Satta, of all people, over on that north side.
Yeah, look at Ascend's read though. They know that actually the knocks happened up there. Oh my god, Fex launched a grenade. The Kobe rolls downhill. Nice. Sata goes down. So Ascend now working out exactly who's who. They see the opportunity with the knock. Vard is down to, but gets a couple of shots in towards Vard, but not unable to get that confirmation. VP just sitting in the wings at the moment. I think they're waiting for an opportunity where they can launch forward. And let's be realistic. They're not going to launch across that northwest unless they really have to. They'll be happy staying at the bottom.
Yeah, I think they're biding, as you say, biding their time and waiting for maybe Ascend to move out of spot so they can try and punish something like that, especially if the circle shifts away from them. I will say with that knock and flush there by construction workers, I feel like that's as much as they possibly could have got from this as well. So well done by them. The bullet hose, the MG3, starting things off, and they're gone, right? So one knock, 1 kill for the construction workers there, I think is actually a decent win, considering how dire it was going to be coming off that hill.
Is there a world a VP have left it to the last game? Now, I'm just saying that right now. It's got 5 games to go.
Last game, last day.
Yeah, they're in the top 3 at the moment. It is 4 versus 3 versus 3. There's noslack and VP are fighting on one side of the road. That zone has pushed back towards that side. It looks like the guys for Scav are going to reposition that Dorito. They have the pickaxe. A little bit of an edge here off the side of the mountain. Gives them the protection. But I'm worried. Ascend might get eager just to extend out, eager to try and get some kills, and they might extend a little bit too far.
It really shows you like framing of teams, right? How meh we think it has been for Virtus Pro, but they can still do these kinds of things. And how good it has realistically been for Ascend, but it's just a different play style, not as quite as kill heavy for them, but they're still able to get in the late game situations. Yet they're only 1 point apart, despite those kind of outlooks on how these kind of 2 teams currently stack up against one another. Not too much surprise though, right? How hard we could potentially be on Virtus Pro, considering PGS3 champions of the first weekend as well here for PEC, as now Ascend is just looking to flex out for try and find whatever they can. The other side of this road is a bit treacherous, but a P90 in hand. Technically, I still favor, even though the road and it's very open, I feel like Ascend has a lot available to them, but once they actually have to move off of the little kind of defilades that they have, maybe both teams shoot at them.
Yeah, I think this is where we see that VP and noslack sort of team up because they got that ridge in between. The only thing I think that might be on Ascend's side is the utility. How much utility have they had to expel? They've not had that much pressure, so we've not seen many smokes out. No teams have got that close, so have they launched out a lot of grenades? But they did come here early. Kilikai, he's playing quick fit as he'll change his attire.
Nice.
So if PUBG doesn't work out for him, he's got a job for life there. And for Ascend, it's not, actually to be fair, there's not that much. They got a couple of smokes, not a lot of heavy utility. And don't forget, guys, we said before, Kilikai will be making the calls now. So T-Bone, IGL early to mid-game. Kilikai definitely in form now. This is his time to shine.
Sure, for sure. I'm wondering, just how many teams have pickaxes? How much can we deal with in terms of like making their own little dips, their own little divots? Maybe some nades forward here to create some as well here. Maybe expend some of that. Scav's already digging. I was looking up to see if Quick Fit was anywhere other than the UK, and apparently they are. So I was like wondering if anybody would actually get this reference outside of the UK.
Quick Fit everywhere, mate.
Are they?
No,
Netherlands. Everywhere. Oh, Italy. Okay, there you go.
Done. Global champions. Never going to change my colour. noslack down the bottom of the hill. Ascend not focusing on them. I think they've looked at that gap being a bit too high as they draw their attention now towards VP. Lucarux, though, he's stuck finding diamonds. Does he know that potentially there could be utility coming his way? Well, he doesn't need to look that way when he's got Nixie looking over his shoulder.
Yeah, the game was looking good for Ascend up until kind of now. I do feel like both of these teams, the onus might be on them to deny Ascend from trying to get towards the road. Any slowdown. A lot of smoke's already been thrown down here now for Ascend, as you said, right? Like, how much have they expended before all of this? Although these nades, treacherous nades between the Unholy Alliance on this side of the road at the moment, means that maybe Virtus.pro's got to be a little bit more careful about this. Nades will be coming in from Ascend as well.
Yeah, but VP haven't had any pressure. They've actually arguably been able to set up. We see them already digging trenches. Keta moving his way forward. You can hear that MG though coming out from the other side. They go for the spray to try and get rid of the shield. The smoke will go forward. Nixie finds Scav, so he's beginning the big lift at the moment between both these teams.
Yep, 2 knocks here for Nexi. He's not been able to quite confirm anything just yet, but Scav going down would mean an MG3 out of play, unless they trade for it straight away here. Correxia doubles on Ketzers and T-Bone. Oh, they've completely got a huge nade from Kovalevi to be able to take them out. Ascend, it was looking great for them, but not anymore. The Unholy Alliance works on out here from the western side, and now it's noslack and Virtus.pro to try and make something happen. Only one alive, only Corexia here to try and make this work against the Finns.
It is a 1 versus 1 now. Corexia backs his way up. He's got the trench that's been digging for a while, but 46 bullets remain. The zone is going to get pushing. The blue zone causes the damage. The spray comes through, and it's noslack with the final blow. Dare take the first game. 10 kills, James, and 10 points, though, for the win. A nice 20 points to start things off.
You're going to have to play together on PNC rosters, boys. Don't be shooting at each other too much, but yes, noslack with the huge bump up, the huge survivability from that northwest side. I'm very impressed at how long they were able to persevere here in game number 1. Let's bring Martin back in to talk about this one. Martin, this was a spicy start to day number 3.
Yeah, what a spicy circle to start things off with, guys. I was like, what is going on? And then after we shifted away from water, we shifted back to the water, and somehow it had percentage-wise more water in the next circle. That was just insane. Ascend was laughing all the way through, but I noticed they had to use a lot of stims. They had nothing left, and 2 of the guys were left on 75 HP, and that leaves you so vulnerable for utility, and it came down to the wire with Kovalevi, obviously. That was insane with that nade.
Yeah, a bit of a heart jerker for Ascend, considering how much it felt like the game could have been theirs there, Mark, and then the shifts just a little bit too far west really puts them in a position where they don't have much more room to play on there.
No, if you need a win, though, you get a Finn, and Ascend had to step up against him, right? So, they got the zone, they got the blessing, they extended out, good play, great bulky shot there, and they were starting to be eager to kind of find the kills. I think the call was right for them to keep the higher ground and take that head-to-head with VP, but this grenade, they were backed into a corner. They were unable to move out, and as Martin says, they weren't ready or had the meds to kind of recoup.
Yeah, perfect time to be able to save that nade. Of course, you could have expended them a bit earlier and then maybe got the knocks, maybe tried for something, but if you can pigeonhole your opponents and make it a guaranteed couple of kills, then absolutely 20 points go the way of noslack. My question is, Martin, can they make the magical run? Can they do something crazy today to be able to qualify for land?
I mean, now someone's got to send this screenshot to someone at ends, and then they've got to be looking for the rest of the day. Because that's a 12 points difference down to Vitality. That's the catch-up we were talking about for noslack. That's huge. That's a confidence booster that was needed with 4 games to go.
Who is this kid on their logo? What is this
it's
logo?
It's some Finnish meme.
Is it?
Yeah, it's got to be.
Yeah, no doubt, no doubt. All right, anyway, noslack, 81 points. What a propulsion up these leaderboards at the moment. Now knocking Team Nemesis off that 4th place spot. Virtus.pro here, still surviving into the later stages here, Mark. And, you bring up a good point. Have they just decided, okay, now we'll play the video game?
Yeah, congrats on 10 placement points now.
We are going to win. It's going to be really interesting to watch that. They've just jumped 2 spots already. So from 8 to 6, they obviously have a little bit of a short gap for Team Nemesis, and then there is another big jump up. So Virtus.pro will require a win, if not 2 today, to be in a fighting spot. But again, back to noslack, they've also jumped up here. They are closing the gap, and I wonder why they got the damage and the kill lead.
There he is. Look at Kovalevi. Wow, we've never seen him before, and I guess he's in the veil. 658 points from Kovalevi coming in. Kurexi as well. We've got Finn domination across the board for this one to be able to put up some decent numbers, Martin. Of course, as you know, Fex able to show up, and I think that what they were able to do for Vitality out of Novo, like the fact that Hello Bye Bad was able to get those points, I think that's all he really could have done, because getting out of there was going to be so hard.
Yeah, it's a rough one. I mean, still the 4 kills and the somewhat clutch, but it's the same story again, right? You cannot go into a city unless you know it ends there. Otherwise, you're going to be fighting for the last team to survive, or, well, the last team to be third party, because there's going to be so many teams and players staring at about a lot of circles to start things up. And also, I want to say, though, with both, you know, Twisted and Nemesis and these guys having so intense early fights, yeah, also Na'Vi, sure, they got some kills, but they struggled a little bit with how the circle went and got third party by PG. But I mean, the lead they still have still looks like it's like, okay, just one more decent game and we're good to go, right?
Yeah, no, it's looking a little bit scary for the rest of the lobby, unless they can somehow shut down Na'Vi. But any kind of extra little points that they're going to get, even if they die this early, it's still going to set them apart. Of course, Akatori still doing the big damage here, but everybody's really performing very, very well here on Na'Vi so far. And they did try and get a few more salvage points, considering that they were able to kind of dip from that fight with PGG and then find a little bit more. So not bad at all for them, as they were the team focus here for game number 1, but we didn't quite get all the way to the late game here for Na'Vi. But I do suspect, Mark, there will be some late games in their future.
Yeah, let's just talk about this late game. I, like most of those teams, Mike, when I looked at that zone and gone, it has to go Novo. Like, where else is it going to go? There was so much water, and I think that's why we saw so many teams committing. Little to their knowledge, obviously it shifted away, and I would have been one of those teams remaining in the town trying to fight out. I think Ascend got a bit of a blessing. I think they'd be a bit gutted they couldn't get the convert over, but they just was not fed information. They had to go find it. They weren't fed more ammo. They didn't really get any util again sort of come their way, and as a result they fell short at the very last hurdle.
Yeah, I'm wondering what Martin's doing, because he had his like meme face on as if he was busy doing something whilst you were talking.
I was just trying to put some numbers together here, but I couldn't make it work. So yeah, I was like, but we'll check that out later.
Okay. Let's listen in on some of the team comms here from this game and see how feisty it was, considering the ridiculous circles.
Juoksi oikealle savu. Sitten nokit.
Insta. Nice. I'm mulling the smoke left. In the dip. Left side. Left one knock.
One in the smoke close.
Oh, nice try.
Blue triangle.
I'm flashing blue.
I threw molly on me. I don't know
Two
if
guys
you
on
can
blue.
You have smokes, Luca?
Knocked one. Not two of us.
Knock two. You can fucking res me in this hole.
Ascend dead.
Ascend dead. 2v2.
Okei, siinä savussa. Heittäkää vaan savu.
Saa tapannut skavin pasista.
Heittäkää tohon savu.
Asenti kuoli. Asenti insta.
Jää yksi pystys.
One flash.
One running left, pull up.
Yeah, I know.
Pull open. Nice, one.
Right.
I have a molly and 2 stuns.
Right, can't see anything.
Kerro. Sillä on pikkumonttu se.
Ai! Nättiä! Easy! Oot ihan eläin 6 härkää.
And there we have it here. noslack being able to take some big old points here and keep their hopes alive of making what could be an extremely magical run here at the end of PEC. And there is technically a hope. There is technically a world where they make it happen, especially if they have a similar day to the first day that we saw from them here in the tournament overall. And here's our rivals, good old Scav, going up against Fex here. Mark, what do you make of the numbers?
Lads, Fex. MG, come on, if you've got an MG, you've got to be getting kills, guys. 14, you can hear it singing across that battlegrounds at the end. But good to see Fex, good to see Scav. Nice to see that we haven't got Levante up here at least one time around.
Right, yeah. That's how it goes.
We've seen plenty of him, and I'm sure we'll probably see more of him throughout the day. But anyway, thank you very much, Mark, for joining us. We'll get you back in on later, as now it's time for Miramar. Game number 2 of the day. Me and Martin will be able to bring you all of the action here. A good playing path, Martin.
Yeah, we start off the north and go down to the south here, James. And yeah, we've made it difficult for you this time around. Then Martin, then Mark. You're not sure if it's the 10 or the K. It's coming in here. And yeah, it's I can tell. I like it that you're struggling a little bit with a Markton. Maybe is the way to go about it, and we both respond same time here. But the only and last Miramar for PEC Spring Finals. It's our second finals here. Your last chance to dance, and this is a very, very even, very, very fair and balanced playing path for all the teams to get into their usual spots here. Might have to land for a car and go a little bit further, but still. It's a good one to get Miramar rounded off with our second match and 12th match overall here.
A little bit careful, a little bit cautious. Teams like PGG will drop a little further, I think, than the one member of Nemesis, unless they somehow congregate straight on Stead and take him out. It looks like they might actually be doing. You got to be very careful there, Stead. He's trying to swing back. Actually, it's 2 members that are there, so they are trying to swing back just a little further. So at least they've got reinforcement. I thought it was only Stead alone, but no, it's not the case.
There's so many cars here.
Yeah, landing, getting good to go, and all of the boys running to the one.
Yeah, all right. PGG, let's see what you guys can deliver here. We talked about in the start of the day here. They're only 20 points off up to noslack and 5th, but then noslack had that big game, put some distance in between them. And if I've ever seen a PGS2 Miramar game circle and where the victors are dead center, James, this is one kind of those.
Oh, yes. Please no Cantera. Please, please, please, please, please, please. But yeah, for Na'Vi, they're going to be loving this one. They've got an opportunity here to be able to set themselves apart from the rest of the competition even further here, potentially, for this one. Likewise, though, when you think about how a team like noslack is going to be approaching this after having such a great previous game, there is a world where, you want to keep your cars alive and then you're coming in kind of a little bit later once everybody's kind of centered up because there's going to be barrier teams on a drop like this and you're one of the teams that is furthest away. Or you e-pickup, which I don't really like on a circle like this with how much land there is. You're really not too far away. So probably just late here for the noslack boys.
Yeah, we'll see how they approach this one here from El Padzo. Again, good for them to kind of start like this, being in 4th place, taking over Nemesis. Nemesis have really had a little bit of a rough time here throughout our games previously. This, again, we're thinking that they're going to be one of the kind of top 5 teams, one of the top 5 main courses here for this one, but noslack to jump in and only be 5 points off Twisted Minds is quite impressive. Also, only 13 points off Vitality. And if they can double back and get, how close this has been, and replicate what they did in game 1 here today, they're gonna be almost tied up with them, James. So it really comes down to that. I'll say this though, Vitality has a decent way in, and the way that they usually play these circles are actually pretty cannonball safe here. So we'll see how they bang out the points and how many points they're able to get for this one here. But yeah, it is with just this game and 3 more after this, James. It is so close actually, from HiVE up to Nemesis, 25 points only between those 11 teams. It's actually crazy how tied up our mid pack is. And sure, Yooo is 14 points behind. They can make some moves here, but at this point, I think the biggest thing that Yooo is fighting for is maybe Michael's chance at a PNC where he's directly going up against construction workers. As I think, in my book, I think T-Bone with Ascent haven't been in both finals and construction workers have not. I think T-Bone is a shoe-in.
Yeah, it feels that way, right? And of course, as you say, with construction workers kind of doing all right here for themselves as well. Obviously, those names are pretty in high regard. I think that the other names were like Anarchy over in, was it PMS? I can't quite recall which team he was playing on. He was playing with the guys from Team India when they were playing in PNC, right?
Oh yeah. It's always cool to have these kind of crosses with how the teams are playing against each other. And what was it? Rupesh, maybe? Are you thinking of?
Well, I'm thinking of Anarchy to represent potentially UK.
Oh, okay, Anarchy. Right.
He was playing with the Team India guys. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Still a bit of stalemate here for the moment. Yoga Bonito going up against HiVE, exHOWL even, I should say, as they're kind of a little bit stuck on this one. Noddy's looking for an opportunity to maybe swing on around the side and see what he can do against the Mad. A little bit of shadow stepping, trying to deny where he's looking. But at the same time, I mean, the Mad is already looking all the way along the longhouse. So if he even had just a bit of reinforcement, that could be the perfect shutdown here against Noddy.
See if Noddy can clutch this one up here. Shots come in, and the Matt's just shooting a little bit. Does he have any idea here? It doesn't feel like it, James, the way he's moving around here.
Yeah, a bit sneaky.
Noddy might be able to sneaky snake the Matt here. Oh, he heard him jump out. Oh, that's actually a perfect line to run away from it. I don't think he's going to be able to get in. Maybe shots come in now. It gets some connections, but he got just around the corner. Now the rest of exHOWL knows that Joga Bonito is pulling up. We see Shipless coming in for the backup, but looks like a complete disengage for the Matt as he jumps into the cart.
Yeah, not a bad prediction on exactly where he may move with that nade. But yes, with the complete bail on out, I think nobody wants any of this smoke as he throws down the smoke and tries to get himself out of dodge.
And for teams that's kind of moving into some of the higher grounds around the craters, HiVE is taking and locking down graveyards. Not a bad one, but we need to kind of see it shift on the northern side for the first 1 or 2 shifts for them to have a good spot here. But they are being greedy with it. Both with Dante and Lou locked in, but Lou has spotted one of them and actually got a knock on to Dante. They got struck yesterday, and now Twisted Minds are looking to strike back at some of the other teams here with a cheeky run up onto them that didn't expect it.
Trying for it, and a little extra points here Twisted Minds could get from being aggressive wouldn't be quite nice indeed. They lost Lou much earlier on in the previous game, but now taking down Dante as HiVE. He's had a bit of a hard time of this tournament for sure. I thought Mogor was a great addition to this team, but it's really not kind of materialized as much as they would like it to have in these finals. But Vitality's also looking this way as well. One of the big rivals here for Twisted Minds, so I don't know. HiVE stuck between a rock and a hard place here. I would not want to be stuck between these two teams at all.
No, not at all. And the third-party factor is also a big one here for other teams that's kind of coming in close to them. But Twisted Minds are somewhat far away from it. I don't know if it makes sense for HiVE just to try to fully disengage. But oh, look at that. Perfectix driving on the minimap. It looks like he's trying to close this one in and try to grab another spot around it, James. Nixie's been found, though, by Melman. That's a rough one for VP to lose one out early. It's southeast of Los Leones.
Yeah, they were split quite heavily across a lot of locations. They were Virtus Pro. So I understand why they feel like confident coming out of Los Leones and trying to take some of those high ground positions. But at the same time, right, if you're that far away from your friend and you can't actually get them back up, it's tough stuff. As still, this fight will persist. Perfectix being also hit by Levante as well. So Vitality not really just saving all the bullets for HiVE, knowing that there's some of this flex outs for the other teams trying to pincer them in, and HiVE is now trying to get out.
Yeah, I like that. That's a good disengage here. It's not worth it to commit more to this one, especially without setup. And Perfectix, as we talked about, tried to swing around, tried to a third party, and close this one in, close the trap around them. And Vitality has spotted this one here. Perfectix down to nothing. He's even knocked here by Gedrox. That's a big name to take down. And Vitality and Twisted Minds now giving away the information that these teams are fighting. And if you're close and you want to be, directly competing with these, you might be able to set up shop, somewhat closer to the circle and where they're around. I don't see many third parties though.
Yeah, and at the same time, in picture, actually, Ascend and noslack actually ran into one another. And noslack was even interested in the idea of, after being shot up as they tried to rotate past, they were interested in just stopping and taking this fight. So Ascend might have bitten off more than they can chew here at the moment. Chris is gone. I wonder if they can get the blue chip and get out of there. I think they can, actually, yeah. Okay, good job by T-Bone to be able to make that happen and decide, okay, well, we've had enough of this fight. noslack's just going to continue on beyond them. But both teams moved south for a wide wrap and then collided on that Chumacera area. So, yeah. Oh, this is perfect, though, for T-Bone. Straight away on the res.
Yeah, it's good. It's going to be a quick one here to get him back in, and as the circle closes here. The thing is, though, when you get these kind of later recalls, James, you lose the timing into the circle, and the information that you lose between the 1 to 2 to sometimes 3 minutes before the player is back into his area, you lose the crucial information that you could have had if you were close to the kill feed, to seeing and hearing where players shoot, and that's really the most essential thing you're giving up here. So let's see where Ascent does end up going here, and if noslack can capitalize on it. They are in cars and they are kind of moving in, and you said it, you don't want to see a Cantera ending, James, so you did cast a curse. You got exactly what you didn't like.
Yeah, we're going there, aren't we, at the moment? I wonder if Navi's actually taken... Okay, they have taken, actually, the barn in the middle of the fields, which is obviously a very strong position of power here for a circle like this.
They're leaving it. Leaving it to reinforce.
Okay, they're going over towards where PGG is kind of pushing the 2-2, right? This is kind of important and need to shut this down fast.
And VP spotted that. Corexi is going directly for that. That's a huge spot. That's the information that I'm talking about that Ascent is giving up by not being inside the circle. That you're able to see these 2-2 collide back into a full foreman, and Spiro does not need a backup. He's taking Static down immediately, Boostic, to help with the confirmation here. And BGG now is falling a little bit apart now, figuring out that obviously it's Navi that's here. And James, PGG had a great run in the last finals, but so far not been looking too good.
No, not too much. This is the problem, though. If Navi even just gets averaging points across all of the games today, they will win this tournament here. And these teams giving them these kinds of fights, Navi wants this at the moment. They've been able to reinforce, as you mentioned. PGG is leaving that fight as well, so Navi has been able to ward them off. And maybe even a few shots against them as they try and bail into the east side of Cantera crater proper. Oh, it's not working.
Spiro found him, and that's another gift here to potentially Crossberg. Oh, Presenti finds Crossberg. That's an opening onto Bushido Wildcats here. Medibay finds Lloyd Jacket, and yeah, it's down to just Presenti. A little bit unfortunate for Bushido Wildcats to lose a player like this, but what a little bit of a rough time here for PGG to start things off with. And yeah, now on sure 13th place there in this big bottom mid pack.
He did a bit of damage here to Presenti. He was the one that wanted to go boom, as he had a Panzerfaust in hand. Monade still coming forwards here. Celtic could potentially land this one, but no, it's going to be going on the high position to see if they could try and find Presenti still. Just one alive at the moment here for PGG. It's really not worked out, as you say. Great final prior, not so much this one. 1 point on the board here for Presenti. Looking for a little bit more. He'll be switching straight into that org to try and get himself knocking a flush after the back of this Panzerfaust. He's trying to think about where the steps are, because there is a world where you hit the one side of the wall. We've seen it before, and then you're able to get the complete finish off. Goes for it. Yep, straight into that flush. Get it done as fast as possible. Did enough damage here. Just checking over the boxes to see if the reinforcements are coming from that angle, see if we can get a little bit more.
Could Marco also has been knocked now, and
he could take this.
He could actually get that point as well. Not that it matters too much, but he could push himself ahead of S2G as they jump up onto the leaderboard into 12th place, and every point matters for PGG and their campaign towards PGC at the end of the year.
Yeah, and you bring light to that very astutely, because it's not like you're getting to these next lands, unfortunately, with the amount of rivals that are up towards the top and so many points ahead of you here. So this is now bigger picture things for teams like PGG. And you just need a little bit more PGC points wherever they can find them. Medibay also bailing here to try and find another way on through, who I do think that Bushido Wildcats across both of these finals, because S2G wasn't in the first one, has been more impressive as the Turkish team compared to S2G. So it's a little bit of a shame that for them that they're obviously missing out on what will be Circuit 2 based on those direct invites.
Yeah, it's a little bit sad, because with the lineups we've seen and how well they've been able to do, it's looking good. And again, back to the same story of the talent seems a little bit spread too thin, as our top Turkish rosters are, spread on 2 or 3 big rosters. Medibay does find Vard, but they know that this is a hurt team, so they might be able to get him back up and actually engage onto Cantera here. As we do see the circle go a little bit west of Cantera, SOG has, as we talk about those guys, have locked that down, so this could be a big game for them.
Definitely could be a bit more aggressive on what Medibay is doing here, but he is trying to completely flush out Vard, knowing that just any little extra points will help out. Nice nade, but doesn't quite shut things down. Oh, he just barely saw a shadow on there through that smoke, and actually did a little bit of damage whilst that was going on. Medibay now still being an absolute nuisance here in Cantera, honestly.
And the Fix is going to get the race off onto Vard here, and they're going to be inside the Cantera crater, but still, this is a decent close position. If they get an Eastern shift here, they're going to be having a pretty good game here. And Construction Workers being on 62, sure, there's, only 2 points up to VP, but there's also only 8 points up to Nemesis. And a top 5 is not a bad showing here for Construction Workers. Again, talking a long game, talking PNC rosters and so far, Construction Workers could look to shut down and get those positions locked in for PNC here. Talking about that roster for Yooo being down there, and it's Michael's first showing. I don't think he would be included. The obvious choice would be, as we talked about, with T-Bone being a shoe in here.
You talked about that delay for Ascend, and they're still like a kilometer out from being able to actually get on in. And they're also taking casualties as It's Chris came down, and I think was taken down by Yoga Bonito instantly. And now Keta has been also taken out by Yoga Bonito. It was coming in a little bit later. So for Ascend, just one knock, one kill going against you really, as you say, can absolutely slow down your entire game plan.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Like, is it worth going that far out of the circle instead of maybe trying to breach your compound or trying to find somewhere closer to the circle where you could see these recall stations also being there? But they're always so contested. There's always teams around it looking to pick up easy points. Here we are on Yooo, currently 16th team on the leaderboard. The guys have big names on this roster here. If you look at it, you would think this is a contender. This is a top 5 team. These guys have the experience. They have great leadership, veteran leadership. And so far, it really has not come to fruition. As fair is fine. 2 on noslack, James. What a PEC he's had.
Yep, noslack at the moment, though. Having to have a big swing around means that they've gone into the jaws of our current number 1. And Ferris, of course, getting knocked at the moment here, but Na'Vi still has themselves 3 kills to boot, and I think that they still kind of have the upper hand, unless maybe Kovalevi can get into a position where he can reinforce, but he's being watched. He's being watched by Hakatori with a Dragonov. That's absolutely what I don't want to see on the other side of a battlefield from me. As Lou, hello, with a mortar fire coming in. They're so split around Twisted Minds on the western side of this circle, and just looking to just try and pick at anything here.
That's crazy. That's a big mortar to get in here. And Twisted Minds, yeah, I should say, trying to lock down that entire western side. And with how and where the shift has gone, they might have to retract the toolage just a little bit. VP with a pull-up. Oh my God, straight onto HiVE. They read that so well, James, to find those knocks. That's so well played. Such an easy pull-up here. And they're now on 4 total points. And sure, they've lost Nixie, but they're now in the circle, and they can make another run for it.
Yeah, the only cautious thing I would refrain from for Virtus Pro is if that lineup for Lou is still there and he had some more mortar shells, but I don't think that is the case here at the moment. So now Virtus Pro able to really send in a Hail Mary and doing well for themselves. Na'Vi down on this south east side actually has to go through quite a lot of teams. Technically, they've dispatched of quite a lot of noslack and done really well with it, but at the same time, they're going to be walking alongside Cantera Crater when there's threats within the crater that kind of actually, now that I think about it, are kind of stuck in their own little fight themselves with the solos that actually are there. So for construction workers, they need to clean that up fast because the blue's going to be closing in on them. And if the solos behind them still, and also now actually, oh God, the fact that Hakatori is looking down into the crater. Oh, I'm not favoring construction workers' position.
No, it's going to be a hard time for them to get out for sure, but...
Looking at the map.
Oh, yeah, maybe Na'Vi disengage, try to get into a decent spot here. Stead and Nemesis, they do have players left alive here. They're trying to lock down some of this northern control. They're close to Storm and Request. They might have a fight with them shortly. This could be the comeback game for Nemesis here. They're just 13 points and 17 points from noslack and Twisted Minds, so it's very possible with a big game, and we know they're capable of doing that.
Yeah, pushed away in a Yooo hold. Yooo had to be going straight on through to where S2G is. And now...
hold. Sounds like something like a pirate would do.
Just giving them a big old salute, pushing them off the plank. Here gone. Yooo hold. We got ourselves Spiro here, though. Still moving on the south on side. As Yoga Bonito actually might be looking this way now, realizing that Na'Vi's moving in alongside them. But the problem is that they're still kind of concerned about Twisted Minds on their flank as well. So... yeah, for Yoga Bonito, they've got to be careful. I feel like they've got to finish a team around them soon to be able to carve out some area for themselves.
Straight onto Team Vitality, as we were talking about a noslack with the comeback and the big game here. Team Vitality, this is your chance to manifest and cement your second place here. I'll say this, though. later game, the barn is very breachable. We could see some teams trying to do that, and they can lose players. But let's see what happens here. Ascend, Na'Vi, VP, Joga, Bonito, and even Twisted Minds here on this southwest side. It's 5 teams that eventually is going to be just one team left standing because they cannot coexist within this next circle.
The one nice thing I would say for Twisted Minds is technically they could disengage from the south side, right, to be able to kind of wrap around on that west side, considering the anchor positions that Perfectix and Batulin actually has. But they could still have, you know, impact on these south teams. So you can keep an eye on them as they have to try and come into the circle, definitely. Cristialny versus Hakatori, though, as Cristialny, straight headshot against the beast himself. And now Hakatori's completely gone. Yoga Bonito, they've decided to take the fight with Na'Vi, and they're doing all right for it, but that's a big nade. Oh, it's huge from Boostic. He always lands them.
Yeah, but you pointed it out, James. They're just going to continue to get a few kills, some engagements here and there, and Joga Bonito just down to Slav, and now he's going to have to take some shots towards Na'Vi's Barriers go down, and Ascend is trying to lurk in third part of this fight.
7 for Na'Vi, but they're gone. But 7 is still problems for the rest of the lobby. Slavson here going for what was just a getting rid of his teammate quickly so he could maybe get some loot on board quickly. Needed the meds, I think, and didn't have time to be able to drop them. So now T-Bone can also see this in the distance as well, from the south side. Oh, Virtus Pro's going for a big send here onto this shack.
They're trying to get deeper here. This isn't actually not a bad send here, but they do like they have. Gotta be received, and Storm Request and HiVE is looking to get in, and that is VP out. Beamy's been firing Look Crooks. Bleeds out, and that's VP out in 11th place. Sure, they got some kills. It's a decent salvage game. It's not a 0 or 1 point game, but 4 is not going to be enough for them to catch up to podium.
How many meds did Slavson get from that little maneuver, 11. I wonder? Okay,
first hit he was on, yeah.
Yeah, fair. So he's got a little bit of time left, but I don't know how many more placement points he could even potentially get here, right? A lot of these teams have still got compounds, still got, like, dips to be able to play with, and then from there, they'll be surviving for still quite a while whilst those meds are actually ticking on down, as S2G knows that Yooo is in alongside them, and also knows that Construction Workers is up on the Cantera crater edge still as well. So they're still hunkered down, still good to go. Oh, Lynx.
That's a Lynx with a 4x only. That seems scuffed. You get a 6x with that for free, and that would be an easy knock with a 6x. But yeah, the information is obviously through here for S2G, but they're going to be fighting big fights here with Construction Workers and Yooo to be had just shortly. There's a Panzerfaust available too. Next circle is actually favorable to them, James, and it comes off with Twisted Minds having to make a move. Storm and Request is going to have to make a move. HiVE and Nemesis is the 2 teams furthest away from the circle. They're going to have to decide, do we try to make a send or push towards Vitality, or do we fight Storm and Request that's up ahead? And that's the obvious choice. That's 4 potential easy points, and then they can see how much time they have left for their further campaign throughout this game.
Yeah, the fact that Vitality somehow, some way, still has this compound, still has this lockdown, the circle comes their way as well. It's all perfect for them to make a potential catch-up. But the fact that Na'Vi got 8 kills is just barbaric. Now has stayed here in this BRDM, still sitting around at the moment, knows exactly where the teams are going to be moving around him. Storm on Request here, though. VC starts off with Melman going down straight away and confirming that. Is now looking to cook up some of these nades as well. Diffx moving on through the smokes, trying to find a move forwards. Oh, Sunset just barely dodges that nade forwards as well. Not bad here. They might be able to dislodge Storm on Request, but they're doing a good job of defending this. Perfect.
Let's see, actually denies this. Very well played. The information he gets from this angle here is actually huge. More nades coming out to the other side here. Storm and Request, look at that, the confirmation of the Sosa as well as Construction Workers are also getting engaged on from multiple.
Okay.
Storm and Request is defending this quite nicely at James. I really like what they're doing here.
Yeah, the MG3 here from Yooo as well. On Cappy being able to deal with that. And now Diffx here. They've got some problems to solve here of Nemesis. Storm on Request, one of the teams a little bit lower in the lobby, giving them a really hard time. This BRDM is really their only salvation right now. This is a great holdout so far. Diffx goes for some pre-sprays on this side here. And Stade is actually activated, taking down Zissou as he uses the BRDM to be able to get some off angles for it. Really impressive stuff here so far. They had to somehow dislodge themselves. Diffx is down. It's all on Stade now with the BRDM to be able to do something.
Yeah, half HP on it, and now all the other teams are going to be like, yeah, we don't want that. We don't want that BRDM in the middle of the field here. We're just going to take it out. Not so much gas on it either, but it's going to be an easy takedown. It's just one team agreeing that we're going to take shots.
No.
And look at this, the Fields and Presenti comes in. Hello? maybe they can coexist here, James. Just agree that this is the biggest benefactor for both of us. Never mind, they come out, they strike, and Stade gets a little bit of damage onto Presenti.
He tries a blues on him of all things, and actually that's going to cause him some damage as well. Oh, and he goes down, Stade. Good stuff by him.
God, no
the salvage is real.
Well, you have a repair kit here, maybe, or maybe Presenti here. That'll be huge.
That'd be huge.
Look at that.
Be indeed.
Middle of the fields here, James. It's actually pretty decent. But now the HiVE engagement and the Twisted Minds engagement is really happening onto each other. And Vitality seems to be the biggest winners of that and the benefactors of it because they managed to survive and nobody third parties or breaches their barn.
We're currently boiling it down to a 3-horse race. If Twisted Minds can stay alive, if we get a west shift here and more nades do come down from Twisted Minds and also Vitality, as I say, still in this circle. The circle does not go west-west. Oh, another great nade coming in from example. As Vitality's compound is still in. How will the bounces go? Vitality's looking to have impact as well, though. Another nade does confirm rocks. Very good for you, for example. There's so many nades.
So much utility being committed to this final. I understand it, James, because it's 4 potential points before they either bow down to Vitality and the breach that they're about to have, or try to figure out, can we play somewhere else? I don't really see anything else being able to be played. Then maybe a pull-up on HiVE, take their utility, use it onto Vitality. So let's see how they approach this. Moko, that's fine. Lou, that's a big name to take down already at this point, yeah.
I think there was probably some restraint shown by Vitality because they could have actually expended loads of nades on that, but I think they know that they're going to have to still have some available. Twisted Minds is trying to make an aggressive move on this, but they are getting obliterated here by nades. Perfectix down, Batulin's down, Lou an example in the distance here to try and do something. HiVE's done a really good job of being able to hold on. They've not got any kills really to their name. They will have one if the bleed out happens here on Twisted Minds. But as I say, I think Vitality's holding on to some still.
Yeah, Vitality is just reaping the rewards of this fight here easily. Good points coming in now for them. They're about to breach the 100-point mark. Schengen does find Lou, and the question is, do we try to make a play for it? Nah, it's a full-on denial onto Twisted Minds here. They're out in 6th place, James.
Yeah, and that means Vitality can set themselves apart from the kings of Europe, arguably, in Twisted Minds. There's now 3 kills their way. They are not wounded at all. They should have quite a lot of resources still available to them. But HiVE's looking to go for a little bit of a backstab around the corner, seeing what they can find. Levante, though, is very aware, very keen on the idea of being able to try and hold that. Mogo goes for some shots. Nothing connects. As on the other side of the circle here, the Yooo and S2G fight that's been brewing for ages finally is about to occur.
Yeah, Yooo seems to be having the upper hand in this one here. As Getrox finds Mogul, and Stade manages to get Dante here. Schengen doesn't get Getrox. Stade being a little bit of a nuisance to these teams out on the fields, but it's working out quite nicely for him. HiVE is out in 5th place here, James. I was just saying that is big for Vitality. If they get another little bit of a circle shift, they don't. Some of their houses are still in, but all the other teams are going to have to make moves here so that this does look like a Vitality game.
They're bumping on up. They are bumping on up. They've got the buildings to late stages as well, which actually do have a bit of an overlook on these fields. So good stuff by them. And now Yooo, S2G also have to move. Cappy moving forwards to try and get a bit of an anchor point in this circle. Very important. That could be a huge nade. Oh, it bounces a little bit too far. Doesn't connect with anything at all. Not too much of a cook on it. PWD and the boys now going to be moving forwards towards some of that deployable cover. Cappy also running back here with the car here to try and help on out. I'm not sure what on earth actually went down there.
C4?
But S2G is actually getting a bit wounded because of it.
I thought there was going to be a C4 play, but it's not even. S2G actually gets an opening onto this one here. We're unfortunate for Cappy to go out like this, and now with this fight and S2G being 3 versus 2 and Team Vitality is just absolutely lambasting Beauty.
Yeah, Vitality knows that they've got full control here, so they've actually moved out into the fields themselves. Never mind using some of these buildings as well, and this is perfect for them. They want to get as many kill points on board as possible because they know that this is their game to be able to catch up with Na'Vi and start rivaling that #1 position. Get rid of Stade if you can, and yes, you do. Levante with another great shot. Get Hello My Bad up and good to go, and then turn all of your attention to that south side here as those two teams are completely wounding one another.
It looks like an absolutely easy third party from Vitality onto this fight between Yooo and S2G. But can Yooo or S2G maybe squeeze out a few more points here? That's a double bounce on the Dorito. If that was planned, that'd be huge. Levante does find Michael. And now it's just down to PUBG here. Can he maybe squeeze one more point out for Yooo to push themselves further up the leaderboard here? They need it. And shots come in, and that's an easy push here for Baron to find... Loma back against Michael. Quizzy actually gets PUBG as well. But a great push for SG to ensure more points come their way in terms of placements.
Should be a big Vitality cleanup in the end, though. They know that they've got S2G banged to rights on one location alone. Technically, S2G actually has quite a bit of util here. There's 4 mollies on Quetpa, alongside the fact that they have a Lynx and other things. So if they start opening things up with a knock, gedrox is quite far away. It's a 1-3 split for the most part. gedrox is going to be that big off angle, but they have a chance of being able to see him through some of this foliage if he actually goes prone, goes for a bit of a maneuver, whilst the blue starts pushing him from the back. This could be interesting.
All right. Surely, Vitality just wins this, James. But it's
Surely.
a big potential game for S2G here to push themselves up further that leaderboard. They could put themselves onto 63 points, tying up Ascend on 8th place.
Smoke. Smoke's an interesting one. I don't know if this gives away fully the fact that, of course, there's still someone lingering on that side. I mean, of course, they were always kind of trying to cover it, right? There's a little lip here in the middle of this field. Might give Quetpa a bit of a purchase on trying to go for some shots. Does actually see him from the off angle as well, but gedrox now opens up. That's the perfect timing for him. Baron does not hello my bad, but gedrox with 2. The off angle is successful, and it is going to be Vitality to 116 points. They are 2 behind Na'Vi, and suddenly we have got a game on our hands.
And it's the worst possible outcome for noslack to try to catch and get an Esports World Cup slot or PGS spot here for this case. But what a way for Vitality to finish this one off. Sure, they had the comp out there, but the way they went out, third-partied everything, James, and also locked down the fields late game was absolutely perfectly executed.
Yes, it was. What a game. Let's bring Mark back in to talk about this one overall, because Na'Vi started off so blisteringly strong with 8 kills. And you know what? Vitality was like, you know, we can give some of that too. Admittedly, the circle goes to their compound for such a long time there, Mark. But you got to work with what you're given, and they definitely did.
Definitely worked with what they're given. The fact that they stretch out to the field was really good. So at the end, like, that was a saving grace. We saw at the very end there, SUG in a position that grenade could have been underhand and actually destroy Team Vitality. But that peek around the smoke, not just the one, but the second one, and obviously that game go into Team Vitality. And as you boys said, game's on now. It's up to see who blinks first, because Na'Vi, they're getting points, but Vitality seems a bit more hungry.
We just need the perfect storm of things. We need Twisted Minds to come out huge on this next game, and then suddenly we have the true, proper 3-horse race towards the top. Because right now, Vitality and Na'Vi, they've set themselves apart. As you said here, moving out into the middle of this field. gedrox, I was concerned maybe he would be found before, but it was not the case at all here, which was such an important off-angle, Martin, to be able to finish this off.
Yeah, it was huge. Again, just doing it with a 6.6 zoomed out spray on it as well, just destroying them with the barrel. And S2G's got to be kicking themselves, because they actually had this compound in their greedy split that they had, and left that Baron was up there early game, and Vitality backfilled that position as we saw the second circle pop. So S2G, sure, they're in second place here, but it's 14 more points for Team Vitality. The only team to be in double digits in this one.
Not bad at all. Not bad at all. The rest completely distributed across so many other teams. And I think it is, of course, a situation, Mark, where technically these circles are so open. Technically, the hillsides really didn't afford too many deflates, too much cover to work with for a lot of these teams. So there was just kills left, right, and center for everybody. It was just a free-for-all.
Yeah, especially when we saw that sort of play back towards Vitality, and then we kind of had that Na'Vi versus Joga Bonito, and then we saw, obviously, fair play to T-Bone. He had the option to try and sneak in as Na'Vi sort of made the push, but he actually went for the kills. But I think with those circles, these teams will look at this and going, do you know what, we need to get something out of this game, because there's no way we're going to get this high ground in towards the field without a Team Vitality seeing us, with an S2G seeing us, etc. So I think it's really well played. I do go back to the early game and do have to question kind of like Ascend and noslack. And as I think you guys called it out during it, that's huge, 1k damage, is that actually noslack were eager to take the fight, whereas Ascend were 50-50.
Yes, that was an interesting one, an eye-opening one. I mean, technically, we're talking about the delay that it causes for Ascend. It still does cause some delay for noslack, even though they kind of win out that fight Avenger. And of course, you know, they're coming in next to Na'Vi, so what can you do, right? So it's blow for blow here and there.
I understand the potential of early game points where it's not as much as a risk as anything else. You have noslack could have finished that fight quickly, but they still give up that early to mid game information that is so crucial. We saw that VP backfill into the compound, the Na'Vi left, and all these things that are kind of happening throughout that mid game is just something that you're missing out on. But 4 points, sure, it's worth it. Maybe if you're up 4 guys and you don't have to recall anyone. But yeah, a little bit of a rough game here for VP though, as we have a team focus for them.
Yeah, losing one early definitely kind of hindered their campaign as a whole. So, of course, as Nixie was the first one to fall, and I don't think they ever actually got him back up. But yeah, having a position like this, technically in a previous circle like that, and the way and timing in which they move was very important. But beyond that, when the circle shifts north, Mark, I mean, they're having to make a bit more sendy play. At least they were able to get this, which was a bit ridiculous, but...
Yeah, it's kind of aggressive. We see this all the way through, actually, with VP, and it's just a W key down and find some opportunity. Lucky enough, they find 2 heads of exHOWL.
Yeah.
So yet again shifts away another time from VP, and they have to get caught. It feels like every time we see them getting shot at, they're in the car, they're moving, they're trying to find the location, and unfortunately for this game, it doesn't work out.
Yeah, it's always interesting to watch as teams try and go for these kind of sends towards shacks because, and it really exemplified how open the circle like this was, right? They got blasted from multiple angles as they're trying to get into that shack, Martin. Nobody wants them in there, so everyone will focus on them instantaneously.
No, I mean, I love it was perfectly pulled up on with the points that they got from the 2 knocks that was on the mortar, obviously from Lou, that they got the 4 points there. But imagine you had the mortar in a car, or you can make some unplayable or like some playable terrain where it's usually unplayable, where you don't have any space. That wasn't necessarily this shack here if it was on the ridge or anything, but they didn't have the time to do it. Like they were chasing circles from circle 3 and on, but those extra 15-30 seconds, and if you had the mortar, that would have been a completely different game for them. That could have opened up a whole different story. Or I don't say they should have, but there's a possibility is also crashing the dead center compound that is pretty breachable, but I guess they didn't want to take a chance at it.
Yeah, it feels like I think that they felt like it's just a foray too far. They're going to just get shot by everybody as well, but from some of those other teams. But anyway, let's listen on some of the team comms here from our Miramar and see what people had to say.
What is that, bro?
The C4 bug, it didn't explode. The C4...
What?
Good combo. One active. They're all in the red smoke. All in the red smoke.
Sürüneceğim beyler. Şu çocuğu çekin. Şu çocuğu infonuzu veriyor.
Nerede?
Burada. Ben de geliyorum şimdi, bekleyin.
En sağdan pik gelebilir beyler. Önümüzdeki...
Ебать, он тебе дал жестко.
НТ. Флеши пошли вместе под размен.
Заедь наебало ему. Я въебало. Стоит. Забер демо.
Убил.
Меня резнуть.
Я резну.
Evet, smoke'ta beyler.
Alın akları. Semih abi, Tugay'ın soluna bak Semih abi. Linux'ini kullan artık.
Solunda. Mi? Ya. Bakıyordum, full oradaydım da.
Smoke'umuz olsa var ya, anasını sikeceğim hepsini ya.
Kanka Allah için.
Направо
треугольник не пизды дал. Левый треугольник не пизды дал.
Нокнулся одного.
Левый треугольник сидит.
Нокнул еще одного.
Лаз без инфы.
Лаз слева.
Лучше, брат.
Хорош, парни, блядь.
Great shots there from Vitality towards the end, and I really do appreciate Cappy's R2D2 impression. Just straight, wow! I can't do it myself, but anyway. Yes, awesome always to hear from these teams every single game, so a real pleasure to be able to get a little bit of a glimpse into how things are going. And whilst I was looking at the damage numbers there from the players and teams and everything like that, you got Hakatori on 5.3k, Levante on 5.2k, and it made me think, Martin, about how, like, if you take Twisted Minds, Na'Vi, and Vitality, they all basically have an example in be it Levante or be it Hakatori. These 3 guys, example Hakatori and Levante, I just think are a cut above. They are so insane.
Yeah, they are able to sniff out kills and points, and yeah, they are. Here we go. But 22 kills for Hello My Bad. That's actually crazy. They're now, I think they hit 70 kills for this 12th game. That's actually insane. 72 kills was Navi's prior to this there, and 79, I think, after this one, or maybe 80. So it's looking really, really good for these two top teams. I'll ask you, though, this, guys, and it's with 3 games to go. Is it now a 2-horse race? When do we count Twisted Minds out now that Vitality won this last game?
What do you think, Mark?
I think this should be the decider. Twisted Minds have to step up, or a noslack. I'd even argue maybe a team nemesis, but they need a huge game. So I think maybe store count Twisted Minds and noslack in, but they have to win today.
All right, let's get to it then. It is going to be time to Tego, and yes, I would love to see a Twisted Minds blowout for this game to make it all the way to the top alongside Vitality and Na'Vi. But one thing's for sure, Martin, as we cast this game, that those two teams at the top have been wall-to-wall excellent, and if one of them takes it, I'm not disappointed at all.
Nah, they've been insane. There's no denying that this is the next level for EMEA, that we have these top teams being able to kind of rock it out. And sure, Na'Vi is a new team. Vitality with Chrissy is a new team, and they're, you know, the synergy that you have to build. But at the speed and how rapid it has been that these guys are working and becoming better and better for every game is just so impressive. And I love that. And sure, it's there's some hurdles always to come through, but for Fairest to step up to a level like this, basically in this PEC has becoming almost a fragging IGL, getting close to where the other guys have been as well. Hello My Bad stepping up to this level that he's been able to as well. It's awesome to see, man. There's no denying that these two rosters are absolutely great.
You can see in the middle of this circle, or relatively to the east of middle of this circle, Yoga Bonito dropping near Na'Vi. And nobody wants to go up against Cristiani on a drop. He was reinforcing the position of Yoga Bonito. And of course, yesterday we saw those 3 or 4 or 5 insane shots from him against James, to the point where we heard James comms after and he was like bamboozled himself. So yes, as I say, Cristiani has had a star-making performance so far, joining some of the top ranks at the moment for Yoga Bonito, even though they might not be able to jump all the way to the very top. But another one that are contenders, Martin, of course, is noslack, who started off very strong in the previous game. I think that, you know, having full fin comms, I think that they've got a bit of a hunger about them in terms of the performances that they've been able to put up so far. To be in 4th place as a cup team in this lobby, I think is extremely commendable.
Yeah, it's super impressive. Also being, 10 points from Twisted Minds at this point, right? Yeah. With 3 games to go, that's quite impressive. And them being able to do that is huge. Their consistency in placement has really been their winning factor. Sure, they've not had as many kills as, say, a Na'Vi or Vitality, but they are on a different level right now. And with how noslack has been, even with bad circles, kind of approaching it, I really like the way they kind of strategize around their position inside the circle. They know when they don't have absolute priority into some of the good spots, they're looking for points outside in a not full Joga Bonito kind of esque way, but in a safer way where we saw one of the kind of ascent third party. So I like that priority and the way they're kind of strategizing around it. Let's see how it takes them. That sad thing is that Vitality had an absolute astounding game here. And for them to be, I think it's 33 points ahead right now. It's looking dire for noslack. But then there's still the PGC at the end of the year. That is also your end goal for 2026.
Definitely hugely important. For a lot of teams in the previous years, it feels like everything has hinged around PGC. It feels like this year in 2026, there is some, because of the way in which this specific tournament works, just a huge kind of 6-month landmark compared to anything else that we've ever seen before, with EWC, Circuit 3 and Circuit 4 being really on the line alongside PNC in terms of being able to represent your country and be able to put up the numbers that you need to do to be able to qualify for that. So it's been a bit of a power shift, a bit of a dynamic shift for sure for some of these teams to have to try and work up against. And for some of them, it's been excruciating. It's been really difficult to be able to rise to the occasion for it.
That's rough when you have that full Finnish roster for a team like noslack that you're directly competing against each other for it. But I like, especially with the interview we had with Scab as well, they're not focused on that. They did promise each other that's not a focal point for them. Pixie does find Subila here, and it's a little bit falling apart for PGG in the spot here, James. It's somewhat central south of Hosan here.
Yeah, not much has lined up for them, and I do actually think PGG is just a better team than this. We watched it in that first final.
Yeah.
Like, as much as, you know, you're not top 3, you're not top 4 or anything like that, but I think that PGG has shown that they're able to do more than what they've done so far. It's just been quite the unfortunate tournament for them as a whole. More construction workers coming to reinforce. Can we get Nail up? It's very close. He's bleeding on out at the moment.
My
Looks
God.
like we are going to be able to just at the last second. Holy moly.
That's a safe risk call if I've ever seen one, and Pixel always comes in to save everything. I like that. That's a good way to ensure that Nailub. And Nailub has been quite the fragger on the team here, with construction workers kind of coming back into it. I think he was tied with the guy. Oh, never mind. They're 10, 9, 9, 10. So they are extremely close. This puts Nailub on 11. So they're extremely close. And that's like kind of the story of the team as well. They're all good fraggers. The problem maybe for me is that there's not that one clear IGL voice that Gustav was from the team, and that I don't know if that was what took them an extra playoff to get into the finals.
Yeah, I think I'm curious as to what happens after this tournament, right? Do teams go through like big changes? Do we see some retirements as well? Because for some of the teams that don't qualify for EWC, Circuit 3, Circuit 4, there's not a whole lot to be playing during quite a long window. So unless some teams see themselves an opportunity towards PGC later on, we could see some big moves in some of these teams across a lot of regions, right? Because PWS just concluded, PMS is concluding, PAS tonight is concluding. Everything really hinges on such an important weekend. I think it's only Thailand that might still have quite a few days left on their tournament.
There's always this big roster royale once the slots has been decided for the next PGS and for the Esports World Cup, that unless you have big PGC points on your roster and the kind of rules that are around it in terms of maximize or limiting how many players you can swap and so far in terms of keeping the PGC points you've already gotten. There's always this big roster royale with swapping 1 to 2 players or a full disband if you didn't get, you know, let's say 50 plus PGC points. So it's always fun. This the mid-year roster royale is not as fun as the early year where everything is just mayhem. But it's fun.
Fun for us, but not so much for the players, maybe.
Sure.
Yeah, but that's the nature
Unless
of the beast,
you're Kristalny,
right?
James, then it's fun. The offers are coming in tsunamis into your mail inbox.
Yeah, he might be top tier at this point, that's for sure. What I do find interesting was we've got a little bit of a lull in the action as well, as if you'd watched PWS over the last couple of days, I find it very interesting that, of course, well, spoiler alert, DN Super's doing well as always. But Geeke, obviously a name that we saw in EMEA, being able to win a regional at one point with Quizzy and the boys, picked up basically what was the remains of Begopar once PO and Crazy Raccoon had split on off. And did way better than Crazy Raccoon. So I wonder where the power on Begopar really lied before, as Cristiani trying to get some shots off here against them. But that was very interesting to me that Geeke was able to qualify on through to the big tournaments.
Yeah, for sure. They're able to do well. Songjang is always a gamer with Park Pro, EJ, and Arkan coming in doing good. And I think Crazy Raccoon ended up in 16th, right? So it was a little bit of a rough situation for them for PWS. Also for PAS, that's going to be coming up with their final day after this. Purdy Curdy being the top frag. I don't know how much you've been able to check it out. I saw some of the clips. It's actually crazy how well he was able to do, especially with the BDMs and how he's kind of running around. It feels like the cannon fodder story is a little bit more prevalent in PAS than it has been here in PEC, though.
Yeah, no, I'll actually address exactly how they addressed me on PAS, saying that I was saying, it's the greatest region on Earth! And then they called me a leprechaun, which is normal, that's fine. I stand on boxes sometimes at events, that's fine. Oh, it's not going to be fine, though, for Slafson, as Lou, they're on the chase, on the hunt here against Joga Bonito. It's a dog! What is that?
Oh, that was awesome. Joga Bonito trying to slack back a little bit on Twisted Minds here. But they're being straight up punished here, as we saw the big sandwich coming in with the cars, confirming the knock. I like it a lot. As we see the circle closing in here, we're going to have a new pop here, and this is where the game and the strategy around your positioning is really is gonna pay off if you're into those spots here. But we have some teams that's close, and even Yooo staying inside Hosan here with this circle, James. But there's a lot of teams on the edges doing big, far rotations. HiVE is one of them, close to Hosan prison here. They're gonna have to get a western shift to get anything worked off of.
Paul Slafson was like one of those yellow test dummies in those car crash
situations. Oh, yeah.
That was unfair and cruel and unusual. But yes, here with this circle popping, Bushido Wildcats surely has some mega loot on board here after ransacking that and now heading up north towards the eastern position, towards Fishing Camp. And the rest of the teams here positioning themselves around Hosan. Where are they going to go? I think some teams actually might just straight hit Hosan. Yooo is positioning themselves on the north side of it at the moment.
Hosan is one of those kind of bait cities where it almost never ends inside, right? It's always these kind of ridges and fields around it. But with this circle here, with how much water is in play, James, I could see it actually kind of bounce down towards them, especially if we keep more water in play. Now Spiro, more shots coming in here. It's VP and Navi. Big fights to be had in here. Oh my god, Correct coming flying in with a Spider-Man landing, and Nixie finds Spiro.
There was the glider in the distance. They're trying to get a little bit more reinforcements coming on in to try and shut down Navi. If Navi goes down to obviously a huge name at the moment, and then this could be a huge opportunity for Vitality on the other side of things. But Boosting knocks Beamy as he's got the M249 in hand. Needs a big reload on off though. It does actually get off, so now he can keep moving forwards, try and put on more pressure here against Virtus Pro, who in the distance very wounded. Hakatori takes Lookarox. It's almost done here for Virtus Pro.
Yeah, and a third party for construction workers coming in as well. exHOWL is lurking in the distance here. Hakatori comes in. Pixix steals the confirmation onto Correxi, gets a point for construction workers. That's massive. Vard does get Nixie with the nade, and I like this third party, but now Vanavi's like, oh, more free points coming to us. I like it. Let's just engage in that immediately. They need to get Spiro up and get him back into the dance.
More nades forwards. What's action here? They bounce off some of that rock. Actually, that bounced perfectly up onto the rock. Oh my god. With a few shots coming in from Nail Up as well here to do the big damage that's needed. Vard is also... Here comes Yooo with a bit of an angle. This is going crazy here, Martin.
Yeah, this is absolutely insane. Hakatori goes down to the red zone too. I've seen it. I've tried it before in my own team, and it's not a fun time, James, here. Construction workers trying to make the most out of it, but 4 kills to get it. He gets confirmed too by the red zone. There's no way. Spiro survived for longer after being the first knock, and that's rough with... It's just down to Ferris being on this off position here. I think he's going to bleed out with Spiro too, but what a game for Navi. Mate, you know what? They could be stopping them in this one. This might be the game where Vitality strikes back and takes first place.
Nixie actually getting the confirm on Spiro. He's been knocked for ages. That's ridiculous. But at the same time, if somehow Vitality takes over Navi now and a red zone knocking and killing Hakatori comes back to bite them, they are going to be fuming, I think, all things considered, for that one. As Vitality, I mean, they're on the north side of Hosan here. Look at them. They're actually spread out in an okay spot for this. I imagine they'll be able to keep cars relatively okay alongside some of those walls as well. There's a world where they could even transition out of Hosan if it really kind of comes to crunch time.
Oh, that's a absolutely great hole that has been dug out here for Keter, trying to hold out some of the Nemesis members. And especially doing here on the top of the hills, you don't really see it until you get too close where it's too late. Next circle pop though, James. It's containing them still inside on the top side here. SOG is looking really good for their position. HiVE has to make a move again. PGG is going to have to make moves. noslack is also rotating in close to Nemesis, close to Ascent.
Here goes the move. What are they going to do here for Vitality? Even if they just leapfrog forwards and ahead of where Navi currently is, and then maybe even shuts them down when they actually want to move later on, that could be huge. But SUG here got themselves an okay position. Vitality's looping around. They're actually walking into Navi here. This could be big.
Yeah, so many rotations coming off from this. Oh my god, exHOWL 2. They're going to go close to S2G. Oh, with the Panzerfaust coming out too. But tries to go for it, tries to get exHOWL out of this one here. Vitality actually managed to get into a pretty decent spot off from this, but it's pretty flat, pretty open in this area here. Bushido Wildcats close to the fishing camps on the southern side of this. It's difficult to hold, but this could be a temporary home for exHOWL until Bushido Wildcats decide that they don't want them here anymore. More teams also trying to position themselves better inside this next circle here. So Billa does find Storm on request. Sisso is out. We saw him having great performances yesterday. Some of the big clutches from him, especially on the Rondo game.
Yeah.
Big points to come in for him too. And Ascend on that western side, Nemesis on that western side, but there's so much barren open space in between it. And Bushido's Wildcat is trying to whack some shots towards them.
Yeah, all of these Turkish teams somehow running into each other constantly in these games. As Kesser actually knocking Tifex over in the distance. That's over on the far west side as well. Ascend, still opportunities to be able to have big jumps on up here from this. If they could somehow chain together a few 20-point games. Jeans! Big nade on Vardanela over in the distance. That's north of Hosan at the moment. As Yooo needs to be able to get on out of there, and actually construction workers are so perched up close to this position. This should be a Yooo victory here.
Yeah, Yooo might be able to lock this one down and get the last member. Pixel Lake in the distance there as you see it. Oh, that's a great nade. A lot of util being committed here, but they could later go out and grab the utility that has been left behind from construction workers. And Yooo, I guarantee you with Michael right now, it's like, we gotta kill those guys. This is my chance to get a PNC spot. We gotta finish above them, guys. We're only 26 behind now. If we win this one and get 2 more good games, I have a chance.
Please, boys, please.
Please help me.
We'll see. 3 games still, or 2.5 games still to go. Now, as more mortar shots here from Vitality. Was it a short range one? I guess it must have been here, right? To try and hit S2G up on this high ground. Trying to get rid of them, as the fallback here from S2G, very important. Nemesis is also being constantly wounded. I think Nemesis is caught between a rock and a hard place here with HiVE and Ascend. Both teams shooting at them at the moment here. Nemesis's opportunities are dwindling, Martin.
Yeah, it's looking a little bit rough for them to get into this next circle. And as we get this next circle, Pop James, look, it's kind of central. Ascent getting so much out of this one. Nemesis is probably going to be held out by potential many here. Odin Mavesi finds a confirmation onto Code Marco.
And at the same time, Slapson coming back. He is the test dummy's back on in. See if any more cars are going to crash into him. As now Bushido Wildcats still looking for an opportunity to try and shut down the exHOWL position. Of course, Celtic, if he can find a little angle with this arm, that would be a cheeky one for sure. Oh, Schiller, hello. He's falling. And Quizzy, very much falling.
That's a big name to take down, especially with how wounded we've seen Navi become. Vitality, actually, this hill and this push from Vitality, if they are the last team to come in from that northeastern side, James, it's actually not a bad play later for them, but let's see if they recoup a little bit. James is down to Simon. Celtic that find the Mad on exHOWL. And now it looks like this fight's going to be evolving just a little bit between exHOWL and Bushido Wildcats. The Turkish roster's going at it once again.
Yes, let's see. Big nade there forwards. Mad confirmed. And then Medibay still looking for an opportunity. Medibay has been really good on Bushido Wildcats, I must say. He's really been clutching things out, and he'll continue to do so with a blue zone with another nade. Trying to find a little way on forwards here to be completely shutting down exHOWL. This has been just very clinical. He takes some damage. He's blinded. They're both blinded. Oh, they're just spraying a Medibay. Lovely. Oh, dear me.
Yeah, so well done. Well executed by them. And yeah, Medibay has been great. Celtic, all of them has actually been better. I think Celtic was the second highest kills and is currently the highest kills in Finals 2, but it was the second highest kills in Finals 1. So if we're looking at the performance picks that comes out of Turkey, I think it might be Code Marco and Celtic with the performance from Celtic currently. And sure, you're always saying, you know, let's play for the team, let's make sure to do as well as possible, but you can't help but think that these guys think, oh, this push, this nade might give me the spot over my teammate. And PNC, what a joy it is to be at.
Yeah, it's a tough one. It is a tough one. Kind of reason with Michael, though. He's reasoning with it very nicely and getting himself a little bit more. 3 kills on the board. Yes, you're right. Maybe at the back of his mind, Martin. But we shouldn't dwell on it too much, of course.
Feed me. And obviously here for Finals 2, some teams have had multiple showings. 10 teams has been here twice. We have 6 new teams here to come in and compete, and it's just impressive with how consistent we see the teams that come in and have a chance at it here in Finals 2 with Construction Workers and JB being in top 8.
Mate, Navi's all back in. Every single one of them. That's crazy that they were able to get the full res on off here for Navi to be back in. I thought they were going to be doomed in this game.
Oh, and Ferris opens up on Celtic.
No
They're
way.
engaging on that fishing camp area. And look at all the loot that's opening up for Na'Vi in the top side here. If Spiro and Hakator can survive, Spiro did get knocked though, so the timing on him has a little bit rough, but Bushido Wildcats are down to 2 man. They might be able to clean this up quick and then engage later, but the circle is rougher than Ferris. Finds Metabay to James. It's falling apart for Bushido Wildcats. They did not see this one coming.
No, they didn't. At the same time here, obviously, Vitality is trying to make a bit of a leapfrog forwards against S2G. They've got the mortar play once again to try and shut them down, try and lure them on in here. But Na'Vi has found a lifeline to keep themselves in number 1, the traction on the road, as Hakatori shuts down Crossberg. That's Bushido Wildcats out. And as you rightly pointed out, a load of loot just opened up for them. Suddenly, they're playing a game that they had no reason to be playing earlier on with how kind of destroyed they were.
And I saw a mortar also being deployed. Maybe there's even some shells close to it, enough shells to maybe make a playable space up ahead of them. But Team Vitality is engaging onto S2G. If they survive this one here, they could push themselves ahead of Na'Vi. Levante goes down to Schiller though. Schiller's been such a big player, and he finds multiple, finds Skeptrix and Quizzy as well.
That's massive. That's massive. Schiller making huge moves here, shutting down Vitality. And if they go down before Na'Vi, the gap is only going to widen here for this one. S2G, gosh, what a thorn in the side they've been here for Vitality. Vitality has been trying to dig them out of that position for ages in this game, but it's not been successful. Even Lou from the other side as well. Schiller completely confirming all 3 of them. What a massive play. Hello, my bad, though, finally takes down Schiller, but I think it's too little too late.
He's going to come in and maybe confirm in here, but look at the third party from the side. Lou gets points in, gets the res off onto Latza, and now it's a 2v1. And you know what? This this opening is the exact opening that Na'Vi needed. HiVE could be the denier, but Team Vitality is out in 10th place. Hakatori finds HiVE as well. Oh my god, Navi's back with full force, and they're doing a full pull-up onto HiVE's position.
If Navi gets rid of HiVE, I can't believe it. What a recovery it has been for them in this game. Oh my god, and they've got a BRDM. I didn't even realize what is going on. Oh, it's gone. Well, never mind. They don't have a BRDM.
All right, 6 kills for Na'Vi and a full 4-man here, and all the loot that they could possibly carry now being committed here. Postic goes down to Rock. Shots comes into Scav, gets him down.
Of course, those points that were just shown would be what would happen if things ended right now.
Sure.
If you're kind of keeping tabs on all of that. Ferris with some great shots here. Everything's not said and done just yet with those points, though. We'll be checking in through some of these games to know exactly how it's all working on out here. But Na'Vi with 8 kills coming in from a miraculous recovery on the north side. They're also still in a 2-2 split and could get themselves up here. But Yooo also going crazy on this south side with Twisted Minds now on the back foot.
Yeah, it's trying to stop Twisted, trying to get the extra points that they need to get everything pushing. Victor goes down to Michael. And Boosticks get bled out. Sloyjack, the third party onto Yooo. Yooo losing a little bit here. Twisted Minds trying to strike back and get the points confirmed.
This is interesting because if Twisted Minds falls here, this opens things up for noslack to be able to try and get podium. Like, in just this game alone. They're still in a really good spot here at the moment. Yooo still taking fights on multiple fronts, though. Trying to shut down Storm on request, who does send the Panzerfaust forward. PWD dancing around a little bit, trying to delay his movements forwards with that bang. A nade in hand, though. If he can post this across some of these vehicles, this could be PWD down and out. Oh.
Good nade, down to 50 HP, has to go for the first out to get up to 75. Car is also exploding shortly, and he's gonna go for it. Lou finds Cappy, PWD fighting on multiple fronts, and VC goes down to PWD. That's huge for them. They get into the top 7.
Not bad at all. More nades forwards, though. Lou still trying to shut down everything that's going on. He actually saw Michael dancing into the smoke there. Did a bit of damage to him. Sees him on the right-hand side. Takes him down straight away with a drop shot. Exactly what Quizzy was trying to teach people earlier. As now, Batulin's here and the boys shutting down everything that Yooo is trying to do. They got themselves 10 kills, though. It's definitely a successful game here for Yooo, all things considered, but it's only PWD back in those buildings, and I don't think he has much more room left.
Nah, it's just gonna go down to the blue zone, denying those points there. Top 6 now we're down to, and Yooo got 7th place, and Na'Vi now trying to send it in here. Shots coming in from multiple sides. It's just down to Quetpan. Latza tried to survive this onslaught that's coming from Na'Vi.
This might just be the game that crowns Na'Vi, and to think a Hakatori knocked into killed in a red zone, and they were still able to recover from the scenario. Love that for Na'Vi so far. God, what a revelation this roster has become at the start of 2026, being able to win PGS2, and now they're staring down the barrel of yet another win. Nade forwards, Lazar backs off from that one. 41 damage done to him. S2G still knows that there is going to be an encounter here on this north side, as Na'Vi really wants to take this position away from them.
Yeah, this hill still slightly inside, and there's some crates as well to be looted. Lazar's trying to hold on Spiro. He's taking blue damage, James, as you say here. He's going to try to get the point and confirmation. Good damage, though. He has to get in and get out. Oh, that's another good nade. That's actually going to go in there. And Spiro finds a double onto S2G.
10 kills! 10 kills from Na'Vi! I can't believe it. I cannot believe what we're watching here at the moment, as they're kind of going down on that north side at the moment. They're still trying to get a little bit more, creep in a little bit more here. But Twisted Minds has now breached the 100-point mark. Nades go forwards against the position of noslack, considering that PGG wants to get rid of them, wrestle away from them, the position that they have with the rocks as well as the cars. As PGG's not had much to their name so far, but even still, even a win here could jump them up massively, considering that it's not been the finals that they wanted, considering Finals 1.
Yeah, they could, with just 11 more points, jump up into to 6th place with 11 more points. No slack. This is your chance to try to catch Vitality. Sure, Twisted Minds might get points, but your fight is directly with Vitality for that invite, and that'll be huge for them to set this one up here. Send also trying to push themselves just that further up the leaderboard. Maybe, if a miracle happens, they could push themselves deeper as well in this game. 11 points up to Nemesis as well.
What a wild Tego. I really just did not expect this to go the way it has, especially considering the Na'Vi recovery. And now noslack here, staring down yet another potential victory to try and catch on up. But Twisted Minds still survives. Twisted Minds has a little bit of an angle on the position there. PGG trying to deal with Ascend, who I really haven't paid much mind to in this game. They've been kind of quiet, and they're going to continue to be quiet here. If Na'Vi's got anything to say about it, they're gone. Na'Vi with more kills. But at the same time, Kiliakai shutting down Na'Vi. Sorry, excuse me. I thought it was kind of blow for blow, but no, in the end, Ascend is able to deal with Na'Vi up at the top.
I think there might be a risk coming in, or a third party onto PGG, but no, they're focused more on that southern side here, running into the smoke, trying to get the reses in. Keter is, but the T-Bone bleed out gets another point confirmed onto Na'Vi. Keter, that last player, he's got to try to survive as long as possible. Get that kill your Kairos off. You still got a chance here to push yourself deep into this game here. Just 8 more points up to Nemesis, James. And that's your next target to conquer on that leaderboard.
Slow and steady for the north. As Ascend trying to get a little bit more points for this one. PGG also slow and steady. They've got such a field that they have to run through. I feel like they're going to be the next casualty here. The smokes have already gone down. Seeing what they can get done with it. So now they're going to be sending it through with the cars as well. Already a little bit of a spray through some of that smoke here. But Salik, unfortunate for Scab. His gun pushes up against the car, so he doesn't quite get some of those bullets off.
We've got a great position. If they get another shift on the southern side here, Jim, surely it's no slack to win another game. It could be them pushing themselves into the triple digits, joining Twisted Minds, and getting so much closer to Vitality. If it hadn't been for that win that they had, they would have been almost tied up after this game. But let's see how it goes. Another circle to come their way. It's decent. It's not fully on their side, but still, it sets them up for a potential really good late game. Twisted Minds has to move. PGG has to move. Ascent has to move. The only team inside still with cover is noslack.
Yep. Let's see indeed. Now, Twisted Minds still along this roadside here, looking for an opportunity. This could be big for them as well. So they're only 3 alive. They know that there's a chance that they can make a bit of a move forwards here to try and assault the position of at least Vitality. Big nade from Batulins. That really starts to open things up for them as well. Molly forwards just short at the same time. Smokes go down here. Noslack knows that they're going to have to make a bit of a dire move here to try and recover the rest of the teammates. But at the same time, if they do that, they know that they're going to be nade bait as well. A second one finishes them off. A third one moving forwards as well, just in case Kovaleva and Satta are trying to move into those smokes forwards.
What a crucial way to open up. And they got just within strike distance to be on this high ground here. Sen is out in 4th place. Sloy Jacket finds Keter, but they also had a great effort to come in, get a 4th place, get 2 kills. That's 6 points for them rather than going out early. PGG now, the only team with effectively 4 guys alive, even though Sibylla is knocked. Let's see how they approach this late game with Salek having a AUG and a Panzerfaust. He could engage onto Twisted Minds if they don't scout him out early.
Oh, I need to... A moment of reprieve here in this game, considering what we've witnessed just before. Slow Jacket and the boys somehow find a little bit of a way to dance around on this west side, finding themselves crates as well, not only to use as potential extra gear on board, but also cover. Very important cover as well in an open field quite like this, especially with those smokes as well. But nades forwards here means understanding the excellence that they're usually able to provide and try and get them through. Another nade to 42 damage a piece here. Batulin's just found a P90. Oh my days.
That's disgusting. And a full 3 gear. He'd have almost broken 2-vest. You go from 40 to 20% damage reduction now. Blue Zone in coming in. He's going to have to use a lot of his Jammer Pack durability and then pop a first aid. It's going to be possible since it's only one first aid, but still, it's him being delayed, him having to focus on that rather than focus on putting out damage and positioning himself against PGG. If noslack plays this perfectly and pays a lot of attention towards this fight here, they might third party in a perfect timing to get both of these teams knocked out.
Not bad at all. Not bad at all. Okay, here comes the P90 now. What can Batulins do with this? He tries to dodge out away from a nade, but actually that's a lot of damage, as well as some of the shots coming in from the left-hand side as well. Here, Batulin's got to go for a heal, but then the blue is going to be pushing on him as well, so he's going to have to move on out. He's trying to reload his smoke as quickly as possible, but it's not going to be fast enough. Salek hits him with the Panzerfaust. That is brutal. The timing does not work out here for Batulins at all. Smoke's going down here in the front. Lou trying to hold on a little bit, but big nades move forwards against PGG. Go too far here for noslack to be able to try and make something work, but it's big nades from Satos Kovalevi, both against the two teams that are still up and alive here from noslack.
noslack is so lucky with how they've positioned of this fight here. Salek does find Kovalevi though. Now it's down to just Sata. PGG is fully pushing this area that Sata has locked down, and now they're full 3-man here. Can he 1v3? Can he make the dream happen? He finds Presenti. Does he have more? He finds one more, but Salek closes it down, and it's 8 kills for PGG, and it's a 1v2 between Twisted Minds and PGG.
Surely Twisted Minds pushes on this. Surely they know exactly what is at stake here, and actually they do go for the spray on the right-hand side, taking down Presenti. He's all there as well. Twisted Minds, it follows through. The one team we wanted to be able to win this game number 3 to try and make it up at the top. But the problem is Na'Vi took so much in the recovery from Tago here. What a game 3 for the day. Let's bring Mark back in to talk about this one. Oh, we start off the highlights with that. That's just mean, Mark. What a game.
What a crash test, Hubby. Look, we asked for Twisted Minds and noslack to step up and have a big game here, all right, before we move into that kind of penultimate. Both of them did, but we can't take away the fact that Na'Vi refused to go down. Late to zone, got the recall, delivered, I think, 11 kills as well. They just continue to put points on the board. Great game in the end. And do you know what I really like watching? Is noslack being able to juggle multiple teams in an end game. It is great to watch.
Holy days, Martin. That might have been one of my favorite takeovers in a long time. It was weird, it was interesting, there was a lot going on here, and yeah, somehow, some way, these teams at the top still make it. Whew.
Yeah, it's absolutely insane. And yeah, you guys said it, I asked, is this a 2-horse race yet? And Twisted Mind says no, it's a 3-horse race. Forget about it, we're back. And the way that they're able to clutch that one. I actually thought that noslack actually had the perfect opportunity here, but PGG realized that if they don't focus their forces on that side, they're just going to have third party.
Definitely so. Definitely. The final moments of this game as well. Na'Vi continuing to somehow survive on through, but Twisted Minds... I actually was concerned for Twisted Minds in this, Mark. The fact that they were only 3 coming in from this side, I thought maybe they would take a few more wounds on their way through, but not the case. They persevere like the kings they are.
Yeah, they stayed out of trouble for quite some time as well. Again, they were another team that came in late for that sort of east push. And I was worried because we was looking at Team Yooo, and for whatever reason, Michael's just dialed in. I think it is to call in for PNC that he wants to get some points to get the team up. And that logically, they were going to run into Team Yooo on that sort of southeast corner. It wasn't going to be the case. Obviously, Twisted Minds did overrun them in the end and arguably had a great game. 10 kills and 20 points overall.
Yeah, big stuff indeed. PGG with a bit of a fight back, 14 points go their way. It's about damn time here for this team that we were irking on here before this one, saying, oh God, they're better than this. But yeah, that's a really good position. And again, Na'Vi just does not let up. I am shocked at the fact that they were able to get 3 up when they did. I didn't even see the res go off, Martin, actually. I really want to go back on the map and see exactly where that happened.
Yeah, Ferris he sent it towards like east of Hosan. I don't know if he went terminal or the other recall between terminal and Buxan Sa, but he went out and got it done, and the timing was just perfect for the third party onto Bushido Wildcats on that grade. But look at that. Big push up here for Twisted Minds to catch up to Team Vitality.
Okay, yeah, that is still, though, 132 points for Na'Vi at the moment. With only 2 games remaining, will either Vitality or Twisted Minds make an insane catch-up? Still, noslack is trying their very best to make the catch-up happen as well. There is a world where they could try and take over Vitality. I just don't know if it's going to be the case, considering the class that we're seeing here from the mark. You can be noslack for days. You can be cheering them for days, but when you're seeing the class that the top 3 teams are able to do here so far, it's going to be so difficult.
I don't know. I've got a little bit of hope inside of me. I think if they can outlive them, I think that's what it's going to come down to. And look, don't get me wrong, Team Vitality always up there, always appearing up in sort of the leaderboards. Not quite this one, especially with the damage, kills, and revives. But noslack just need to have a little bit of survivability. I think below them we can write off now. I think Team Nemesis is just fighting for those kind of PGC points. And I think it's too much of a gap. But actually, I'm still going to go penultimate game. 4 teams potentially could run away with it with good back-to-backs.
Yeah, Fairest really doing a lot here for Na'Vi. Fantastic stuff. It really goes back to every single component of that team is pulling their weight. As we take a look at our focus for this one, it was Team Vitality who'd moved in on the north side of Hosan, and then unfortunately for them moved in on the northeast side of S2G, and it felt like for a long time, as from this position specifically, Martin, there wasn't much that they could do against S2G's stranglehold on this hill.
No, the S2G's area, with them having a little bit of terrain advantage to that hacker, and then this shift here, I was like, oh my god, S2G is gonna absolutely hammer it, but Vitality tried to make the most of it, and with the cover that they had as well, oh, that was a crazy one. Levante, if that was a little bit closer, he would have gotten both Quedpa and Latza, and that would have been the crazy change. But I gotta say, Sheila has had absolutely beautiful plays and a mechanical game sense throughout PC here. It feels like he's an absolute sure choice for the Turkish roster for PNC.
Yeah, for sure. He's definitely the standout when it comes to S2G. Of course, you know, we've seen in the past as every component of this S2G roster has been able to perform, but here in 2026, it has been a bit wishy-washy in terms of those results so far. I don't want to hammer them too much, though, because, again, in terms of where Turkey's at as a whole, it's been a bit rough. But anyway, let's take a listen to the team comms here from Artego and see if there was any flustered comms.
Nice kata, bro.
Nice kata.
You got this. You're winning this game.
Ну, короче, ладно, желтую закрывайте. И справа от камня просто ставайте. Только не в ямку, а справа от камня, ребят.
No jossain sinisellä. Mä vaan minimilaukauksin. Avuja vaan vitusti.
Ну, смотри, и полево развивать нужно будет сейчас. У нас слева никого нет, пацаны. Я забил Удореса, попробуйте развивать полево. Как можно больше.
Laita paloja pois. Eikä nokis. Ei muuta.
Пики, вот панциров еби в него. Найс, но! Камень встал. На мне можно охуенно. На меня просто встать.
Справа сейчас побежит один. Бежит по опену.
Одно хп, справа.
Еще один.
Коцаны целя, хорош.
Найс, файт. 3-2. 1-2 остался.
2, слева 2.
Я флешки раскидываю. Раскидывай. Видишь, справа гиб. Добей.
Добил.
Еще один справа. Nice.
All right, calm and collected there. Twisted minds towards the very end, trying to keep their hopes alive as we listen on in. And you guys at home as well, we want to be able to listen to you too. If you can give us your regional fan survey, go and scan the QR code down below and check things out. I still haven't scanned it, Mark. I still haven't scanned it. I really should.
I can't say I have either.
Damn it, Mark.
Because it'd be weird if I had my phone out now and just scan it now.
Mark's phone is on the third floor of his 5-floor mansion, so he's gonna have to go look for it too.
Yeah, sorry, mate. Yeah, you'll have to have one of the servants bring you it next time, I suppose, when they show it. But anyway, we have got
somebody
ourselves...
call it offspring nowadays.
Just clap, they're alive.
He claps accidentally, all the lights turn off behind him. Oh no. Anyway, right, we are going to a break, ladies and gentlemen, and when we return, 2 more games. The race at the top is relatively tight here, but Na'Vi just looks absolutely stalwart in their defense of number 1. Let's see if anybody can challenge them right after this.
Behind the check. Still.
Nice. We need to push them. We need to push them. I'm taking
I'm nading behind. I'm nading one small. Chill.
Work is 3 and you have a bit solo.
Knock them, kitty.
Okay.
Nice.
Flash them.
Nice fucking shot, bro.
Good shot.
Oh, what a fucking joke.
I'll control there.
Go one spot.
Yeah, bro.
One knock off them.
Yeah, he's knocked behind last car.
Flash.
I'm locked. I can't fucking see anything with these smokes, bro.
Just wait for the smoke to disappear and put it on the right side. Smoke after. Nice. One on the right guy on the right side.
Heitä tälle pommi, varakaa. Juoksi oikealle savu. Sitten nokit. Insta. Nice.
I'm holding the smoke left.
In the dip. Left side.
Left one knock.
One in the smoke close.
Oh, nice try.
Blue triangle.
I'm flashing blue.
I threw molly on me. I don't know if
guys on blue.
You have smokes, Luka?
Not one, not two of Ascent.
You can fucking res me in this hole.
Ascent dead.
Ascent dead. 2v2.
Okei, siinä savussa. Heittäkää vaan savu.
Saa tapaannus kavien poseista.
Antaa. Heittäkää tohon savu.
Asedi kuoli. Asedi insta.
Jää yksi pystys.
One flash.
One running left, pull up.
Yeah, I know.
Pull open. Nice, one. I have a molly and 2 stuns.
Right.
Can't see anything.
Kerro. Sillä on pikkumonttus.
Ai! Nättiä! Easy! Oot ihan eläin 6 härkää.
There's no way. Is this real? I guess.
Pick up his one HP.
I'm not safe. Ladder.
One check. Nice, one dip now.
Double kill, blue guys.
Nice.
It's on both.
Идем право. Один левый, один правый.
Я вижу.
Хилится вправо. Хилит аптеку.
Ты можешь ебаться.
What is that, bro?
The C4 bomb, it didn't explode. The C4.
What?
Yeah, one active, 2 active. They're all in the red smoke.
Sürüneceğim beyler. Şu çocuğu çekin. Şu çocuğu infonuzu veriyor.
Nerede?
Burada. Ben de geliyorum şimdi, bekleyin. En sağdan pik gelebilir beyler.
Önümüzdeki.
Ебать, он тебе дал жестко.
Флеши пошли вместе под размен.
Заедь наебал ему.
Я въебало. Стоит. Забер дем.
Убил.
Меня резнуть.
Я резну.
Bak sisi bokta beyler. Alın akları. Sisi. Semih abi Tugay'ın sonuna bak Semih abi.
Port Desire. A city that don't belong to anyone, but everyone wants a piece. No laws, no oversight. Just the jungle creeping back in. Both the vines and the people. The mayor stepped in where the government couldn't. Said the city needed order, and they'd be the ones to bring it. Keeping the peace on their terms. I walked away from it all. Kept my hands in dirt instead of blood. But desire is a fickle mistress. The city won't let me go. It won't forget my name. I asked for nothing, and they still came and took everything. The mayors and anyone that stands in my way, every last one of them. They're gonna learn something real simple. You reap what you sow.
Hello, my name is Justus, and I'll show you a quick tip on how you can improve your TPP gameplay. When we played FPP, we used to use smokes almost exclusively defensively to create cover for ourselves. But in TPP, we can also use smokes to push enemies. We put a smoke line towards the location of our enemy, we wait a moment till the smokes bloom, and now we can walk into the smokes and track our enemy's location without him being able to see us. If the vision over top the smoke isn't enough while standing, you can also jump. It's pretty safe. And now, use this information to line up utility and create a push. Just like this. Hope you enjoy.
World-class resilience is what is going to set our #1 team apart, and right now Na'Vi has been able to deliver. We've had ourselves 3 winners so far, none of them been Na'Vi, but they've still been able to get a whole boatload of points as time has gone on. noslack, Vitality, and Twisted Minds are the 3 teams in the chase, and unfortunately for them, they're still no closer than when we started out here today, really. Na'Vi still at 132 points. Joining me, Martin, as well as Mark, to talk about the next games coming up. And Mark, it has been a kind of a revelation watching that last game go down there.
Yeah, and as you said, Twisted Mind's survivability coming on that east was huge. Na'Vi refused to go down, but they had to run through multiple teams. The grenades, obviously, to undertake that noslack position was key. I would have liked to see them gone in with a 4 at the end, but Twisted Minds are just world class. So it's be interesting to see the penultimate game. I'll be intrigued to see who makes the pushes, because when we actually saw in that last game, especially Na'Vi, when they were fighting, construction workers were driving past them. When they realized they were in the kill feed, they did a 90-degree turn and went straight towards Na'Vi. So they've got a bit of a target on their back.
Of course, and you guys can potentially have a target on whatever you want to find over on social medias. There is a half of this code still hidden on over there, so make sure to be able to grab that for code blue, sync it up with the color, of course, and then you get yourself some free G-coin off the back of it as well. Martin now with Rondo and Erangel still to come. I think eyes always turn our attention to Test Track, turn it to Neos Factory. These 2 teams taking those spots, it is always a big focal point on this battleground.
Yeah, it is, and this is a crazy comparison. it really shows how much of a GOAT Hackatory is becoming and has become. But we gotta realize, though, it was a 20-point gap and a 25-point gap from Na'Vi to Team Vitality and Twisted Minds. Now it's a 15 and 19-point gap, so the gap is closing slowly. And if it wasn't for this comeback game that Na'Vi just had, it would have been closer. But is it a little bit too late for the two teams to try to catch up? I don't know, but they have 2 more chances to do so.
Let's see if we can close a little more then. Let's head to Rondo. It is time as we have our playing path. All the teams descending. It's going to be Eminem, mine and Mark here to bring you our penultimate game.
Thank you very much. It is a penultimate game, and it is a northeast down to a south-central flight path. So let's favor this east side of Rondo. Most teams will have their primary spots. A couple will have to extend a little bit more, grab those cars and move to either a secondary or extend to their normal drop spot. But it does, I suppose, ask the question here, Martin, who wants to get close to their rivals and potentially take on an early fight?
That is the most important question, Mark, and I don't think anyone will be able to answer that until we see it happening. And again, with how everything has been coming on of Rondo, we've had some absolutely banger matches, and I really like how Rondo's terrain, and even more so with Taco's terrain, how it's really shaping up with how it's being played and how the terrain is being worked on as well. We saw it very prevalent yesterday, Mark, and the question is it going to be as prevalent today here? Eastern-ish plane path, but next circle here, it's going to be crucial. Oh my God, Mark!
You asked for this yesterday.
The amount of water.
Yeah, this is
please,
a good...
Please, Tadina.
Tadina City, I'd love to have an ending there, the verticality that it can bring. Very unlikely because of the amount of water. They need a heavy shift or some of that craziness. But it is day 3. We kicked off with some crazy circle. So we'll have to wait and see. But for a lot of teams, they're going to have to rotate their way in. Team Yooo have an opportunity to close the door on that sort of north side. Na'Vi, Twisted Minds, is going to be about when they time and leave to go towards the zone. Don't forget, we've got a Spyro that does sort of drop a little bit further away from these guys here, Martin. So again, close to potentially locking out a door for anyone migrating in the northwest corner.
Yep, for sure. And with how everything is kind of lining up in this area here, Nemesis poised to strike back, poised to try to get closer to that podium. And they needed Mark. Sure, they've had some great performances, but if they can lock down this 5th or 4th place here, they're absolutely guaranteed to go in and kind of guarantee themselves the spot. They've been looking good, but they need to go up and mingle with the very top here. Noslack being ahead of them is not a problem right now, but if they fall too much further, if Noslack kind of continues their campaign here, there is just 12 points down to 10th place here, and that would be an absolute disaster for Nemesis, so they need big points.
We'll see big points. Be interested to see if production can get the other half of the G-coin codes on the signs, on the billboards. That'd be a good pickup. See if people can grab half of them. A team that has dropped and gone further afield is noslack. So they are, I suppose, migrating to their normal drop spot now as IXE will stop and grab the loot. And Saturday continues that migration towards that west. So I think they're going to burn a bit of time, maybe hope that a lot of teams will centralise up here with the amount of water. And interesting as well that Team Nemesis have gone for a 2-2 split. So they are dividing the water as they look to try and hold down to this hard compound.
How everything's lining up here. A lot of teams trying to send it in early, trying to get some of those high priority positions, Mark. It's going to be crucial. The question is, does the teams get too greedy and trying to hold on to multiple locations, considering how much water is still in place? Sure, it should be a southwest split. It should be, maybe some water in, but it should go, to the Danqing side of things. But I am hoping and praying for Jadina's City ending. They are so rare and so fun to watch.
Just to put that graphic in context, guys. So for noslack, obviously, it's not a case of chasing on Nemesis, right? They've got to beat Vitality in order to get the amount of points that's required to get qualified in. But obviously, with Nemesis dropping down, it does open up the opportunity for them to potentially get more. But at this point, Martin, are you counting them out of the race? Is that gap between 92 and 113 just too much?
Yes, the big one for me was the Nemesis drop-off, right? Because there's 69, 69, 66, 66, 65. 4 quick placements here for Nemesis to drop down like that.
Yeah.
That would be Nemesis losing their slots to noslack for PGS potentially.
Yeah, this is, again, it's a moving target.
Yeah.
but it is the penultimate game, so Nemesis just need to keep the opportunity up, need to keep the, I suppose, the consistency. But I felt like, especially today and 100% yesterday, just unable to find an opening to late game. They're getting thereabouts, they're getting closed out, they're chasing circles, and when they chase fights, they get underpinned one at a time.
VP, some potential shots here. And a Joga Bonito that loves to fight early game. And there you go, get some fights in. Have a fight with Beamy if you want to, Simon. That's an easy pull-up for VP and some quick points to come their way. And this does feel like it's more and more the meta of, you know, the piranhas in the water. Just lurking around in the cars, trying to see if they can squeeze out an easy kill. A quick and easy feast on just one target would be quick for them. And yeah, we'll see how that kind of evolves throughout here. But look at how congested it is east of Danqing already on that west side of the riverbank.
It is going to be congested. A lot of teams, obviously, with the expectation that he's going to play on the west side. Nemesis have collapsed their 2-2 split. Team Yooo do move into Jana City. I will say I've had quite a few circles above north side. You've got those compounds that just sits on the outside, and then it's got that high ground, actually, where we saw the 9th anniversary stuff sort of appear. So no surprise that actually Team Yooo are holding the east at the moment.
Yeah, let's see how that evolves. It's coming in here now, and how VP's pulling up onto Vitality here. They need points. Both teams does. That's an easy pick here, but Quizzy wins the one. Nixie falls, and Beamy finds Quizzy.
First go through the front door here. Levante launching grenade back. Beamy does find Quizzy, but Quizzy finds Nixie. He goes tit for tat. Now Levante backs off slightly, though, as the pressure is being applied, and it is being applied by VP. Beamy opens up with Jedrock, so Levante able to hold, though. Correctly will fall down, and Beamy does get Levante. So we go round the house, and is left with Head on My Bad.
Oh, wow. Easy points for Team Vitality. Is out here in 16th place, and 5 quick points for VP. And oh my god, look at the third party for Nemesis. They need these points. They need to try to catch up and stay top 5. And VP has somehow clawed their way back into the top 6 here.
It's like we saw from the last game. These big names going in the kill feeds, instantly it draws attention from the Sharks. As you said, the Piranhas around the outside. Joga Bonito down to a solo. The tree diverts and saves the construction workers. Now, the high ground, though, for Slavin does get a confirmation on towards Vex. Looks for some more utility and picks up 2 grenades. Able to launch one forward, though, that will avoid the tree. But it is a 2 versus 1. He needs a knock. I think he's going to get it with that second grenade.
Slavin gets nailed up here, Mark, and that's crucial opening here outside the zone. It's not a priority fight, but it's the early fights that we've been talking about that could be going on easily, but it's just a single player for Joga Bonito, knowing it is what it is for construction workers.
It's quite a bit of a distance for him to get across here. He is making a move. Pixel is going to stick the res. He's got the time in it. It's going to allow them to go for that repeat here. Stavino tries to go for the cover. He's on the other side, does make his way round. We get the picture in picture, though, and the grenade preempted, and Joga Bonito, again, another big team to fall, and it's quite early on.
But it's going to be able to get up and get some reses off this one here. And Joga Bonito out. And this place here means that the catch-up from Bushido Wildcat, S2G, and PGG could push Joga Bonito even further down. And again, sure, there's no PGS or Esports World Cup slots up for grabs right now, but in the long game and in your potential fight for the PGC at the end of the year, important points, because the difference from 8th place is 30 down to 11th is 15th. So it is huge PGC points that's being had, as it kind of doubles all the way up here quickly with a few placements.
Yeah, it does. Ascend, go for the wider rotation, normal Ascend style. Chris is in the glider, so be able to farm a lot of information. Team Yooo have spread out ahead of them, so they should be able to pick up the glider first. Unfortunately for Ascend, they're going right in towards the trap that's in the middle. Michael just tries to launch a couple of shots towards it's Chris, maybe keeping the team closer together.
Activity taps towards the distance and then over to copy. Now we see Yooo driving close to Ascend here in this kind of area that we have with how Argentina City is evolving. These two teams betting on this big shift. The problem is, though, Mark, with how the river is and the center of the dot not really being technically available to be in the center of the river here. We would need a really, really hard northern or eastern shift for this to be possible, and it's a very, very unlikely. But where we end up here is going to be determined by the next couple of circles.
You ask and you shall get, Martin. And we get that shift we're talking about, though. Sprinkle the magic. Jadena City, I don't think, but that compound I'm talking about, that could be key. Michael needs to divert, ascend. They're working their way down. They're applying pressure. Cappy a bit too far away for Team Yooo. They're caught on a 3-1 split, and Michael has to give up the terrain.
Yeah, this is a big fight for Ascend here. They're pushing their campaign to jump up a few spots on the leaderboard. Our mid-pack is so close here, Mark. The points to be had in between just 8th to 6th, 5th place is massive difference. Redpack here finding some damage and shots towards the Twisted Minds guys as they rotate, I guess, technically, through the first.
Yeah. Bridge actually, Nemesis gets straight towards the bridge. They go across. Twisted Minds now backfill that compound. VP though, pull up though. Pico bust in style, silent, deadly. Shots will come through from Beamy, but all his back's away. Grenade goes out the window as he posts something out. He does fine though, but it comes for example and it goes down Lucarux.
Students just continues to commit all his lethals to get this fight quickly. Perfectix blows up with his own car. It's very unfortunate here. And the control that we already have here from the guys on the big rooftops. This is going to be crucial. S2G, third party, or are they just disengaging and just completely trying to get over the bridge as these two teams are fighting? I actually like it. I like the idea. Example finds the confirmation to Lucarux, so this is a little bit falling apart here for VP, although they've already gotten the 5 kills here, Mark. But what a rough fight. They thought they could get easy camps from this compound here, but they just got pulled up on.
S2G don't have to, disengage completely. They can find themselves a little bit of a home and look back this way. Nixie does find Lou, gets confirmation on towards Perfectix and to lose. That's up to now 7 kills for the team. Virtus Pro, unfortunately, now Batullins finds Beam as he continues to launch out that utility as he finds more. Forces Nixie, though, to try and take the fight.
Correxy with an off angle potentially here. More utility being committed from Example. This could be a good nade onto the corner of where VP is. Example finds 24 damage on to Batullins.
Yeah.
That was a little bit weird. It bounced off weirdly. Batullins now getting ever closer here with the AUG in hand. He does have a stun grenade. He could pop it around the corner, but the smoke is enabling him, as we just saw before here, to get close. That's a great way and a great way to kind of punish this, but Nixie finds him. He did get the confirmation onto Beamy, though.
He did find the confirmation. Batullins works his way back. Example does have the flash. He tries to hear the footsteps going through. The smoke will provide some cover, but not for long. Again, these are the last two teams now on that west side. Does see the arm peek out from Corexy, and he now is getting the information though, and it is coming shots. I said before, S2G didn't have to go that far, and they're going not far enough. They're actually causing VP some damage.
Mutual destruction here at best, it feels like, Mark. Example tried to sweep around here. Gets Nixie, though. Not down to just Corexy. Stun grenade overhand here. Down to 25 HP just for the jump shot. And Corexy gets it. Closes out Twisted Minds. And the hunt is on here. No slack. If you can make a dream run and catch up to Twisted Minds for a podium, that'll be insane.
That is insane. Because we look at coming into today, and Virtus Pro obviously up to from 8th. They're now jumping up again. They're up into 5th. 9 kills. They are down some bodies. They have the opportunity, because we are ready, phase 2, to go get the recall and bring back a full squad. Now we commit away from the water. Now it comes back to those compounds on the north side of Jadena City. But look how many teams haven't committed any further forward. There's a load of hills, a load of dips, but everyone's on the west side.
Mark, if noslack gets 3rd and Nemesis gets 7th, noslack is in. If noslack gets 4th and Nemesis gets 8th, noslack is in. That's the premises we need to see here from them. I feel like it's going to be rough for them to catch up, all the way up to Vitality here with the lead that they've already built, but that's the other premise we need to see from them. And look how close Ascend is, 69. Look how close Construction Workers is, 69. Joga, Bonito, sure, they're out and 68 points, but a PGG as well. Like, that's two decent games from these teams that are chasing, and a choke, basically, from Nemesis would put their position in jeopardy.
That could be catastrophic for them.
Catastrophic?
Yeah, not catastrophic.
I like that.
That's coming.
I like that.
We'll wait and see. Ascend still controlling. They got the compound. The UAV is above. No slack. Crucial to find another good game here as they kind of eke their way from the south side in towards zone. They do have a hole, so that's obviously a little bit further in. So a 2-2 split might work out for them. How many bodies do they commit a little bit further towards that zone might be key. It should be a calm before the storm now, surely.
Yeah, it really comes down to how this, obviously, with the water already being eliminated, it could have gotten wonky. We could have gotten some Jadina City action here, but now it's just for the teams that's rotating in slowly through it. There's still a recall station in Jadina City that's being somewhat overlooked by noslack, but they do have a pretty good position inside this. I actually recently had a game that ended on the northern side here of Jadina City, and the way that the terrain kind of works out, it's very difficult to kind of get in and get a lot of control unless you have the areas that Yooo and Ascend is locking down right now.
Let's see if they can lock those down. HiVE gets confirmation towards Code Marco. Bushido Wildcats, who were working their way towards the northeast corner, have to back away. They're going to now reinforce their compound. They'll be down to 3. S2G still waiting kind of for VP to come across the bridge as they whistled on past when the fight was happening. VP, they are going back to go get the recalls, but they have to go back west, unfortunately.
Yeah, they're going to have to. I know with Sheila being off close here, we've seen a lot of engagement between these two Rosses here. It's almost like they have a lot of the same thought process. And it's not good to run into each other all the time here, but it's good maybe for the synergy to be built for PNC, that the players and rosters are thinking kind of alike. But with this next pop here, it's going to decide quite a lot. And look at that, Mark. Storm and Request is laughing, but that's a very pullable compound here. Na'Vi could come in and interfere with that. Nemesis looking good here, and they need a decent game to ensure and hold on to that top spot so they lock down their Esports World Cup slot potentially with PGS as well.
In time, it might have worked out for VPers because construction workers are looking to leave the south side. Over the heads of them, we've got Beamy and Lucrux, so re-engaging back into the other side. Navido trying to get the defensive action on as exHOWL. They try and climb their way in, but the buggy is not going to be the cover that's required. Hakatori finds one. He looks for a second. He finds a third, though, and Hakatori is farming kills.
Oh, them alive. 3 kills already. The second and third place being eliminated already, and the closest contender being more than 35 points away. It's gonna make it, or even 40 points plus away. It's gonna make it extremely difficult for Na'Vi not to close this one out and champion themselves once again here, both in the regional for the spring and also once in our PGS series. That's insane. The new Na'Vi is on an absolute championship level at this point.
They are. Big knocks though in the kill feed. Team Nemesis do find 2 for a noslack. Yooo are above them, but the question is, can they get those grenades down and get a confirmation? They have the compound, they have the trenches on the outside, but unable to find those confirmations. So for noslack, they should be able to get, I suppose, those bodies back up. But for Nemesis, they have a target now and an opportunity that if they can take advantage, they find actually taking their position, or locking their position, shall I say, to PGS.
All right, so much fights about to happen on this southern and eastern side with Yooo, noslack, S2G, PGG and Ascent being basically in the same small area south of this road here. S2G now lurking in the waters. I actually got a playable area here for them. Nabel finds Beamy as Nemesis pounds out some more damage towards these guys trying to transfer themselves into, oh, PGG with a ammo. Oh, that's not something you want to pull up into, Quetpat. Try to disengage a little bit from that area.
Seems like STG are playing that kind of old school style where they try and find a centralized compound where they can find safety and play out. PGG looking to try and roll them. So I suppose the Pico bus might have the speed, but the BRDM, well, it will just steamroll through. And it's not just one, it's 2 though for PGG, and they are flattening S2G.
Oh my god, PGG just farming with the BRDMs here. It feels like it's Purdy-Curdy all over again. Sloyjacket finds Quetpa as well, and SUG's out in 12th place. And that's going to lock them down in 11th place currently now. With the Yooo fight here happening with Construction Workers. Construction Workers had a really good game so far. VP as well with the 6 and the 9 kills. Kabi puts them onto another point here. Fex finds Fex and Naleb. That's a rough nade to be had.
Cappy survives that. Pixel charges through, but he charges his way into the gun of Michael. So for Yooo, they will get rid of construction workers. They are 4 points to get away from that sort of bottom of that leaderboard. And for Team Yooo, the shift again happens. Back towards another northwest here. They're on the outside. They're on the south side of the zone. And they've got PGG in front with a double BRDM.
All right, let's see what you and the boys with CISO having such a great performance yesterday, Mark. Yeah, that'd be cool if they could replicate that. But going up against a full 4-man strong Na'Vi here could be scary. And this compound, sure, it's in for some while here, but we might not end up here.
It's hard to defend, though, this compound. A lot of the smokes, like, they're opting to go on the outside up. But I think they've got a limited amount of time to be able to do this. If they don't go up there now, they're going to have to run through the middle, and it's all about timing.
Yeah, I kind of like that they're going, 2 and 2, both from the outside and the inside. So their angle of approach is actually smart here. And taking the rooftop control is potentially going to get them more kills as well. Let's see what happens here with PGG already locking down some of the areas. They also have a mortar there. And with the right play in the right direction to come in here, we might be able to wrestle away. There's a position that Stormrockers have had so long, Mark.
Yeah. We're going to try and reload it now. He's got the opportunity. So it's back towards the org. Now, we'll launch more mortars. Number 3 on the ground. Knows exactly where he's targeting. With HiVE sitting on the outside, he's zeroed it in. He just needs to kind of give it a bit of a barrage so they can't dodge it. The problem that he's got is that HiVE just have no pressure, so they can just keep their eyes in the sky.
Distance is good. Now it's going to go a little bit further left, or well, right for where he was aiming at. And now HiVE repositioning here. They're just trying to survive for as long as possible. Sata goes down for noslack here. Nemesis with State finding it. They've been a little bit proactive getting out of this compound here now. And James finds it, steals it away from Nemesis. Only gotten 1 kill so far. And VP's actually tied them up here, with the VP still having 1 man alive and trying to heal out of it. Now James is aggressively pushing on to noslack's position here.
Yeah, he's on the defensive line, isn't he? noslack. They know they can't live in that sort of bunker for much more. Scav does find James. Cappy a little bit further back. Michael on the loft angle as he's down by the blue. Grenade comes over towards the top. That goes towards Michael. Let's see if we can find the connection. Cappy is going to be back his way up as he will hear the comms from James and launch grenade forward, but nothing connected.
Yeah, and Packator also found it, so we were talking about it earlier. Boostic also gone down here, but IXC and noslack here finds the entirety of Yooo, Mark. Gets the 3 points that they could get, and Nemesis is now encroaching onto this third party.
Well, the thing is, they know they've got to get rid of noslack. They've got 2 knocks from them and no confirmation. They're on 1 kill, and they can continue to see noslack racking those kills up. They've just gone through and got rid of Team Yooo. And that's why we're seeing a 2-2 split. IXC looking his way back. Melbourne has to duck towards cover. Good enough for, I suppose, Team Nemesis is they have some of the zone, and maybe that's why we're seeing the team getting called back.
Correxy is healing in the blue. How many first aids does he have? We're going to have to check into that later. And now it's noslack. They're going to have to figure out, do we take an aggressive stance against PGG or Ascend, or do we try to get a different angle? Double shield. Big defense here for Ascend. They're not inside, though, Mark. They're going to have to approach PGG and their BRDM Fiesta that's ahead of them here to get into this next circle.
Oh, wow. If that hits Scav, GG's. Oh, it's not that far. Scav has to go back and go pick up the secondary again, as he gave it a good go. The double shield, Hankatori zeroes in on it. They have taken the roof. They have taken the opportunity. Storm Request have come off the high ground and they move further into the compound. I think this would be crucial later on. Here comes the rotation around T-Bone. He decides it's 1. T-Bone finds 1. Ketak gets unfortunate T-Bone with the other as he gets tabs in the back of the head. Oh, Colonellis, he's taking a tumble. He jumps out and noslack fall out in 7th.
That was exactly not what I expected to happen with the double Panzerfaust, but that's the collateral that can happen. Hackatar now takes a little bit of an aggressive stance here. He maybe tries to, is it PGG he's going for? Is it? Oh, it's actually not even. It's Ascend and their opposition. I don't think he realized that they're actually out completely. State finds Boostic as Nemesis is encroaching onto the southwestern position here. Na'Vi with the 4 kills. They're still going to have to flush out the last remaining members of Storm Request, and they're holding on to this last southern part of this compound, of this area that they have started to giving up on a little bit.
Biggest win here is going to be from Team Nemesis, right? If they just need to try and stay alive, they need to keep that double BRDM at bay. Like, they just need to eke out the zone. They're going to need a little bit of zone luck. They need to play out the compound and come down towards the south, but we'll find that in 40 seconds. HiVE look for more of a centralized spot as well, so they move in, trying to hold out the compound. For everyone else, it's Na'Vi, but at this point, with 138 points, they're on the high ground. Just leave them be.
All right. Let's see how they get this approach here with this one. I actually liked HiVE's play here to be a little bit more split out, to lessen the threat of mortars, of nades and everything. They still hold on to that northeastern side here. Celtic has gotten in, still alive. Trying to squeeze out more points. Trying to maximize here for Bushido Wildcats.
I'm trying to maximize at the moment. As the guys just try to wait a bit longer. Get the information here. 4 kills. I've got bodies down. Ferris, the IGL from the sky, is directing his team, trying to find an opening here onto Storm on request, but he's going to have to come off his high ground soon.
Yeah, he's going to have to. That's the thing. And they're going to have to take on this Storm request team that's been holding on to this southeast side. Now, good shots. Boostic denies immediately. And just a Raider has gotten out. Now he on 5 kills. Whoa, more damage come in from Nemesis, but the engagement now is happening, and that means that HiVE is going to have a chance to find something. Mogul gets spotted by VC as he's looking at HiVE. Meanwhile, he's getting attacked on the other side here. Spirit comes in the Panther House. Can they close this fight down here? That's a big boom here for Spiro, and he finds VC.
Yeah, he also finds himself. And for Storm request, well, it's the last blow that comes from Celtic. The 2-1-A will go down. It's going to try and continue the pressure. It'll be a 2-on-1. Navi has the opportunity if they can get the res back on, but the blue zone is coming out. Bushido Wildcats again making a little bit of an attempt to dash their way up the leaderboard. Ferris, though, now has to try and dodge the nade. He has come back as the grenade does come forward. He now needs to work his way, but he's got the zone on his side.
Oh, great Panzerfaust here from Rox. Finds Salik. It gets the BDM out of play, but now Nemesis is opening up. They're engaging. Look in that 4th place that noslack is locked in, and they want to get it. It's 15 points up to them, but there's some kills to be had and still a lot of placement points. 7 more from 5th place to that 1st mark, and if they make that happen, that'll be huge. They could get into the 90s, maybe even contest noslack towards that last game. Bushido Wildcat out in 5th place. And now Ferris and Navi on that northern side. HiVE on the east side, but PGG also trying to get in and engage onto this HiVE position here, Mark. It's going to be difficult for them to survive this one.
Nemesis just needs to get points, right? PGG try and launch an attack forward. Sabila does find Rox. Has to keep an eye back towards that west side, though. Sloy with that P90 will finish things off. HiVE did extend their way towards the center zone, but it's not going to be enough. 10 kills here for PGG. They now launch themselves up towards 6. They're now launching their way to try and challenge Nemesis. Molly will go out. It's a 4 versus 3 versus 2.
PG 11 kills. Sloy Jacket with 6. What an insane game for him. Sabila now being absolutely pushed here. Soset finds Sabila and can now disengage just a little bit with Sloy Jacket off position here from the side. Just the P90. It's going to be hard for them to get in and engage here. Don't think they exactly know where Sloy Jacket is because of this fire here, though, Mark. No good Navi. They're engaging.
Now. Yeah, Navi goes straight towards the center, right? For Nemesis, they're going to try and get more points, but he got 7 kills already going in the way of Navi. Sloy, he's backed into a corner, but he's got a P90. He doesn't have a lot of ammo for it. He just needs to let Navi take the initial fight. It's phase number 8, then he can try and work his way forward. Melman, he's got to question where that smoke comes from, as he's backed up against the blue.
Oh, Sloy, can you maybe squeeze one more point out of this one here? Survive for just a little bit longer. Nemesis should be getting this 2nd place guaranteed, but the amount of points that PGG has already gotten here, they should be getting the majority of the points here, even the 2nd most points in this game here. Looking good for them to push themselves further up about it. We talked about it. Yeah, they've not had a good one. They've been, and you know what? The mid pack has been so close that with a few good games for PGG, they pushed themselves straight into 6th place. A better placement than they had last finals. Ferris might be able to find Sloy Jacket though with his nade. Oh, 32 damage.
Insane. Great damage. Ferris knows exactly where he is. He's able to sneak his way back in towards the smoke. Ferris popping the smoke as well. Melman does find enough one, so they go up towards 3. PGG will fall out, though, in 3rd place. 4 versus 3. Able to get the res back on. Nemesis again with the blue against the backs. But Team Nemesis, though, tried to drive forward, but they're driving forward into the beast. And it's Na'Vi. Boostic, open things up.
Absolutely insane scenes here, and if they win this one, it is looking like it. Akatar finds Melman too. It's looking like it's undeniable that Na'Vi is gonna be our finals 2 winners for PEC Spring here with the absolutely huge advantage they have over 2nd place already. State finds Ferris though, and now there's a small chance, but it's looking unlikely with a 1 versus 3. Oh, finds another one, finds another one, Mark!
1v1 me, bro! Team Nemesis go nuclear at the end. Steve has to try and charge his way forward. He doesn't know where the last player is, though, as he does go in towards the smoke. That's going to give him a little bit of opportunity. Boostic, though, is on the other side, and the car is still moving. He has to get as much ammo as he can. He's got 1 mag remaining, but we've seen what 1 mag can do with Team Na'Vi.
Does he know that he's behind the car?
I
think he knows. He's seen the head. He's seen the head. Good cover.
He's going towards blue, though. Oh, 2nd damage from the car. He's got 31 shots remaining. The car's giving up. He has to give away. Goes back towards the tree. Now he has to try and find the potential opening. Boosted, though, has the ammo. Steve does not. Now he's got the blue against the back. Now he has to try and take the shots, though, as it goes to a bit of a 1 versus 1. A couple of pop shots here and there. But every time Team Nemesis launches one of those 5.56 forward, that's less of an opportunity.
I think State has the slightest advantage. I think Boostic's going to be pushed off this cover just a little bit later, but he does have a blue zone backpack. That's 100 damage backup, and he's 97 HP with boosts still in the pockets. And State has nothing, and 75. So surely Boostic should clutch this one out for Na'Vi and lock down and cement their championship and win here for PEC Spring.
He's tried to field himself up, but that's not going to give him the advantage. No meds when it comes down to boosts. No utility for Team Nemesis. And they're going up against the big dogs. Here comes the flash, maybe trying to bait the move. Has caught the move and actually lost him out. He actually gets an idea that he's actually made a new position. Now he's moved his position out, so their advantage goes back towards Na'Vi, closer towards the dot. Steed, though, for Team Nemesis, doesn't have the opportunity to get a flash out and make the charge forward. And for Na'Vi, they just have to sit tight and wait.
I love this fight between these two absolute gamers. Shots come in though, Stade. Pushes has to come out, and the cover is and Boostic's difference. And it is Na'Vi to take another chicken dinner here at PEC Spring Mag. It's match 14, and it's them to lock this one down. And oh my, what a game it has been here, James, as we bring you back in.
Yes, it is. Of course, Na'Vi with that one are going to be crowning themselves the champions here of the 2nd finals. That is spectacular stuff from them. I was saying before at this game, Mark, as well, like they hadn't won any of the games today, but they were just constantly racking up the points, keeping themselves ahead. And in the end, as much as Virtus.pro decided, you know what, we're going to try and take out Twisted Minds, we're going to try and take out Vitality and everything like that, and they did, Na'Vi just continued to prevail.
Yeah, their points per game average is high, and I think that's why they're getting the victory. I just starting to think they won the 2nd of our PGSs. They're winning the 2nd final of PEC. Maybe just want to let one go and then just remind everyone that Na'Vi's here to stay. Good play in the end, but actually really technical. That flash and the ability to move across from Boostic, I think was key, because that put him right onto the dot and it put him back in control.
Yeah, it just put the onus back on State, even though State had an insane late game there. Like, actually being able to get those 2 knocks on the last 2, the former 2 members there of Na'Vi, and then even have the opportunity at 1v1 was crazy stuff from State, to say the least. Let's take a look at some of the final moments from this game as a whole. But as soon as Boostic made that move, Martin, then there was just a timer above State's head, and there's not much you can do from there, so he knew he had to swing out.
Yeah, that's a great play. I really like the way that they moved in late game. I mean, it's such a strategic kind of play around it. But Boosting getting into that better spot there. Force State off the hard cover, and then there's nothing to do unless you're an absolutely demon. You don't win those 1 versus 1s when you don't have cover.
They're already ahead, but 20 points puts them firmly in number 1. Congratulations to Na'Vi. Of course, we can crown them properly at the very end of the day because it's not all done just yet. We've still got a lot of movements going on this lobby, as well as trying to get to EWC, trying to get to PGS. We know that those numbers are coming tantalizingly close now for all of these teams. One thing I will say, Mark, from this game and from this day, look at the jump from PGG. We were critical at the beginning of the day that they could do more. And oh boy, have they done more today.
Yeah, where did they start? They were 15th or 16th,
Something
weren't
like
they?
that,
I think 15. But and I think that's partly because our region is so close and they've got the best players.
They're 41 points.
But yeah, 41 points. A good game, a win from them, but they haven't quite eked out, right? But huge amounts of kills. PGG can show us what they can bring to the table. So they've had good back-to-backs. They've got one more game to do it. And again, it's all about those PGC points going against PGG's name.
Of course, Nemesis still alive towards the end. noslack towards the end as well, a little bit alive there, Martin. But as those things do kind of work on out, it is going to get down to the wire for some of those teams to try and get themselves those spots. As always, a Na'Vi member at the top of the damage. Is there any surprise, Martin?
No, it's been the story of the entirety of EC Finals 2 here. It's been crazy. It's cool to see Sloyjack, though. He had a big corn cheer for him.
For sure.
And for them to almost double their points, starting 41 now at 81 here and putting themselves into 6th place. They had a 9th place in the last finals, guys, and now in 6th here. This is actually making quite the name for themselves, and also a big chance at collecting those PGC points to ensure themselves a ticket to that PGC slot towards the end of the year.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. I am bamboozled by the fact that as soon as Na'Vi actually in the previous game got the resurrection of their chances off, I was sold. I was convinced. I knew that they were going to be able to take it, but we did focus on Twisted Minds in this game, and that shift really threw such a spanner in all the works here, Mark, for any of these teams trying to make the transition. And even though Twisted Minds wanted to, they used this compound as a checkpoint, but then so did Virtus Pro.
Yeah, look, I'm really unfortunate for Petunas as well. He launched out a lot of utility out that window, and he just needed to like come off that little wall, but it was going on the outside by that Pico bus. So eventually for him, he was causing a thorn in the side for VP, but they were sort of managing the north side of that compound. Good play though overall, and do you know what I really like? Big shout out for S2G. They didn't stop on this, but they stopped on the other side of the bridge because they knew they wanted to make sure no one could come across and sort of challenge them for later game.
Yeah, definitely. A bit of an uncharacteristic kill count here for Perfectix overall. Only the 10 relative to the rest of his team. I do wonder, because obviously he's had some visa issues and things like that. I do wonder how much that's, affected the reps he's been able to get in with the team as a whole. Because, I mean, having those international games under your belt, Martin, like be it the PPMI or the PGSs that kind of missed out, definitely should have probably had a bit of a difference maker.
You should always, and you could always argue that their focus might not be here, but they still want to perform, and it is against teams that is directly contesting them at those global events, so that should be their focus. But yeah, Hagator at the very top, Boostic being the second closest with 29 and 34 kills. That's crazy individual performance with these two gentlemen.
Yeah, nuts stuff here from Na'Vi. They truly deserve the flowers they are going to be getting. It's not only that, but Levante is is an intruder in the top of the damage numbers here, as Na'Vi's able to take so much. But I do hear that the team comms are ready, so let's listen in on that from our second last game.
Двойка дерево.
Дал хрен.
Один фулл слева сразу. Синька упала.
Фул лево идет. Вектор, желтая стала.
Перед тобой может.
Перед тобой!
Передо мной! Моликом жгу его. Вот это.
Поджог, Тёма.
Лежит.
Ног одного.
Далеко. В яме лежит. 4.
Не вижу. Найс.
Лучший.
Пробегай.
Нами ног один. Надо лево играть активно. Справа трое. Слева где-то крайний, Саня.
Пробуй на конфирм килла играть. Один по синьке идет справа, по синьке.
Окей.
Там же.
У вас 1 в 1.
Конфирмай ног, если можешь. За зубчиком даю метку. Вот тебе зубчик, он на нем. Может как-то канистру покинуть.
НТ, Санечек. Умница.
All right, and of course that is them being able to take yet an extremely important victory to solidify themselves at number 1. There will be no toppling Na'Vi at number 1 now, but the question remains, Martin, who is going to be able to take the spots? Can you just reiterate kind of what the moves potentially could be before we actually go into this last game?
The big moves, I think, with the biggest chance was that Nemesis could drop down and noslack could take a 3rd, or Nemesis could drop into 8th place. But I gotta say, the clutch that State had and the points that he maximized from this is a rough one. It's mostly a push for PGC points toward the end of the year. Yep. It's looking very locked in for the current Vitality Nemesis to get those spots. If we assume that VP and Na'Vi gets Esports World Cup invites through PGS.
Yep, very important, of course, as those will be factored in after all of the regionals have really kind of taken part. However, the PGS points do come first, Mark, in terms of actually who takes them. And that's why when you look at things like Liquipedia and the resources, etc., and things like that, there are technically names that are already there, but then it has the asterisk of, like, depending on what happens with those PGS points, right?
Yeah, it's all about the regional. They've got to see the regionals off first, and then those PGS points will be key. And with Martin, I think it'll be quite hard now. I think we are pretty locked in, unless noslack do something wonderful. But looking at the leaderboard, that is a mountain to climb, because they have to finish ahead of Vitality, don't they? And that's a big ask now.
Going to be very difficult indeed here as we take a look at some of our names that have been able to get deep into these games, and Ascend actually being able to kind of sneak on in here with good old T-Bone making his way on through. And again, that has kind of been an Ascend special in the past. I just feel like, unfortunately for them, Martin, throughout these last couple of games, this last day, they've just been outshone by some of the absolute titans of our region, unfortunately.
Yeah, they have. It's been a little bit rough for them so far today. Like, not too many points on the board, but the survivability has been really great, and that's really what's put them in there. But yeah, the kills to come along with it has not been up there. I think they got in the Takeover game, it's like 6 points. Their consistency is good, but to be able to jump to this very top points is going to be hard for them.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, beyond all of that, what are you looking forward to here, Mark, for our last game? I would like to see kind of Na'Vi just round it out with another win because they're looking on fire right now. That would be amazing to see. How about you?
Look, there's no denying if you're a champion to try and close the last game out with a win, right? That's what you want, and not just sitting there. It's not even sitting there and waiting to see if they get through. I'm actually more intrigued to see actually if Twisted Minds can catch that team Vitality. I'd be intrigued. I think there's, again, as I said before, I think there's an element of pride. They might not be able to catch up with a Na'Vi, but at least if Twisted Minds can end in their 2nd place, that's a big comeback, arguably, from a slower start from them.
Yeah, would that be the second place, right? They were trying for the catch-up of Virtus.pro in the previous final here, Martin, but it wasn't to be.
No, it wasn't, but it'd be another podium, and that consistency is next level, even though Virtus.pro looking dire for them. Guaranteed Esports World Cup, PGS, blah, blah, blah, all this is great, but it's looking dire for them to come in here. And overall leaderboard as you see here, congrats Na'Vi, you have won PC Spring Finals 2 here with this lead. But with how Nemesis and the amount of points that they got so far, we would need to see a jump up from PGG, Virtus.pro, and Construction Workers ahead of Nemesis for noslack to have that chance at getting a PGS or Esports World Cup slot.
I got a question though, right? We saw Twisted Minds obviously try and get 1st place, but we said that it was shy. If they go 2nd again here, I think there's a big question because we know they can manage games really well. And when we look at a best of 15, have the team not adapt from a best of 18 to a best of 15? Twisted Minds seem like they need maybe 1 or 2 more games to become that victory, and be interesting to see actually what their takeaways are. Because if they do go back to back in 2nd place, yes, they're in podium, but it's not what we expect of Twisted Minds because they've been the gods for so long.
It's a tough one, right? Because I think for Twisted Minds yesterday, when we were talking to Patulins, they knew that, okay, we've had one slight off day in terms of our individual performances. Right. This is what Patulins said. And I don't think in this format, 3 days, 15 games, I think you can't afford it anymore. Maybe you could when it came to the 18 games, and maybe the region's kind of strength was spread a little further afield or whatever. But with what are effectively like super teams that now exist, Martin, with Na'Vi creating and assembling this roster, I think it's hard to have that one slightly meh day.
Yeah, they need to get another win here to get the promised points that was promised to the promised land from Alrain today here. But they're still one of the biggest teams to have gotten so far. Yeah, started one at 106. They're in 152 now. So still 46 points to be had with 4 games. Still more than a win average is insane. For Na'Vi, and with 14 games played, they're above 10 points per game over the entirety of all of our tournament.
Yeah,
I just think the constellation that Na'Vi's put together is just terrifying. Like the fact that, again, I think it was alluded to or even kind of like rumored that Boostic was going to join this roster even earlier than it did occur, and everyone was like, "Oh my days! If he joins alongside the likes of Hakatori, Mark, then that is going to be insane." And then it was finally realized. And then you've got the veteran position of Spiro. And then you've got Fairest, who is not only a great IGL, but is clearly also able to big frag now as well. They're just, I've said it, they're just a complete package.
And I was worried, because I was talking to Arain about it. I was like, you guys are changing the team up quite late into it. And obviously, associated having a good end of last year. I was like, what's going on? But then when you see those big names, as you say, it's on paper a very strong team. At least now what we're seeing, it's not just on paper.
Terrifying prospects for everybody else in this region, but not only that, but putting the world on notice. They already won PGS2, and now they are going to be winning a final here for PEC. The question remains, though, here for our last game, by how much can Na'Vi win? By how much can all of these teams move around for PGC points, all important PGC points, which will have ramifications towards the end of the year? Thank you, Martin, for joining us. It's going to be me and Mark to bring you in for our last game. Erangel time, man.
It's the last game, game 15. It is the southwest up towards a northeast, and it teases us with an ending that could be explosive of that military island. But for me, the biggest question, VP winning a PGS, Na'Vi winning a PGS, VP winning PEC Phase 1, Na'Vi winning PEC Phase 2. Is it a 2-horse race now for our region?
Wild to think, right? I think if you'd have told me that this was going to be the result midway through 2025 when Twisted Mind's on top of the world, right? Winning things like EWC, winning all this other stuff, I would have called you a liar. But nevertheless, our region always rallies, always somehow is able to keep evolving, keep moving forward, keep innovating. That's what we do best here in EMEA, and I know that the Americans might make fun of me for saying this, but I don't care because we are the best region in the world.
They've just got up, and they will just be cheated in now, as you said that, and that's all they're going to be talking about. That.
Best region, best region.
Let's get at the bottom. Best region in the world. Here comes the last zone. Not quite a military. It does go out towards that east side. Milta power in. Construction workers, though, working their way down towards Milta.
Yeah, so a bit of a lifeline for them to try and get a few more PGC points on board, right? And for a team like them, actually, again, you know, we said it halfway through the day, they've had a pretty decent run of it here in this finals, their first finals. Obviously not qualifying through into that first one, but of course, this is all important. Here's where we stand if it all ends right now. And I think, as you guys said on the desk, I think it is too far a stretch now for noslack to be able to make this happen. I think we're probably locked in on this.
Yeah, it's too many variables, right? And I think the big one is noslack would need to get above team vitality. Vitality obviously high enough anyway to be getting some more points. So I think at this point we are pretty much locked in, despite there is no other story to spin. I think there are some questions. And look, everyone knows I'm a fan of everyone in the region, a fan of Team Nemesis, right? But I think they have to look back at this and go, was this the performance we think we should be having? And I think they will come to a no. I think I look at this team and I see them as a strong team. But when you've got the likes of, like, I know Vitality also strong, no Twisted Minds, VP and Na'Vi, I think they hold themselves in a higher stead, which is not a bad thing.
I think without the track record of S8UL being kind of a factor, I think we're sending the 5 best teams. And I think that the real winner from it all feels like Nemesis, right? Who went away at the end of 2025, got some kills going on here, PWG takes crossbow, but went away at the end of 2025, completely rebuilt, completely kind of sold themselves to the idea of Nemesis as an organization and has walked away with gold. So I will say, as long as it stays this way, congratulations to them. What an effort it has been from them, and I'm excited to see them on the international stage when it comes to the PGSs. And of course, I always think we're sending the best teams for EWC because we're cool.
Because we're the best region.
That's right.
We just have a little counter every time we say that.
We won the last one.
Well, how many did we win out of the 3? I think we won
EWC?
2 out of the 3. Oh, no. I'm talking about PGS. Let's keep it relevant. Let's keep it for this year, right?
Yeah,
we're good. We're good. I don't know about EWC will be ours to claim, but 2 out of 3 PGS wins, yeah. Best region.
Yeah, EWC Falcons sometimes have something to say about that. But anyway.
Yeah, but we got a claim there now as well, because we can say, oh, good stuff is there. Well, we send one of our best over and that team performs. So I have to wait and see.
EMEA is so good at the video game. Go on, when it goes down, do something. Anyway, yes, no, we've got a game to cast here. Vitality coming in from the north. Of course, they'd have to do something massive to try and catch up with Na'Vi, but that is not really where their focus is right now. Their focus is going to be defending second place from Twisted Minds. So they absolutely want to avoid them, or, you know, if they ended up running into them, killing them. But normally, where they would be coming in from on a circle like this is so far away from where Twisted Minds would be. So for Vitality, they're going to be sitting okay over on the east side.
Interesting that they... noslack hasn't moved to a position yet ahead of Nemesis working their way in, especially into that northeast corner. They are in South Georgia. They do have a little bit way to go, but a team which doesn't get deterred from the flight path, they always want to go to normal drop spot.
Normal. As we have our contingent of Turkish teams all moving about here at the moment. For Bushido Wildcats, actually, they fell down quite a bit in terms of the points so far. But they are still kind of teetering around the position of S2G, kind of 1 point ahead of them at the moment. So it's not been the easiest time for our Turkish teams. I'd love to see Turkey rise back up for some of the better spots in the region. It's just difficult with CIS looking as good as they do. Oh, and construction workers and Yooo running into each other. Surprise, surprise.
Yooo trying to get off the bottom of that leaderboard, though. That was a better day. And they did struggle, but as I said with Michael before this, they're going to throw as much as they can at the wall. At the moment, it's going to be a Panther. Cappy will have to wait. No real angles for the construction workers to have a look around, but they do get the confirmation on PWD.
Nice start. See what Panzerfaust can do. I think on the left-hand side, I thought he was actually looking for him. Yeah. Okay, so Cappy does know that Pixlet was coming around the side. And likewise, they were able to shut down the position that Michael was trying to take as well. Fex coming around with the M249 to shut it all away. So it is completely blow for blow at the moment between these two teams. He's looking for such a cheeky angle here, and he gets it. That's Yooo out here. Commiserations to them taking 16th place, but they did qualify for the final after missing out on that first one. So that's all they can take away from this.
Yeah, and it's about performance. You've got to talk about obviously the PNC. The fact that they got into the final, I think, is key. But that also goes for the take of Fex and Vard. So for Team Yooo, it is 16th place, but it is 16th place overall in the leaderboard as well.
Yep. Tough to go out this early in a game like this, the very end. But at least now a sigh of relief, I suppose, that it's over, maybe. I don't know. But for construction workers, meanwhile, right, they still survive on. They got 3 alive. Technically, you could go over to one of the res stations if you want to try and make a meal out of this, because there's still actually a world where you can get some decent points here and move up a little bit. A few places, perhaps. They're dancing, shimmying through the red zone, looking up.
We've seen a couple of red zone construct deaths. At least it's helping them make these defensive positions on the outside, because we saw on the other side the guys were hunkering down as they fortify their position, so to speak. And that's obviously with Corexy and Nixie up on that sort of South Pachinki hill. No one's rotating past. Last team coming that way will be Ascend. noslack has started to rotate towards Team Nemesis, but Nemesis taking a different path now towards this zone, and they will get ahead of him.
Yeah, that was... they're lucky their cars didn't get blown up on that, I will say. But anyway, let's see what Ascend wants to be able to get done. Over on the west side, coming in very late, Stayed, going for a little bit of a trick. Wow! And being able to land it quite nicely as he controls the bike. Coming in on the north side of Yasnaya, I don't think they'll have to stretch all the way around to what would normally be their rotate, but they might.
They're doing it.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's too concerned about holding them at this point in this game, right? I think a lot of those teams know that it's like, well, it's quite far out. Everybody's just trying to center up near towards copy-paste as well as kind of the important dips and important compounds.
It's definitely a victory lap again for noslack. I know they're not obviously on top of the leaderboard, but the finals won, look strong. Finals 2 also looking strong. They are inserting themselves as a top team. As I said, if you want to win, you pick up the Finns. But I think they've done so well, especially being, I'm going to call them the underdogs, the unknowns, because for those that maybe not watching the circuit or keeping on with the scrims or the regional events that happened, especially last couple of years, like, they could be an unknown entity to a lot of people watching.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. This is the biggest takeaway from the idea, and I said it yesterday, right, that any team could potentially form and go through the cup system and be able to make it all the way up, right? There's not that many opportunities to be able to do it, but the opportunities are there, or have been there, and will continue to be there potentially in the future. As wiggling on through. Jeez Louise, are we getting away? No, we're not. Nick Seat starts things off very nicely with the barrel to be able to shut that down.
T-Bone will not be happy. But it proves back to the point, if you dig on top of the hill, it's so hard to the point that even if you drive next to it, it'll go down. Beamy, though, finds Gilead, not even going to stop for the loot, as here flatten VP eager for these kills. They're up to 2. Beamy needs to get a med, but he's got Chris in front that he wants to try and take on.
Versus Pro's just totally happy, ruining everybody's days, I think, now. Like in the previous game, taking down Vitality and Twisted Minds of all teams, having 9 kills before even anything was really said and done on, like, even the 18-minute mark or something ridiculous. But and now they're just having a nice time on this west side, I guess, just shutting this down and looking for more.
So Shifts goes back towards, obviously, the east side. We do hold on to some of the water, but we are locking down that kind of farm mill to split. Storm on request, be happy. PGG going for a 2-2 split, but they're in the middle of the road. They're going to be careful here. Construction workers, though, again, we saw them fight out Team Yell. No need for them to move just yet. Everyone else, though, from that north side, we might want to migrate in. Also very intrigued to kind of see who's VP's next target.
I'm talking about a potential victory lap. Na'Vi might have one on a circle like this. They've got Farm, a big split across the way. Although that being said, there is an emergency pickup. I wonder where HiVE actually goes. They might actually hit Farm if they don't see too many vehicles or anything like that down there. We'll see where they actually want to go. Or they might try and hit the location like copy and paste, or even the lumberyard kind of hillside. Simon looking against S2G. Great shots there to start things off. Good spray. Shuts down Schiller. They're really the biggest names at the moment in terms of performance on S2G. So them losing Schiller means that for S2G, I don't think there's much wiggle room.
There's not much wiggle room at the moment. Farm. Bonito going to be there. HiVE has gone to farm, and that's going to try and catch out a 2-2 split, but you can see how multiple teams might live there. It depends on where does HiVE pick the compound. Until he gets that confirmation. The shooter, but Hazard as he'll go down as well. So for S2G, unfortunately, the wheels are falling off here.
Bit of a drop for Yoga Bonito in terms of the placements overall, but again, the mid pack was so close to one another that it doesn't surprise me too much that there was so much moving in that area for the day. I stayed still watching S2G. S2G can't catch a break. They're just running from barrel to barrel and being shot at everywhere.
I suppose Joga Bonito is still sticking to their guns and the game style they want to play, and that's aggression. They don't go for placement, shoot everything that moves. They're like the Greyhounds, just anything that moves, chase it.
Yeah. Let's latch like a rabbit to one of these players and just put it on and see if they can continue after it.
That's why it's the winner chicken dinner. If it was a rabbit, it'd be different for them. They're just not interested. Scav is interested, though, as he plays peekaboo. Finds one, looks for the confirmation, puts the first point on the board here, but it has to duck into cover. 360 spins, though, and it finds him in safety away from Cristani.
I guess if you're going to jump, you may as well do a 360. You're kind of an easy target to track in that case, but there was no tracking shots coming on in here against Scav, as now he's going to be repositioning himself up on this north side, but he knows that there's teams ahead of him, so maybe they want a little bit of a fight. We'll see. They would love, of course, like a 20-point game with Twisted Minds going out, then suddenly means, yes, you'd be on podium. But the problem with that is Twisted Minds going out early, which is not too common an occurrence.
No, and they're in a good spot at the moment. They're coming out northwest corner. Yeah. They're holding. They're on a part on copy and paste. Example and Lou are holding that road, the Snake Road, just above them. So they're keeping an eye on that fight we're looking at. Team Vitality, on the other hand, has gone in towards Milta. They have found some safety. But yeah, here comes back towards that Twisted Mind. So they're getting the information. They're not extending. They're hoping and praying for a zone shift back. We expect it. We have lots of water down that south side.
Lou coming along to help out. Example on the defense here. I think that Twisted Minds as a whole is just looking to try and shut down any teams coming in from the north, clearing that up, then using that as a very ease passage towards any south side rotations or transitions that they need to make. I wonder if Simon's going to hit any of this. Ooh, Sata takes a bit of damage. No slack, though. I think they might run straight into Twisted Minds here.
Oh my god, Simon says. Barrage of shots. Twisted Minds put them back. They want the prey coming their way. And for Simon, he has to find safety. No slack. Avoided Twisted Minds slightly. And the zone has got a little bit more towards that south. And I think this is part and parcel. We still have huge amounts of water. And Milta becoming the fixation for centralized zone.
There might be a world where Na'Vi actually tries to emergency pick up onto the east side of Milta here from farm while this is going on. We'll see. We'll keep an eye on it. They did put one down, but it doesn't look like they're using it here just yet as they're rotating on around that north side. Let's see, though. Still, there's an opportunity here for Nemesis coming in from Lumberyard to try and shut down some of these compounds that they want to south side of them. They do know that there is a team in there, it being construction workers. No, they didn't take the ME pickup. They're just driving now.
Yeah. Ascends found the recoil as well. T-Bone will be coming in quite late on the sort of towards this south side, so I'd be happy that he gets a little bit of freedom as VP give up this location. They move a little bit further in and actually able to find equipment as the vest and gun will be in his hands. No pressure on that south side. Don't ascend. We can see them play from this area quite some time, so a bit of a second chance for them.
Always an interesting spot to take is this kind of like checkpoint location on the road. I personally hate having to lock it down. He's coming. Is he coming?
He is.
Run away.
He is coming, and he scores as well. STG are not happy with losing bodies, but I suppose for Joga Bonito, they've got another two coming back, and they've used that recall station as well. So if S2G obviously there to try and do the same thing, he has to wait this one out.
Here he does. Christian is looking for an interception here. I think he might just try and crash into him, but he goes for the drive-by at the moment. Gets out of the car. Oh, my days. And actually, that worked out for Baron. Really well done. I think he really subverted the expectations. He thought maybe he was going to try and go for the drive-by himself. Christian gets caught short.
You know, normally, like, hey, Noddy, you stay alive. We've got a couple of recalls. We've got a recall coming back. You'll be back to a two-man. No, Joga Bonito is not the case. Noddy crashes his way in, wrong side of the car as he jumps across the bonnet. It's kind of a old-school movie style, and he's going to tap himself out. 15th place, though. Joga Bonito, the aggressors of the lobby, but not for the last game.
Yeah, you know what? Well done there by S2G to be able to shut down the team that actually took them initially. And now HiVE, well, they're causing quite a bit of damage here to Na'Vi. This was almost preordained by the fact that they were able to get in there somehow from that emergency pickup. Twisted Minds has got something to say about it. They're moving on forwards very aggressively. He's right next to him. Oh no! Turning around. Spiro up against Lou, of all names, to be able to knock him through the middle of that smoke.
Oh, exHOWL finds him with the grenade as he does work his way back. Looking for that confirmation here. Na'Vi are split, so for Twisted Minds, they'll be able to get Lou back up, but they haven't got the kill count. That's why we're seeing a huge amount of utility getting dumped.
Smoke it. Get it going back once again here. As Fairist just getting out there now. I mean, okay, I guess. You guys have won the tournament. It's all right. Don't worry about it, Fairist. We'll be talking to you afterwards, probably, about this victory here. But, of course, they will play till the very last man, trying to find themselves a little bit of room, a little bit of sanctuary here is Fairist. And he's gone. But that's still Na'Vi being our champions here for the next weekend.
Yep. It wasn't going to be a victory lap, but it might be because they get to sit back and watch. 152 points, and that'll be the end. Vitality, still in second. Twisted Mind are chasing down points here. It's Christo is chasing a grenade as it launches forward towards HiVE. He has got his bike ready. He might, again, apply pressure. Let's get some damage on that as well. So that's a huge throw from Chris, but doesn't find the knock.
I sort of wish they'd taken that emergency pickup now that I was talking about earlier. But anyway, for Na'Vi, as Send is still kind of stuck on this bottom spot at the moment, with its Chris kind of going for a leapfrog position forwards and then trying to look down upon this farm location, with these two teams still trying to move on forwards here. And Twisted Minds just belting it past to try and get up onto the high ground to play something for the circle. Lovely teddy bear.
Circle. And they're just trying to cuddle. They haven't got the zone. That's the problem. The blackout will happen, and when we come back from the abyss, we find example gets Baron, and Lou gets that confirmation. So HiVE, they're looking to try and take that emergency pickup. Maybe they go towards that east side.
Maybe. What's Rock's looking at? He knows that Twisted Mind's kind of moved all the way up there. There's a lot of smokes down there, though, on the distance. I wonder if does the entirety of HiVE have the bear backpack, I wonder? Well, we'll never know because there's only 3 of them up at the moment. But apparently, as now PGG is moving, you can see them moving north to try and wrap around to where Sloy Jacket is at the moment. exHOWL is also taking a lot of casualties on that checkpoint road location, or at least taking some damage. As now the Mad trying to cover everybody with smokes. As Virtus Pro is the one that's actually putting in some shots there, peppering it in from the south side of Milter.
Yeah, not peppering it in. The sense. T-Bone finds Schengen though. Gets up just on the outside of the blue. Obviously face number 4. It's just starts with the tick there, but he steps out. He's stepping up. And he finds one, looking for the second. He gets it as well. Keta gets a 1-2 and potentially the time to get the res back on.
Good stuff from Keta. Really been very good here for Ascend overall. 73 points to their name. 9th place at the moment, but they are still continuing to be locked down here by Twisted Minds. Looking to cook up those nades. Will this bounce perfectly for a T-Bone knock? Oh, it goes a little bit far. As is Chris actually knocks Lou. So they are trading in turn, but Sata from a distance up on the north side here for noslack. They're trying to make a bit of a run for it. It's looking dire for to be able to do anything indeed. Another nade forwards. Oh my days, that was quite a good nade.
It was a throw. I actually thought he was going to pick up Battalions at the end there. Keta has to try and get the med back on. He's the final player here for Ascend. Obviously changing things up. They've still got a bit to get settled though for Team Ascend. Have made the finals here. I was about to say, what time do we see noslack activate? Well, it's now. They move in outside edge of zone and they apply pressure now towards Twisted Mind. But Battalions is set up though. Sata comes behind the buggy and it's a 1-2 and done. And noslack will tab out and unable to catch up with Team Vitality.
And that confirms exactly what we need to know about our qualifiers through from the EMEA, as now we'll watch all this last game unfold. There's still a lot of PGC points on the line here to try and have that parlay into what could be PEC Falls points. So I'll see how all of this is going to play out. Virtus Pro now still putting in some damage here against Twisted Minds. Up on this northwest side at the moment. And I think Twisted Minds, they're in such a desperate valley at the moment and getting absolutely blasted by Virtus Pro, who is just having a bit of fun with it, really.
Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that element of pride. Obviously, they did win the first circuit. They're looking to try and finish off strong on the second. Just in mind, though, on the receiving end, they are back in second place, though, but they are down as all these teams now applying pressure towards them. Lucrux, though, looking for the molly. Does launch it out, and obviously Beamy does get the confirmation. Grenade is done, and as it stands, though, Twisted Minds are in second, but for Team Vitality, they're still up and fighting.
Yeah, there's an opportunity for sure, especially since they're still in Milter, and actually Milter is still a big portion of this circle. One thing that they might have to go through, of course, is Storm on request on that west side eventually. We'll see. There's now construction workers, mortar in hand. I don't think they know Quetpa's behind them. And I think Quetpa is biding his time, and I think he might even have him in his sights, but doesn't want to shoot yet.
Shoot. He's waiting for the first mortar to go, because I could use that a bit later.
Oh, lovely.
See if Nadip does dial it in. And it's going to be pretty close. Now he backs off. STG.
I think it's off.
I think it's short.
Yeah, on the left-hand side of PGG. But yeah, we'll see as it comes down.
Yeah. He's going for positioning.
Yeah,
that's their next step in. It's not playing offensively, is it? We're seeing so many more teams doing that now.
Yep. No, it makes sense. Makes sense entirely. I was completely wrong with my lineup on PGG was, but yeah, let's see what construction workers can get done with that. Still wondering if Quetpa's going to take a shot, or if they actually... Oh, okay, no. Vitality sees Quetpa, and I think they might shut him down. Yep. It's actually Fex that turns around and looks and sees him, so kills him off.
What are you shooting at? It can't be that bad you're missing us. But no, they actually did find him. And the guys will find a couple of holes in which they can move their cars down. Nice. They're on the outside edge. So we'll play from them. Melman finds one, finds two. And for Team Vitality, Nemesis has gone nuclear.
Oh, okay, that's important. Levante needs to kind of hold off this at the moment and see what they can get done. If they want any aspirations of a few more points to try and catch up to the Twisted Minds second place position. Otherwise, we're getting a repeat of Twisted Minds in second. Nemesis, though, here, looking to leapfrog the noslack spot with 4 still alive, 6 kills on the board. What can Levante and Hello My Bad do? They have been some of the shining members here of Vitality.
Well, the shining members have had such a good run over the 15 games. For Team Nemesis just to come at the final game and steal the opportunity away from them and secure those top 2 spots for Na'Vi and Twisted Minds. And my bad, he's really stepped up this event. I know he's been self-critical when we saw him at PGS about he's let the team down and he's not been performing. I feel like he's really turned things around, especially in this final.
Not bad at all. There's still a little bit of room for them to play here at the moment. And if they leapfrog forwards into some of those buildings at the same time, though, Levante is keeping hawk's eye on Nemesis right now. He also sees Storm on request as well. Do a little slit in that window. And now that has actually opened up an opportunity here for Nemesis to make the complete cross here with some of these smokes. A nade's being charged up by Mailman, but I don't think he's going to be able to use it anytime soon. He actually tracks or knows exactly how much he's moving into those smokes, connected some of those shots, and really didn't connect too much more, so didn't quite get the knock. Meanwhile, Virtus.pro doing Virtus.pro things on the other side of the circle.
I think he's waiting for a kill knock for Team Vitality, and there's also an argument to say if that happens, they can obviously work their way back round. Storm on request have to try and defend. 2-1-0 is down. The smokes will be deployed. He does have the high ground here, but for Storm on request, there's multiple teams. The more he peeks over, the more he gets exposed.
Let's see this move. Let's see what Nemesis can do against this. For Storm on request, unfortunately, they have been one of the teams that's taken the brunt of a lot of damage in some of these games, so maybe this for Nemesis will be easy pickings. We'll see. exHOWL's gone, though, on the other side here to PGG as well as Virtus.pro. They had that checkpoint position. This is a really cheeky angle. Oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
For death from above. Oh. No! Oh, I think he shot it in midair. Oh, my day. Oh, my God.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you. They jump in, see what? No, he's got the M249. He unleashes the head of Bruce and misses everything. And Sosadid stands up, turns around, and puts him to bed.
Is Vitality going to be able to third party this as well? There's a potential that they actually do. I think they're looking for this. They know that there's opportunity and points here to be taken. Virtus.pro is also looking to try and see what's going on over this way as Nyx is moved into a spot. Oh, the hell of my path goes down. Zizou, for Storm on request, has been great here for the team, but will it be enough? There is still a Levante lurking in the distance.
They have to. It's the right play. It is the right play. As I said, the moment Nemesis had knocks for Team Vitality, it was the only option to take. Construction workers also getting involved. They send it from one side of the zone straight into the heart of Milta and Storm on request. There's 2 remaining. They are split. Nemesis, though, down bodies as well. They are only down to 1 player remains. And for Vitality, it gives them a fighting chance.
Yeah, there's still a world where construction workers can take over a few teams here. They've left Vex as an anchor point. The other 2 have gone hunting for some of these kills. And now Levante is suddenly joined by some nosy neighbors that he didn't necessarily want to have to deal with. He thought he was going to get an opportunity on Storm and request as well as Nemesis. But, well, I guess we're watching a replay backwards there as they just reverse on out.
It's just great driving by VAR. That's what it was. It was a reverse around the corner. He passed in my books. Didn't hit anything. They reversed around the corner, finding an opportunity that they can get back towards zone. I think they was hoping that the fight was still going to continue, but they also look for that disengage. Good play from them. They find themselves now on the outside. Now they can on-look towards whoever is the remaining players. For Storm request, they're able to close the gap, so they are back together now, holding the same building.
I think Levante knows exactly how close it is. He's really playing this out, biding his time on this side. You can see him right here. No kills just yet here for Levante. But if there's any one player you want on Vitality to still be alive and still try and get you 2 more points at least, I'm not sure on the tiebreaker in terms of the placement, but Levante might be your guy.
You might be. I have to wait and see. As it stands, the tiebreaker still with twisted minds, but we are entering now into, I suppose, the placement points. So the more he can get in, the advantage goes his way, but it is going to come down to the kills because you don't want to leave it to chance at that point, right? But I think Levante's now spotted construction workers, so he's not quite in zone.
It's going to be quite the hard transition that he's going to have to make as well if these teams near him actually continue to survive because they've got kind of position in circle. So let's see if he can make something happen here. Let's see if he can make a hero play occur. Hey, look, digging on in, burrowing in, trying to find themselves a bit of reprieve. I think Virtus.pro is going to win this game after everything that's happened in this bloody final. Oh, dear me. Of course.
Last game antics. They're here. Daedalus impressed me, though, through this circuit. I think he's been a strong contender all the way through. Levante, he's sneaking his way along. I think he might be picked up now because Vex is pretty much locked in. Beamy has an idea that Sosadid's there. The molly just comes a little bit too short, but he's down to 1 HP. Beamy has to try and hold out, but he's got multiple teams to keep an eye on.
Yeah, and if they've been kill feed tracking properly as well, they know that there's at least one solo. So for Vitality, they know that there are still a few placement points that could be quite easily taken very close. Not only that, but the circle has pushed Storm on request as well as PGG out, so they could be casualties. We'll see. Depends on how sneaky Levante can be. Kirexi here starts some shots against PGG. They're having to make their move. Nail Up starts it off as well with Salek going down over on that northeast side. Can they get a little bit more? Flashes forwards here. Levante, he's looking for some steals. He's looking to shut the things down. And actually, it's Kirexi that takes that. So nothing for Levante there.
Nothing for Levante, but he has an opening, potentially Vex a little bit further down, so he'll be locked in, but he's now not inside the zone. We're a top 6, 14 players, and we say goodbye to Milta, but will we say goodbye to Levante as he gets moving?
Yeah, still more smokes being thrown. He has 2 more available to himself. A little bit of jump peeking over these smokes as well to see what he can actually get done. He's taking some damage though. Here, Vex trying to do as much as possible. Zubila goes as well. There is still one solo, and that is going to be construction workers out from all of this. He opens up on Zubila. He knows he just wants 1 or 2 kills, 1 or 2 knocks, as well as these solos going down.
He's trying so hard. Come on, Levante, get it. He gets another one. That's 2 points for him. He's now got a smoke ball and he's got an opening. Because we've seen construction workers fall, it does give him an opportunity. Here comes more. Levante finds another one as well. VP charge forward and we insert to a top 4.
Oh, he's done enough. He's done enough. Of course he does. It's Levante flexing on the lobby here.
Wow.
But Virtus Pro looks to be flexing on the region. As much as they didn't have the best of starts in this tournament, they came alive today. They came alive in this last game. 14 kills go their way. There's no way on earth Stade can pull something like he did in the previous game, trying to make it as close as he did in the last game. And then for Storm on request as well. But everyone's cordoned off in this corner.
So Stade will fall. Storm requests were here, but they're last in the building. The Polar Bears take the bye and they get a victory at the end. It's not been the best day or the best run for the VPs, but they're able to close it out. 27 points in the end. They skyrocket, but James, oh James, the story was about Team Vitality, and Levante put his team on the shoulders to get him to 2nd place.
I'm pretty sure they took over Nemesis and they might have taken over noslack. I'm not sure on the exact standings as a whole, but geez, that is, of course, just reminding people, yeah, we're still here, by the way. We're still PGC contenders, by the way, towards the end of this year. But let's get Martin back in to talk about an Erangel, which, of course, we kind of had the foregone conclusion of Na'Vi becoming our champions here, but there was a lot of potential moves that could occur here for some PGC points, Martin.
Yeah, and what a way for Na'Vi to say, all right, guys, we won already. You can just fight for a second. Have some fun. And I like that a lot, to be honest. And I'll say this already, the Virtus Pro having 51 points after 10 games. I think they get more than 51 points in the last day here. That performance and the strike that they had, especially in the last game, was massive. You're right, James. They shot that Pants out of the sky to the night, and that put Nemesis just above noslack. And Vitality ensured themselves in that 2nd place. That was huge.
Huge stuff. Again, catch my breath here for a second. The fact that Levante, Mark, can somehow make that happen, because it's not easy to make the decisions in that moment, right? You know you've got to stay in the smokes. You know you've got to negate the lines of sight of all these other teams. You know, okay, yeah, there might be a placement point coming. I'm not sure. How much do I be aggressive on this team that could quite easily look down on me as 3-man and like put some pressure on against me? But it will be 7 points for Vitality here to be able to take that 2nd place.
I think it's very strong. It's a strong ending. I'm going to talk to Quizzy after this anyway, but I think definitely a question that has to come up is, do you know exactly where you was at that time? Because they sort of made the right push. They played into that kind of fight with Storm on request and Nemesis, but then they disengaged because the fight stops. And I think at that point, it's about understanding where you are on the overall table.
Yes, it is 27 for Virtus Pro.
Yeah, what a way to finish it.
of all teams to go and finish it at the very end, Martin. They were on the warpath this one.
Yeah, they're absolutely insane here. It's a little sad that noslack had a 2-point game here. They really had a good showing, and Nemesis getting those 12 points to cement themselves at the very top here. But yeah, a lot of PGC points are going to be given out, and it's going to be important points.
And here we are. Here's our confirmation. Wow. Congratulations, Na'Vi will be our champions here for Spring Finals number 2. 152 points. Nobody came close. Just an all-star roster, winning PGS2, winning Spring Finals 2 here. Mark, as much as I say Virtus Pro is a challenger for PGC, I think Na'Vi is as well at the end of the year.
They're shy. 21 points, though, for the 67. Disappointing. I'm joking. What an outstanding run for them. 15 games. We said at the very beginning, Na'Vi's this team that's sometimes slow, especially on day number one, and they kind of work in momentum, and they close, and they finish strong. And they normally have that explosive final game. They've really changed it now. Is it because of the new players coming in? Because they started game number one really strong, and that point average they had has been outstanding.
And Twisted Minds, oh, what a fall off from second place in our first finals to third place here. Massive fall off there, Martin. Can't believe. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, there's some surprises, but the all reality is that, what a 1K club from Nixie and 8 kills. He was actually being beaten by Beamy, but Beamy also got 5 in this one here, so I'm not sure he's going to be able to top frag out of EP, but yeah, they were hibernating from day 1 to day 2, and now, waking up here. It's spring, guys. Let's jump into this one.
It did feel that way, right? And polar bears, they'll take man flesh if they want to. Let's take a look at who our focus was going to be. Of course, it would be Na'Vi as they took farm. And again, actually, I really do think you saw it just in the last frame of that shot there, Mark. I would have much preferred them going for the emergency pickup onto the Milter side.
We have the overall picture. We can see it all. I think they were also targeted that they want to go get some more kills and go up the start. I think that's why we see them wrap around here. This was insane. The fact that Luke turned his back, Spiro actually get that one. But yeah, good play from Na'Vi. I like the choice. I'm with you though. That emergency pickup, it might have ended slightly different.
Maybe. Ferris trying to go for something towards the end. This was just the victory lap. He was probably honking his horn saying, we've won. So he does go down to the rest of the entire lobby, shooting him and bringing him down. So that's how it all does go here, Martin. What a day it's been. And of course, there's no doubt claiming himself what would be the MVP because he's just insane.
Yeah, 34 kills, Beamy to jump in there. Actually beating out Nixie, that's kind of impressive with VP. But also, yeah, Hagater, man. Different level for Na'Vi to show up here and get the 2 top places for the kills. Again, a Na'Vi that, I don't know. They win the second PGS week. They win the second PC week. There's not 2 Esports World Cups. So they're not going to win the second on that. But they're still looking like a contender.
Yes, they are. All right, and those are the damage numbers as they come in. 3 of the 4 top players are Na'Vi. Hakatori, Boostic, and Fearist showing up in amazing fashion. And you know what? Speaking of Fearist, we have him on the line now to talk about this victory here from Na'Vi. Fearist, congratulations. Amazing stuff from you guys. My first question for you guys is, coming into day 3, what was the game plan? You were already in first place. Was there anything that you wanted to kind of do differently or kind of just keep to the same?
No, we just wanted to keep the same because it's like we should play stable, and that's it.
Makes a lot of sense. Martin, do you have a question?
I do. Congrats, Fairest. I think this has been one of your best performances. I loved you stepping into this fragging IGL role. It was looking great. I also wrote to Alran that should congratulate you here, but I gotta ask, what do you feel like is different from this final week to the last one?
I think we just made some adjustment to our system, and from the start of the second finals we played very good every day, and it's just like that.
Awesome. Congrats,
let me elaborate on that a little bit more. Can you just explain a little bit more about the adjustments you guys have made, just to kind of help the audience understand?
Sorry, I can't tell. I can't tell.
I want to get this. I was close to getting the secrets. Okay, let me ask you another one. It's about the coach. I thought you'd slip it in there. Alran obviously is a world-class coach. What sort of impact does he have with you guys? How closely do you work with him to make sure the team performs?
The coach?
Yeah, Alran.
Yeah, Alran is very impactful coach. I don't know what to answer anymore. Like, he's the best coach in this game.
That's fair.
Fantastic. Another question, Fairist, is obviously this roster is still kind of new. Did you guys expect to have this much success, a PGS2, a PEC final, as quickly as you had?
Only to know, but we know that we have like very big potential, like insane potential,
right?
And we just making the work out, like I don't know, like this.
All right. Makes a lot of sense. All right, well, we will let you go. Any final words or shout-outs you want to give Ferris before we let you pass?
Sorry.
Did I lag?
No,
I didn't hear.
It's okay. Any final words or shout-outs you want to give before we let you go?
To fans, yeah, thank you just for your support, and hello to friends and my family.
Fantastic. Well, Ferris, you've played fantastically. Thank you very much for being able to watch it, and congratulations. Well, good luck the next tournaments that are coming up.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. All right, that was Ferris from Na'Vi. Thank you to him for joining along to talk about what Na'Vi's been able to put up here. And of course, what a blinder of a performance, Martin, realistically. As I said, they're the complete package. It's an all-star roster. There is no doubt in my mind that they're going to win another PGS. It's not a question of if, it's a question of when.
Yeah, they were absolutely insane. There's no denying how much of an impact he has had, both kind of stepping up to more. It's not like a conscious decision here, but obviously there's some secret sauce that they don't want to share here. But
I tried.
Yeah, what a way to try to sneak it out, Mark. But yeah, a 28-point lead that they've been able to kind of accrue here is just next level. There's no denying that they're such a force to be reckoned with here. I'm so excited to see how well they're going to be able to perform as this roster going forward for 2026, because there's still huge growth potential for these guys, because the more you play together as such a new roster, the more points you're able to get on the board.
And here's how it all stands for our next tournaments that are coming up. Wow, Tide is very interesting. I think that's probably because of Virtus Pro, of course, just making an insane dash of it towards the very end. But Mark, when we look at how you guys, I hate you guys. Mark, I'm coming to you first. Because we have now confirmed our EWC qualifiers as well as our PGS qualifiers here. And that's how it all stands out. I must say a huge congratulations as well, especially to Team Nemesis, having to come through the entire system to make it work and get themselves to PGS.
Yeah, this was about to say, actually, for them to sort of work their way through, they're not invited, they're not global partners, they're not regional partners. They had to run through the cup, showing everyone that the system can work if you can deliver the points. So 183 points, and they've signed their ticket now to PGS. So really well done from them.
Yeah, very important, of course, as for Virtus Pro, you might not see the EWC logo right next to them here, Martin, but we're suspecting that those PGS points will probably serve them well.
Yeah, I mean, they are already in. It's because of the tie. I don't know, maybe it's a bug and they're in. They have two spots. Twisted Minds are in as champions. Na'Vi and Virtus Pro is in as the two top teams of EMEA, as PGS Circuit 2 is coming in just a few weeks, where there's potential more spots to become in. That's why we're assuming that Team Vitality and Team Nemesis, if Na'Vi and Virtus Pro does well in PGS, and they're already on the top with 69 and 60 PGS points from that circuit. So it's very likely we see those two spots kind of being passed on through the regional system down to Nemesis and to Vitality. So that's going to be cool. But imagine though, guys, Vitality goes out and also gets enough PGS points, and then we get another team. That would be crazy.
I mean, there's a world there where they could, right? Look at what they've just been able to do here, as well as kind of the traction they were gaining slowly in those PGSs, Mark. I think that there is all the room in the world, considering you've got, well, good old Levante, who is an absolute phenom as well. I wouldn't put it past them.
No, you can't. They're not a new team. They've got LAN experience now. They've won our hearts, so to speak, especially Levante at LAN, because he's such a cool guy. But actually, if they do go out and perform, it means we get the additional slot. And I think that is key, because people can't drop the ball on them. They can't underestimate this team because they have fragging power.
Yes, indeed. Well, ladies, gentlemen, it has been a weekend. This has been fantastic. Of course, you guys at home, you've been watching some great games, but if you could just do us a little favor and go and fill out the survey, if we can pull up that QR code right there, yes we can, and make sure to go and fill that out and tell us what you think about the tournament, tell us what you think about Martin's headphones, if there's probably a section towards the very end that says any kind of additional notes. If you like the air conditioners that are currently strapped to his head, then maybe you can find some as well. Look at him modeling them. Oh my god, they've grown suddenly. That's crazy stuff. Don't forget though that we have the conclusion of PAS coming up in just a few hours time, and Team Liquid, after starting day number 1 off strong, is still in number 1, so that's exciting stuff to say the least. Gentlemen, I'm not getting to get any more thoughts. You've given plenty. We have had a lovely time here. It's been a great time, and of course, aside from PAS, PGSs are on the horizon here as well. In just 10 days time, the PUBG never ends. We'll see you then for more PUBG action.
Port Desire. A city that don't belong to anyone, but everyone wants a piece. No laws, no oversight. Just the jungle creeping back in. Both the vines and the people. The mayor stepped in where the government couldn't. Said the city needed order, and they'd be the ones to bring it. Keeping the peace on their terms. I walked away from it all. Kept my hands in dirt instead of blood. But desire is a fickle mistress. The city won't let me go. It won't forget my name. I asked for nothing, and they still came and took everything. The mayors and anyone that stands in my way, every last one of them. They're gonna learn something real simple.